respect to your peers like you did. And I'm a man of my word. But listen, don't ever take money from another stranger, you understand? I'm telling you the secrets that could change your life. You know how much money I made? $700 million. You know how I made that? Respecting my peers, listen to my mommy and daddy, and focusing in school. That's all you gotta do. All right? Proud of you guys. Stay out of trouble. Be a leader, not a follower. All right, repeat after me. I will become louder, man. I will become whatever I want to be. I will be a leader, and not a follower. I will respect my peers, my elders, and especially my parents. All right, love you guys.
In recent history, skateboarding has become a pop culture phenomenon. You see it in everything from TV advertisements to fashion shows, and for the first time ever, in the 2020 Summer Olympics. But skateboarding hasn't always had the mass appeal you see today. Sometime in the late 1940s or early 1950s, skateboarding was born out of the boredom of surfers when the waves were no good. They would remove the wheels from roller skates and attach them to pieces of wood to create a skateboard. By the 1960s, skateboarding's popularity had grown with the rise of surf culture. Contests were held all over, and the first sponsored skateboarders were beginning to emerge. However, the popularity of skating in the 60s dropped just as fast as it rose. The 1970s brought along one of the most important changes for the skateboarding world, the advent of the urethane wheel, which allowed skaters to ride faster and over rougher types of ground than ever before. In 1976, a horrible drought in Southern California forced most homeowners with backyard swimming pools to drain them, giving way to the birthplace of pool skating. This was the first major shift in how people rode their skateboards. No longer were they limited to the abysmal flat grounds of parking lots and sidewalks. The 1980s were a time of renaissance in skateboarding. People were constantly inventing new tricks, pros were earning unheard of amounts of money, and skateboarder-owned companies were thriving. The favorable terrain for most of this era was vert, and even though there was a high level of progression occurring, to the untrained eye, skateboarding had gone stale and the popularity once again fell flat. This lull in skateboarding led to the introduction of street skating, which brings us into the 1990s. Skating during this era was at its most raw. Skaters took to the streets to find new terrain, abandoning traditional skate parks for something that felt more natural and could be done anywhere by anyone. This meant skating things that occur almost anywhere, like sets of stairs, handrails, benches, curbs, and just about anywhere four wheels can roll. From there, skateboarding has been on a non-stop uphill climb to what it is today. At its core, skateboarding has traditionally been for the underdogs, the outcasts, the misfits, and in result, has been thought of negatively by a large majority of outsiders for most of its existence. But now, with generations of young adults who grew up with skateboarding and the exposure at an all-time high, the future of skateboarding is looking bright.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Wake-Up Calls Are Coming More Tragically Now. Maui didn't see it coming, although maybe it should have. After all that, and after all the wildfires, heat waves, droughts, rain, and floods on the mainland and around the world, and the damage and disruption that inevitably follows, we should appreciate that climate is really out of the bottle and very possibly out of control. Al Gore wasn't kidding, and it's coming home to roost, pretty much everywhere, including right here at home in Hawaii. And we find that it's not just another primetime news event from a faraway place. It's life and death right here on a huge scale, including the dead and wounded and missing and the wholesale destruction of our homes and buildings, and a considerable piece of our state economy. Maybe we thought that Hawaii, with its distance, was somehow exempt from these things. We have to admit that complacency on climate, and on so many other things, has ruled the day, here and elsewhere. No, we are not exempt, and now climate has clearly caught up with us. You can put solar on your roof and drive electric cars and be just as green as you want, but it would not have stopped what happened in Maui, because this is a global problem, isn't it? What happened there is not a question of living well and sustainably. It's more like a question of Herculean effort at resilience, to protect what we have, to prevent unknown levels of existential risk, and to clean up and fix up all the destruction that took place, largely beyond our expectation or imagination. No easy task, but maybe now we'll spend more time and lots more money in dealing with it. Of course, we all know that this will happen again. It's not necessarily limited to wildfires, although that is certainly possible. But other things like, for example, extreme weather, like Hurricane Iniki or worse, on any or all of our islands. What have we done to protect ourselves from that, and to recover from it? Look around and ask whether we are working on dealing with the next disaster, and the one after that. What happened on Maui should not be seen as a one-off, but as an alarm bell for many other threats to come. All these threats still exist, and they are being exacerbated every day by global climate change. So let's see all this as the canary in the coal mine, as a message for the future, as an alarm we really need to listen to, and a lesson we really need to learn, or else we'll be even more vulnerable the next time. It's really much more than playing the proverbial blame game, as human nature likes to do. More important, it's time to redouble our public awareness and our efforts to open our personal and legislative pocketbooks and develop an agenda and organize our resources, so we won't be caught so badly the next time. Face it, the world is different now. If you don't think so, consider what it will take to rebuild Maui and so many other places that have been damaged or destroyed, and ask yourself whether this fire is the last of it or just the beginning. We need to think and act on this every day, and the media needs to cover it every day, not just in the aftermath of the tragedy, but in the very real possibility that it will happen again, and possibly soon, and possibly worse. Tempus fugit. Are we ready? Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha. Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is entitled, "The Federal Indictment of Donald Trump is not the end, but only the end of the beginning." The federal indictment of Donald Trump is a positive event for anyone who cares about national security. We have many enemies in the world. Anyone who feels that we should not care about national security needs to study history and read the papers. But there are some people, like Trump, who simply do not care about national security. Not only does he want our democratic government to fail, he wants our national security to fail too. Just as January 6th showed us who he is, so does Mar-a-Lago. He cares only to protect himself from those who would hold him accountable. Trump is already criticizing the DOJ and the law enforcement agencies that have been investigating him. Surely everyone should by now be tired of his whining, his ongoing claims that anyone who investigates him is involved in a witch hunt. Poor Trump, the eternal victim. This is truly ridiculous when you consider the thousands of suits and bad acts he has been famous for, and the 2 impeachments and exposés while in office and since. You could see what happened on January 6th with your own eyes. Yet tens of millions of people still believe Trump's claims. We can only hope that that crowd is diminishing, but many Republicans in Congress are still defending him. Will they continue to defend him when he is indicted in Georgia or for the insurrection? When he is convicted? Not clear. We know that Trump in his arrogance never admits to anything, that he always doubles down and attacks his accusers. He will undoubtedly do that here. Regrettably, Aileen Cannon, appointed by Trump, is the federal judge assigned to the case. She will presumptively be the motions and trial judge. If you are hoping that she will have a change of heart from the awful rulings she made for Trump in the early days of the case, or that she will see that her duty is to the law rather than Trump, think again. Jack Smith has to be prepared for this and must find a way to have her recuse herself, or be removed, or reversed on appeal. As before, Trump will try to motivate his followers to violence. We will see if that happens when he goes to court. But whatever happens on the street, Trump will continue his machinations, just as he has done over his many years in court, with revolving lawyers, and attempts to confuse the media and the public, and to influence, suborn, or intimidate witnesses, jurors, even judges and prosecutors, although Jack Smith is not likely to let that happen. These machinations would include a parade of shameless lies by Trump, his lawyers, and his witnesses, ridiculous positions, frivolous motions, and meritless appeals at every turn, slow-balling the case in hopes of stalling a result until after the election, and if elected giving pardons to himself and his co-conspirators, and of course continuing to undermine our democracy, our Constitution, our rule of law, and our national security. Lord save us. Hopefully, our institutions will prevail, but there is no guarantee. The only guarantee is that Trump will, quote, fight like hell, with a kit bag of lawless maneuvers. He remains a monster, and his base remains a monstrosity. These proceedings do not seem to embarrass or deflect him, but rather to make his followers more devoted, more supportive, and more irrational. So don't think that this indictment is the end of it. More likely, it's only the end of the beginning, and we have yet to see the greatest, most outrageous reality show of all. Hang on to your hats and let nothing surprise you. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Thank you so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please click the like and subscribe button on YouTube. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Check out our website, thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Here are some general reasons why someone might choose to support a local online news provider like ThinkTech Hawaii. 1. It promotes local journalism. By supporting a local news provider like ThinkTech Hawaii, you can help ensure that there is a diverse range of voices covering news and events in your community. This can help to promote a healthy and thriving news ecosystem, which is essential for a well-informed citizenry. 2. It provides access to relevant news and information. Online news sources like ThinkTech Hawaii can provide access to news and information that may not be covered by traditional mainstream media outlets. This can include local issues, events, and perspectives that are relevant to your community. 3. It supports independent media. As a nonprofit independent media outlet, ThinkTech Hawaii is not beholden to the interests of corporate owners or advertisers. Instead, it can focus on delivering high-quality news and information to its audience without any conflicts of interest. 4. It helps to hold power accountable. By providing in-depth coverage of local politics, business, and other power centers, ThinkTech Hawaii can play a valuable role in holding those in positions of authority accountable for their actions. This can help to promote transparency and accountability, which are essential for a functioning democracy. 5. It promotes civic engagement. Finally, by supporting an online news provider like ThinkTech Hawaii, you can help to promote civic engagement and participation in your community. When people are well informed about the issues that affect them, they are more likely to participate in civic life and make informed decisions about the future.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling the case for disqualification. There are 1 million lawyers in the country. All of them have studied constitutional law, and all are familiar with Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which provides that someone who is engaged in an insurrection cannot hold federal or state office. And all of us are familiar with the insurrection of January 6th. Although there may be more grotesque things under the hood, we all saw Trump initiate that insurrection in public with our own eyes. Section 3 has been discussed for more than 2 years now, but there has been no federal suit seeking to disqualify Trump under that section. Even Jack Smith's January 6th indictment does not include an insurrection charge. We seem locked in the headlights on this issue. At the very least, we all know that Trump called for the insurrection that took place. That is what the plain language of Section 3 is all about. Do we now need a criminal investigation, prosecution, trial, and conviction to implement Section 3? The section doesn't call for that. Nor does it say that Congress must pass a bill. It just says Trump is disqualified, period. So what do we need to do to confirm what we all know? Trump engaged in an insurrection and cannot hold office again. God help us if he does. We already know what he would do. And yet here we are in a daily media roller coaster following the machinations of his campaign. Like sheep, we seem to acknowledge that he is implicitly a legitimate and qualified candidate. But he is not a qualified candidate. He is absolutely barred by Section 3. What about a civil proceeding in the federal court, where a judge sitting alone would entertain and grant a motion declaring that Trump engaged in an insurrection and is not qualified to run? It would be civil, not criminal, and presumably uncomplicated. And what about the same approach in some state courts, which are also subject to Section 3? Why can't some lawyer make that motion? Is there no one who can do this? To go further, why can't a Secretary of State or an election official or possibly the Attorney General of a given state make a simple determination that Trump cannot be on the ballot in that state? Anyone listening? Now is the time, isn't it? Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
taking the money, how about the $20 you owe me?
Oh, yeah? Well, I only got 10, so here's 10, I owe you 10.
Thanks.
Hey, Mo, you owe me 20.
Well, here's 10, I'll owe you 10.
You owe me 20.
Here's 10, I owe you 10.
Here's the 10 I owe you.
Here's the 10 I owe you.
Here's the 10 I owe you. Good, now we're all even.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. The burning of the Reichstag in 1933 gave Hitler a path to power. He did it and got away with it. Fast forward to now. Did the January 6th insurrection fail? No, actually it succeeded. Trump's army came together, largely because he asked them to. The conspiracy was not so much to stop the count as it was a real, actual, and unmistakable coup attempt to overthrow our government. The TV footage are indelibly stamped on our minds and memories, an open, armed, hostile, and lethal breach of our capital, the center and sanctum of our democracy. The undeniable thing about it is that it was a traumatic inflection in the history of our precious republic. It was our burning of the Reichstag, one that can never be walked back. Will it happen again? Yes, but not in the same way. When will it happen? Some say it's happening right now. It won't be limited to the capital or Washington, it could be elsewhere or in many places. It is not as likely to be violent, at least at first, although Trump's powerful dog whistle calls are still with us, just like the possibility of nuclear war in Europe is with us. You raise the fear of extraordinary danger, and it sticks. We worry, we are intimidated, traumatized, we are the deer in the headlights. For the moment, the resurrected insurrection has a kind of legal imprimatur, but still built on hate and divisiveness. Is that less of an insurrection? If you do all these things to destroy the country on election day, you don't need to repeat January 6th. If you thought the hanging chads created confusion, wait till you see the litigation of all those close races in November. Many Trumpers say we're in a civil war right now. They're really saying the insurrection is still going on, and thus the attempts at a coup are still ongoing. The damage Trump has done to the country is incalculable and probably permanent. Look around. The insurrection has had and is having a huge effect on every aspect of our society, our perception of ourselves and who we are, and the world's perception, too. Can you really say it isn't still happening? Can you say it isn't having the very same Reichstag burning effect that Trump and his co-conspirators have sought to achieve? Think again. Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Let's keep it real. A vaccine is not a cure. It's effective, but not 100%. So what is it? It's your best shot to protect yourself from getting COVID-19, or from getting seriously sick if you do, especially if you get a booster too. And big bonus, if enough people get vaccinated, it could prevent another nasty new variant from ruining everything. Again.
No!
Get honest info at ourbestshothawaii.org.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
What makes essential workers essential?
We build safe roads for you to drive on.
We harvest fresh produce for your families to eat.
We help you heal when you're sick.
We get you where you need to go.
We keep where you work and live clean and safe.
We make sure you get what you need to make your household work.
You're the essential workers who help our nation run. You're in every city, town, and corner of our country, and you come from all over the globe. And you have essential protections under the law. I'm Marty Walsh. The Wage and Hour Division at the Department of Labor helps ensure you receive the essential protections you deserve. If you have questions about your pay or about your job protection during an illness, visit our website or call 866-4US-WAGE. That's 866-487-9243. We can provide help in more than 200 languages.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Labor.
Someone's calling to complain about kids playing basketball in the street. Can you believe that? Yeah. I don't know who called, but obviously I ain't got no problem with it. Hey. Oh yeah? I ain't real good at it. Obviously I have no problem with you playing basketball in the street, just if you can. Sorry, just try not to be too loud. You know what I mean?
You're pretty sure you can take these guys, right? I've got some other backup for y'all.
I'm from the same neighborhood y'all from. I grew up just like this, so only you can change this. And you can change it through basketball and showing respect to your peers like you did. And I'm a man of my word. But listen, don't ever take money from another stranger, you understand? I'm telling you the secrets that can change your life. You know how much money I made? $700 million. You know how I made that? Respecting my peers, listen to my mommy and daddy, and focusing in school. That's all you gotta do. All right? Proud of you guys. Stay out of trouble. Be a leader, not a follower. All right, repeat after me. I will become louder, man. I will become whatever I want to be. I will be a leader and not a follower. I will respect my peers, my elders, and especially my parents. All right, love you guys.
In recent history, skateboarding has become a pop culture phenomenon. You see it in everything from TV advertisements to fashion shows, and for the first time ever, in the 2020 Summer Olympics. But skateboarding hasn't always had the mass appeal you see today. Sometime in the late 1940s or early 1950s, skateboarding was born out of the boredom of surfers when the waves were no good. They would remove the wheels from roller skates and attach them to pieces of wood to create a skateboard. By the 1960s, skateboarding's popularity had grown with the rise of surf culture. Contests were held all over, and the first sponsored skateboarders were beginning to emerge. However, the popularity of skating in the 60s dropped just as fast as it rose. The 1970s brought along one of the most important changes for the skateboarding world, the advent of the urethane wheel, which allowed skaters to ride faster and over rougher types of ground than ever before. In 1976, a horrible drought in Southern California forced most homeowners with backyard swimming pools to drain them, giving way to the birthplace of pool skating. This was the first major shift in how people rode their skateboards. No longer were they limited to the abysmal flat grounds of parking lots and sidewalks. The 1980s were a time of renaissance in skateboarding. People were constantly inventing new tricks, pros were earning unheard of amounts of money, and skateboarder-owned companies were thriving. The favorable terrain for most of this era was vert, and even though there was a high level of progression occurring, to the untrained eye, skateboarding had gone stale and the popularity once again fell flat. This lull in skateboarding led to the introduction of street skating, which brings us into the 1990s. Skating during this era was at its most raw. Skaters took to the streets to find new terrain, abandoning traditional skate parks for something that felt more natural and could be done anywhere by anyone. This meant skating things that occur almost anywhere, like sets of stairs, handrails, benches, curbs, and just about anywhere four wheels can roll. From there, skateboarding has been on a non-stop uphill climb to what it is today. At its core, skateboarding has traditionally been for the underdogs, the outcasts, the misfits, and in result, has been thought of negatively by a large majority of outsiders for most of its existence. But now, with generations of young adults who grew up with skateboarding and the exposure
Hello and welcome to another edition of Islamabad Today on ThinkTech Hawaii. I'm your host, Hamza Rifa Hassan,
And today we're going to be discussing the significance of technology in impacting social change. We talk about education in general. Now, we all know that a technological revolution is taking place all across the world. You do have artificial intelligence, you have ChatGPT, you also have hybrid warfare. But what kind of impact does technology actually have on social change? When we talk about social change, education is one of the fundamental pillars to try and make sure that next generations can actually be created. I have with me CEO of Lampro Melon, Ms. Sabio. Sabio, thank you so much for joining me on the show.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, so let's start off with the basic question here. You've worked all across the world, you've worked with education, you try to make sure that a meaningful impact can actually be realized as far as primary education is concerned. What, in your view, is the role that technology can play in building up generations and building up educational infrastructure all across the
world? I think the best thing that the technology is doing right now is that we're creating, with all the artificial intelligence platforms, we're creating a huge democratization of access to information. So that is a fundamentally huge opportunity. Second thing that it does is that over years, as new and new information was being generated, it was becoming harder and harder for students to keep up with all the knowledge that was being created or facts that were being created. And as we were amassing all this information around us, education essentially became regurgitation of facts or knowing facts. And it moved away from its fundamental purpose, which was to look at the facts, be able to reflect on them, expound on an idea, experiment with it, and create new knowledge. So with this, with all the technology, the facts or knowledge is now equally accessible to everybody. And that gives us a whole new opportunity in the field of education to take it to the next level and take it back to the basics of creating new knowledge and creating things that will take knowledge and education and the information economy to the next level. So for me, technology is a great equalizer. Technology is also a platform to create new knowledge, but we have to be aware of the pitfalls and make sure that our education system, especially in countries like Pakistan, is keeping abreast of the changes, and we prepare our students across the globe to come to terms with the new challenge. So there is a huge opportunity, but there's also a huge challenge. And only those students or those nations will come out ahead who are willing to take the challenge head on and capitalize on it, rather than become a victim of the digital divide as we speak.
Okay, so when we talk about, you mentioned the developing world, and obviously the developing world does encounter fundamental challenges, whether it's structural challenges, you talk about poverty, you talk about alienation, you talk about lack of employment, you also talk about soaring inflation rates. And that really has a great impact on the resource base that governments can actually use and utilize to try and make public policies. When you take a look at these factors in mind, how do you think you can navigate through the landscape of the developing world, given that there are challenges and you also need to make meaningful change as far as technology is concerned in the educational sector?
First of all, I would like to highlight that finding a job is not a fundamental requirement for education, because historically, education is something that creates the whole landscape of how we live our life. And philosophy, which is the mother of all sciences or the mother of all knowledge, is not necessarily a means to gain employment. That being said, let me come back to something that I said earlier and expand on that idea a little. When we say that we have all these chat GPTs and AI platforms that are creating this opportunity for democratization of education, one thing that the third world in particular needs to watch out for is that as these platforms are being developed, they claim to be net sum of all knowledge on a certain date. But that net sum of knowledge is being derived off of bases which are all Western. The knowledge set from where all these information is being derived does not include my narrative, does not include my history, does not take into account all the libraries that may exist in Sanskrit, Urdu, Farsi, Latin. So that is one thing that we need to make sure that as all these platforms are being developed, our narrative, our knowledge is either a part of it, or we should have our own platforms, so that the cumulative knowledge, when somebody starts gaining access to knowledge, our story is not sold. To give you an example, if you were to go to ChatGPT, for example, today, when you put a question about crusades, or you put a question about 1857, you will get a certain narrative. There may be a small note at the end that says the other narrative as well. But by and large, for us to make sure that our narrative is also reflected in the new information age, we need to work in the third world actively on it, proactively on it. Secondly, in nations like Africa, where a lot of knowledge is chest knowledge. Likewise, music in Pakistan, that's also chest knowledge. So again, we need to make sure that our narrative, our set of knowledge is somehow built into into the ways people access knowledge. Right now, libraries are the fund, for the last few decades, that has become less important, but library, by and large, remained that access point. Now there will be other access points. Technology is putting that information on my fingertips on a cell phone. And people may not spend time to go to the libraries and further research on those ideas. So the way we archive our history, the way we archive our news, the way we make sure that our set of knowledge becomes part of the information economy, that is an important part, a point to ponder for, in particular for the third world. And especially those economies, in particular African nations, where documentation is not our strong point.
Right. So let's just center this on maybe Pakistan for that matter. I mean, when we talk about Pakistan, what kind of challenges did you actually encounter when you actually reached policymakers? Because obviously, if you take a look at your career, a significant portion of it is to try and make sure that you can leverage technology to try and make meaningful impact on primary education in Pakistan for that matter. So was there any resistance that you encountered? And if there was resistance, what kind of resistance was there?
I think the fundamental resistance comes from the fact that our policymakers are, pardon my saying so, are maybe not knowledgeable enough. They're not knowledgeable enough, they lack the vision, and they may be mired so much into day-to-day affairs. See, education is something that is part of nation building. And I would like to highlight that whatever problems we have today are because of lack of it. And whatever solution we may devise will be when we make it accessible to our population. Pakistan remains from the bottom, number 2, in terms of out of school children. And those who are educated are either underemployed or unemployed. Okay? So we have to first recognize our policymakers, unfortunately, when they come out in public forums or even in private forums, because they are worried about election cycles and because there's a fundamental instability in the political cycle. So even your election term is not fully served ever. So people would like to pretend and would like to say that we've done a lot of things. In reality, we haven't. We're still throwing away a lot of our money on teacher training, in which we try to teach them pedagogy of which they have no knowledge or no capability to go back to apply. So we in Pakistan are still grappling with the fundamentals of education. We are still living with the leftovers of a colonized system of education, which was rote memory based, which was based off of selective study. Even whatever our curriculum is outdated, in primary school or pre-K to 12th grade, measurably on all indices, Pakistan's education system is 80 years behind the first one. Private schools may be 35 to 50 years. But by and large, we are really, really behind the curve in terms of how and what children are taught across the globe, in particular the first one. So if that is the delta, without even articulating what the issue is and failing to form a clear policy, we are not going to go anywhere. Now, the way the education field is changing so fast, the world has moved to inverted education models, and we still haven't perfected the basic one. So to me, the basic difficulty is to even explain to the policymakers how far behind we are, because they see that as a statement on performance. And It is not politically exigent to recognize the failure or to articulate the failure, because I'd like to stand up on a podium as a politician and say, I did this, I did this, I did this. In reality, we have done next to nothing. In particular, Punjab, which used to be a little bit ahead previously, with the introduction of the single national curriculum, we are going to fall behind. And nobody is willing to talk about it. Nobody is willing to talk about it. Under the ambit of whatever is called single national curriculum, we have pushed back Punjab's education system by at least 2 decades. And so rather than catching up, we're falling behind. Take an example. How many hours do kids spend in a school in a first world environment? 8 o'clock in the morning to 3 o'clock.
8 o'clock in the morning. Yeah.
We keep our kids in school till 1. So already we're not even covering the basic curriculum. Now you add to it the onus of Nazara. Literally what we have done is that we've made the yellow schools, as we call them, the Pila school is the public system. We've literally turned our Pila school into madrasas. And it took us decades to go over the hump and try to mainstream the madrasas. But the single national curriculum, we've pushed it back. People have to lie. Even, good private schools are struggling. They have to lie and say we're following it. In reality, we can't. We simply cannot. It would be criminal to charge people money for what is being taught under the SNC. So, to be very honest, that was one thing. Another thing that they did is that they made the medium of instruction Urdu, which again was a step back. Either we should have had the political will and the courage, because what is I understand that there are a lot of studies which talk about that teaching kids in their mother tongue enhances the learning outcomes, guaranteed, and agreed. But then, as when we say my mother tongue, does my mother tongue have enough information in the libraries? Do we have enough research material published in our language? I may become an engineer and I will not be able to author anything for IEEE simply because I would not be able to access all the research material that is out there. Nations that have taken it upon themselves to make their national language the language of instruction have also had the political will and financial wherewithal of converting all information in libraries into the mother tongue and making it accessible to their students, so their students are not left behind in an information age where new information is being generated. We still haven't translated all the data or the knowledge that we have in the libraries right now. Forget about translating it live when new information comes out every year. So our kids would be left behind in all of it if we do not have the political will or courage to implement the national language in a way that it fulfills all the requirements of language. We talked about earlier about employability.
Yeah.
Well, if you're so to be very honest, if our kid is not relevant to the 21st century, he may be educated in language A, B, C, or D. That language has to be the lingua franca of most people in the world for them to be relevant. So limiting people's access to language may make it easier for us politically to sell narratives, but it will not make them productive citizens of the world.
All right, so let's come to Africa now. We can talk about, because you've dealt a lot with the developing world, Africa has this toxic history of colonialism. And history over there, many African students and many African institutions would argue that history over there is written by the conqueror, not the conquered. So when you talk about the colonial history that many developing societies have actually gone through, how difficult of it is a challenge to try and make sure that technology can be leveraged to try and indigenize the system, or trying to make sure that the system responds to indigenization, given the colonial history that actually exists in many African states?
That is a problem that we talked about for all of us. If you think about it, when we formed the Aligarh College, the literature that was translated was mostly the one that was palatable to the colonizer's narrative. So the bulk of your history or my history still remains in Persian and Arabic language, even that has not been translated. And when we made Urdu as our language of, as a medium of instruction, we did not create enough new material in that language. Now, Africa's problem is a step further away, because the traditional African way of teaching was chest knowledge. That has never been documented. So we face one set of problems, which is a huge set of problems, because our language of instruction, or our language, Urdu, that we speak, does not have enough research material, enough political thought, enough philosophical thought in it. But African problem is far more complex, because their history, their narrative, their knowledge has not even been documented in their own language. So their problem is far more. And when we talk about, to be very honest, if education is about regurgitation of facts, then you will have a problem with colonization. And education is enlightenment of mind, your capability to reflect a set of facts, your capability to reflect on a set of facts presented to you. That itself will air out the problem of colonization. So, give you an example. When I was young, one of the nuns at my school, she taught me, because she was Irish, and we were being taught, let's say, church history. Now, when we read church history and we read British history, you will see the same set of facts being presented in two different ways. When you study Park studies and you do British history, again, you see facts, same set of facts being explained in two different ways. So at an early age, we were taught that truth is somewhere in between. And you could read French history and English history. So what you can develop is a good reading habit, which is a good research etiquette. Don't take one set of facts and take that as if it's a word of God. It's not. If we all understand, so maybe it is how and in the new information age where chat GPTs are available, where information is available, reading multiple set of facts and driving your own conclusion, and having a good research etiquette, having a good reflection etiquette, having a good way to come to your own conclusion is something that, so it's the way we teach. The colonizer may have left a legacy, but how we teach will undo that legacy. And that is an important part that all third world, Africa, South Asia, China, everybody included, we need to deal with it. US was able to undo it. I mean, US itself was a colonized nation, but as they went on their education system, they made their education, which is reflection based. Sometimes a lot of people in Pakistan have this wrong impression that maybe the US education system is not rigorous. And maybe it's not rigorous from the point of view that they don't load you up with a lot of homework, but they load you up with a lot. They load you up with a lot of way to come to independent decision making. So to me, education is only education if it gives me the etiquette of obtaining facts, obtaining multiple threads of facts, being able to experiment with them, being able to think about them, to reflect on them, and then come up with an idea. I always like to give an example that suppose if education was just regurgitation of facts, if the apple fell from the tree, Newton would have said, well, that's how it always is. It is his capability to reflect which gave birth to the concept of gravity. Likewise, Archimedes going into a bathtub. If you were to just not have the habit of reflection, you would always just say, yeah, that's how it is. You go in a bathtub and water is displaced. It was only his capability to reflect on it that he was able to solve. So education is about critical thinking. Education is fundamentally has to be about critical thinking, about giving kids and adults, whoever is getting that education, the etiquette for authentication and verification of facts, the capability to reflect on them and create new set of knowledge. Minus that, education is not education. It is basically the same as going to a library and just getting or going to a chat GPT platform and getting a set of facts. Getting a set of facts and knowing what to do with them are two different things. And until and unless education goes back to what is the Socratic way of teaching? The father of education as we know today only taught kids how to ask good questions. And in our way of teaching today, we teach kids how to answer questions, not to have new answers. And so that's an important part.
Mhm. Absolutely. When we talk about critical thinking and reflections, obviously it's important to critically analyze societies as well. When we talk about societies in general in the developing world, female literacy rates tend to be, they're pretty abysmal as compared to, their male counterparts. What what role can technology play in trying to make sure that they can bridge the gap as far as female education is concerned? You mentioned high school dropout rates in Pakistan and elsewhere as well, and we rank the second worst as far as that is concerned. What about female illiteracy and women's inability to actually get access to quality education? How can technology aid in that regard?
Surprisingly, in Pakistan, you see a lot more women in universities and colleges now. And there is a renewed focus on making sure women are educated. But that may also be a fallacy, by the way, Hamza, because a lot of times, in my work in Africa, I realized that as outside donors, we focus so much on women education that we forget about local norms. So, for example, in Africa, I'm not trivializing, the thing will come back to the real issue of female literacy and why it is important for empowerment. But sometimes a little isolated pockets of problems exist in the following way. In African nations, in some African nations, there is a bride money. So men and young kids, able-bodied young kids, mm, right about when they hit puberty, they are pulled out to work on the fields lot more than women, because women with some degree or maybe even high school will fetch better bride money so her brothers can get better brides.
Right.
So the system is sometimes work in reverse. And likewise in Pakistan, I see the problem that girls go to colleges or schools simply to get better rishtas. Honestly, that is sometimes, and you will see a lot of girls do medical college, you will see a lot of girls go through engineering colleges, you will see them go through so many different fields, but you don't see them reflected in the same way as they are in colleges in the workplace. Primarily because the moment they get married, they essentially lose interest in using that knowledge. And because in Pakistan, college education is subsidized by the government, I see that as a huge disservice to the nation, that we take public money and invest it on individuals who do not wish to be part of the economy. So there has to be a way in policy making to enforce participation in workforce in the same numbers as we see in colleges and universities, at least for publicly funded programs. Rest, you and I cannot make the social change. That being said, the main problem still remains for women empowerment in neighboring nations and in villages, where women are almost forbidden to go to college. In Afghanistan, as we speak, women are not allowed to work. Women
Yeah, especially
colleges
with
have
the
been
latest
closed.
regime. I mean, when you talk about the Taliban, they have a very, very, ambivalent attitude towards women going to school. So that's again
Yes.
a challenge, given that it's coming at the official level.
Yes, and the sad part is that as Pakistan's economy continues not to do that well, people have started even quoting Afghanistan as a nation that is seemed to be doing better than Pakistan. We emulate success. So a lot of people do say regressive things about women education and quote Taliban as an example. So, some of the negative impact of woke movement in Pakistan have been that they've worked for disadvantage of women empowerment as opposed to true empowerment, which we felt a few years ago, maybe we were headed that way. So, and you cannot take 50% of the population and not keep them educated. But what type of education, that is important. If it is education to get a job for boys and to get hand in marriage for women, then we're focusing on the wrong end of the problem. So that to me also remains a problem for at least Pakistan and some other South Asian countries. Nations that have overcome that problem, now those are the ones that we should emulate. When you see countries like China that have actually moved the poverty needle measurably in just 2 decades, 200 million people in 2 decades. That's a lot of people. You do see that those are nations that do not discriminate, that do not, and I cannot say that China was any less misogynistic in the 40s. And they have overcome all their, and it was a very patriarchal society. And yet they have overcome poverty only after overcoming these attitudes towards women and towards patriarchal systems. So if we have to emulate, we should look at these examples and make sure that women, when they do get educated, they're also as much a part of the economic milieu as they are of the education system.
Absolutely. So Sabah, thank you so much for joining me on the show.
Thank you.
So that's all that we have from Islamabad today on ThinkTech Hawaii, a very enlightening discussion that we had at this point in time. For further updates, you can follow us on our social media pages. Until next time, take care.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Alelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Rail, It's Finally Halfway Here. The Star Advertiser has a very nice piece about the opening of the rail coming in the next few days. It's a nice video, nicely done by Diane Lee there, with a new animated logo for the newspaper. It shows us pictures of the trains and the stations and the hypothetical passengers, and in its own way, it's kind of inviting. It makes you want to try the rail, even after all the controversy over the years since Moofy manhandled us into it, and even after paying the gross excise tax surcharge all these years. The video is informative and worth watching, but hardly seems like news, more like an infomercial to popularize the project among potential riders. But questions remain. Who in fact will ride it? It won't be open at night, and that will create a problem for many people. It doesn't stop at the airport, and it won't be useful for local people or visitors coming and going. It stops halfway at Halava, which is nowhere for most commuters. They say there are charging stations and bus transfer connections there, but it sounds pretty humbug for those going to and from the central business district. What about the rest of the way? Not for a while, I guess. We all know that the hardest part is from Halava to town, with all the unresolved easement and demolition problems and expenses along the way. It will cost many millions more to bring it to Ala Moana, much less Waikiki or the university. Do we have the money? Hold on your wallets, everyone, but don't hold your breath. Of course, there will be a blush of excitement with those who want to ride something new and shiny. But will they stay and give up the convenience of driving? Not clear. Or will this rather be a huge white elephant that most people don't want and won't use, but which will cost much, much more going forward? Ridership or not, budget-breaking costs or not, one thing is clear. This will be a subject of further discussion and probably also contention, and it will have a huge effect on our city and our quality of life on this island. Stand by for the rail, finally, and for lots of issues about it. Certainly, there are many more videos and news stories to come. After all, this long-awaited project still has the other half to go. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Good evening, Agent. Your mission is to take down the evil Dr. Ogma. Here's the rundown on tonight's cyber attack at Ogma HQ. It's simple. Gain access, spread the computer virus, destroy the data. Your destination is the application room, located at the core of the building. There is only one way in. First, climb through the Wi-Fi tunnel to the entry portal. Hide yourself in the incoming mail. There may be security guards on duty, but they seldom check. Once you're in the storeroom, wait until the right moment to attack. Your friendly disguise should protect you from being noticed. And the antivirus system is out of date, so you should slip past easily. Next, find the application center and do your work quickly. Install the virus. You may find the computer password protected, but you can usually see the password written down nearby or make an easy guess. Once installed, the virus will spread immediately. Get out before anyone notices. Good luck. I look forward to your update.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Local Voting is Now a National Experience. It isn't just that we vote in our local elections. Given the national news and media we get from and about candidates around the country, we need to spend at least a little time finding out who they are and what they stand for, and for that matter, how we can help the ones we like. Let's do a case study. Let's suppose you don't like Ted Cruz, a Republican candidate for re-election to the Senate from Texas, because you've seen all of the destructive things he's done and the outrageous right-wing positions he's taken throughout his political career. The first thing is to check out his platform positions and see what he's about. A quick Google shows that he's a, quote, movement Republican supporting Donald Trump, wants to abolish the IRS, opposes abortion and favors the death penalty, and opposes Obamacare, gun control, same-sex marriage, marijuana, net neutrality, immigration reform, vaccine mandates, and climate change. What a package. From where we stand, it's really hard to like Ted Cruz or to think he should be re-elected to the U.S. Senate. So let's do a quick check to see who his Democratic opponents are. One is Colin Allred, a 3-term congressman, civil rights lawyer, and former NFL player, considered an underdog. No Democrat has won statewide office in Texas in 30 years, although Cruz only narrowly beat Beto O'Rourke in 2018 in what was a strong Democrat midterm election cycle. If you like Allred, you can check out his platform and send him some money at colinallred.com. The other one is Texas State Senator Roland Gutierrez, a San Antonio Democrat. Gutierrez gained attention during the last legislative session in Texas for his push for gun control following the mass shooting in Uvalde that left 19 children and 2 teachers dead. His bills, however, never got a hearing in the GOP-controlled state Senate. If you like Gutierrez, you can check his platform and send him some money at rolandfortexas.com. Maybe you don't care about this because these contenders are thousands of miles away in Texas. But we really do need to care about them and all the contenders in all the Senate races, because if the Senate, now closely Democratic, should flip to Republican, it will have a horrendous effect on confirmation of federal judges and make the Supreme Court even more useless than it is. If you care about these things, you need to study up on the races in Texas and other states too, and vote with your credit card by sending money to the candidates you like. Sure, you could fly to Texas and go door to door, but it's much more practical and efficient to go on the internet and send money to the candidates you select. So in our case, study on this. If you don't want Cruz, you can vote against him by giving some money to either Allred or Gutierrez and hope that that will help. You've done what you could, even though you're thousands of miles away from Texas. This is the world we live in today. No one can deny that politics in America is no longer just local. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Local Voting is Now a National Experience. Aloha.
Our climate is more unpredictable.
Hawaii had its hottest year in 2019.
Drought is affecting our local food sources.
What can we do?
We can shift our energy use from evening peak hours to midday when more renewable energy is on the grid. Doing laundry or cooking during the day lets us use more clean energy, like solar. The power to change is in our hands. Learn more at hawaiianelectric.com/power to change.
Thanks so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on YouTube. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. And please check out our website, that's thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, Make No Mistake, the Government is Not Functioning. Mitch McConnell never did allow the appointment of Merrick Garland to come to the floor of the Senate, so Garland was never confirmed for the Supreme Court. What's wrong with this picture? That's not what's supposed to happen. Is McConnell less politicized today? The GOP members of Congress are in lockstep to stop everything that Joe Biden wants to do, even if it is clearly good for the country. There are very few exceptions. What's wrong with this picture? As a result, Congress can't get anything done and is not addressing any of the issues facing the country. Soon enough there will be another struggle on federal funding, and the GOP members of Congress will refuse to fund the government unless the Democrats give them what they want. This is not the way it's supposed to work, and it will make the U.S. a laughingstock, again. Our unfavorite Senator Tommy Tuberville is still holding up confirmation of hundreds of military promotions until he gets what the GOP wants. That's not the way it's supposed to work. In the meantime, Tuberville is undermining our national defense, destroying morale, and setting a really bad precedent. The GOP members of Congress are not funding the Internal Revenue Service. This is also not the way it's supposed to work. It's undermining the ability of the federal government to collect taxes, especially due from the wealthy, and thus the ability of the federal government to function in general. The Supreme Court is a train wreck. It is completely politicized and inexcusably corrupted. The conservative majority does not care about the welfare of the people or the country, and as a result the people and the country no longer trust the court or the federal judiciary. Trump did his level best to handicap the federal agencies in order to aggrandize his power, including the national intelligence, public health, and law enforcement agencies. For reasons not clear, Joe Biden has not been able to restore competent management and public confidence in a number of these agencies. While Joe Biden speaks of democracy and the rule of law, he is not strong enough to deal with the challenges of managing this non-functional government. This is not likely to change before Election Day, and Biden's inability to deal with these things will seriously undermine his campaign. The Republicans are therefore likely to get what they want, governmental chaos. Trump will use that to his benefit, and so will his followers, indictments or not. The people and the country, of course, will be at an increasing risk of national collapse. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. COVID is not the only infection Trump gave us. He gave us a whole phenomenon of infection, a package of sick positions. He built this base out of disaffected people, tens of millions. We saw COVID grow to a pandemic under him. It was part of his search for chaos. History shows that autocrats need chaos to enhance their power. He gave us a country divided on COVID, on medicine, on science, where millions acted against their own interest, refused masks and medicines that would have saved their lives. His legacy is a whole package of sick positions like that. He has fomented racism and hatred, bigotry and violence, immigration policies that tear children from their parents, inhumane bans on abortion, fighting like hell against gun control that would protect our children at school, ignoring climate change, undermining voting rights and representative government, calling for people to deny the rule of law even though denying the rule of law makes their lives much worse. Is it that Trump's base all agree on all these issues? No way. People do not come to him in agreement on these issues. He reaches them on, say, one of them, perhaps one based on racism, hatred, or bigotry. They come to him on that because they are disaffected and envious of others they consider more fortunate. Then they join Trump's madness and accept everything in his package, even if that is against their interest. Perhaps they are religious, captured by Catholic or other dogma on abortion, like the Latinos who have joined him. Perhaps they believe women should be subjugated and should not have rights, especially the right of choice. Trump reaches them on that basis, and they join his misogyny and accept all the points in his package. Of course he has charisma and that makes it easier for him. He has become a cult figure who rewards his followers for loyalty and punishes them for a lack of it. This solidifies the package, and they find themselves buying mindlessly into everything. It's a loss of free will, and it's a tragic irrationality for them and for the country. Guns are another example. Many people have perverse psychological needs to have guns, including assault rifles they will never use for any legitimate purpose. But Trump, the NRA, and his Citizens United dark money, result in a Faustian bargain and voila, the fetishists are his, and the school shootings continue unabated around the country. This money in the disregard of public safety, brings them to him, even though we really don't need 400 million guns for a make-believe militia. What we get are people who join up to fondle their guns and who wind up buying the whole package of destructive issues calculated only to corrupt us and destroy our safety and security. All these things are connected by a common denominator of disaffection. People who don't care about others, people who need empowerment, people who need to deny the realities of medicine and climate change to feel adequate. People who need a cult figure. He brings them in on one thing that helps them cope with their inadequacies and they buy it all, every issue he sends their way. Like a good demagogue, he sells them the whole case of snake oil, and they buy it. He whips them up to feel togetherness on January 6th. When we asked them why they came that day, they didn't say they came for abortion, gun control, climate change, or voting legislation. They said they came for Trump. Because he told them to come. The rest of the package comes naturally. What they said tells you everything. Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
We live in a country of increasing gun violence. Most people are astounded that we have so much gun violence. But the gun manufacturers and the NRA want it that way. The Republicans want it that way. Trump's base wants it that way. Congress apparently also wants it that way. The most outrageous gun violence takes place day after day and week after week in this country, and they do nothing. The Supreme Court is dedicated to making things worse. The will of the people means nothing. But there's more. There's the media and its sidekick friend, the movies. The media reports heavily and continually on every incident of gun violence, publicizing it day after day and effectively glorifying the shock of it. It definitely sells ads, you see. And there's a kind of blur between the raw meat news reporting on gun violence incidents and the movie industry. Yes, that includes all of Hollywood, and for that matter, the copycat Hollywoods making American-like movies around the world. And of course, the enormous number of stay-at-home COVID cable movies into which Netflix and Prime are pouring billions of capital investment. Turn on the TV, and you won't have to wait even for seconds before you see the characters, good and bad, shoot each other. The good guys shooting the bad, and the bad guys shooting the good, the Bonnie and Clyde anti-heroes shooting everyone else, for their perverse sense of justice or vengeance, for the technology and phallic power of today's guns. Gun violence through the movie. Every scene, if not every frame, people threatening, shooting, dying, and being ripped apart by ever more powerful guns. We watch, and that is on us. Why we watch is another bizarre question. Fascination with the magic of modern medicine that can save us even when our insides are blown apart. Awe in the face of the technology inherent in ghost guns and assault rifles that can kill hundreds before anyone can stop them. We sit on our potato couch day after day, enjoying the hate, the vengeance, the violence, all arguably protected by the First and Second Amendment. All things considered, our non-action is really insane. There's no immediate answer, but maybe one solution is to take a fresh look at the use of guns in our public entertainment and try to get some kind of rational handle on that.
This is a ThinkTech commentary, dealing with the question of whether Putin can come back. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this commentary. Can Putin come back? For now, probably. But he'll have to work at it. He is clever and retributive enough to deal with the current loss of face, but it remains possible, if not likely, that what has happened will undermine his long-term ability to retain control, and will make him more vulnerable and more dangerous in dealing with other threats that will arise for him in the future. We don't know exactly how, but we do know that things in Russia have changed. Certainly, the insurrection has damaged Putin at home. His relationships with the generals, the oligarchs, and the bureaucracy were profoundly affected as they watched the Prigozhin and Wagner Group march on Moscow. Although the Russians who have remained in Russia have been reluctant to speak against him, it is likely that many of them, especially those who have lost their children in his inexplicable war, now question him, damage control propaganda, or not. But what are his options? Will he be able to repair the damage? Should we be concerned about the things he will do to escape his embarrassment? We know he will do lots of propaganda on state TV. He will develop a dangerous new friendship with Prigozhin and the Wagner Group. He will buy off or jail oligarchs who might question him. He will initiate more false charges against those he sees as adversaries. He will persecute scapegoats wherever he can find them. He will terrify everyone, perhaps even more than before. Putin's reputation has also been further damaged in the international community, where he doesn't have the same control as at home. He will try to reconnect with autocratic allies like China that may now have less confidence in him. He will do everything he can to get our attention and to recover and project power on the world stage. That includes doing unthinkable things in Ukraine like threatening a nuclear catastrophe at Zaporizhzhia, just as he did by blowing up the Kakhovka Dam, and by repeatedly attacking civilian targets to show he is still in charge, and still out of control. There's no doubt that Putin will continue to foment unrest in the countries of Europe, including France and in the United States, to fragment our political will. Remember, Prigozhin was Putin's social media disinformation chief, who helped him support Trump in 2016. Putin will also give the Wagner Group open license to continue its war crime operations in Africa, the Middle East and Central Asia, and in the process to have us all forget about the insurrection, and to distract and defer us from providing the necessary support for Ukraine. The bottom line is that the insurrection in Russia has changed things profoundly, in ways we don't yet know. So we should be watching what Putin does, and how all of this could affect Russia, Europe, Asia and the United States. Of course, we'll continue to cover the story going forward, so stay tuned for more. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. And thanks for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Aloha.
Are masks over now? Like fidget spinners and the Macarena? Definitely not. You should still wear a mask if you're over 65, immunocompromised, unvaccinated, at high risk because of your health, or a caregiver. It also makes sense to mask up anytime you're indoors around lots of people, like concerts, stores, offices, restaurants, and medical facilities. To mask or not to mask, learn more at ourbestshothawaii.org.
What could be better than a vacation in Hawaii? Well, how about a COVID-free vacation in Hawaii? That would be great. And here is what you need to know about COVID before traveling to the islands. People coming from elsewhere in the United States do not need to show proof of vaccination or proof of a negative COVID test in order to visit Hawaii. There are no COVID-related requirements for domestic travelers. However, there are still vaccination requirements imposed by the federal government on some international travelers coming into the United States. Anyone traveling from abroad should get the latest information from the U.S. State Department. It's wise for anyone visiting Hawaii to check on the current COVID situation here before coming. Most mask mandates were lifted long ago, but you may encounter some
I'm Rusty Komori, and this is Beyond the Lines on ThinkTech Hawaii. I was the head coach of the Punahou School boys varsity tennis team for 22 years, and we were fortunate to win 22 consecutive state championships. This show is based on my books, Beyond the Lines and Beyond the Game, and it's about inspiration, welcoming adversity, and building a superior culture of excellence. My special guest today is the founder and CEO of Women in Need. She is Mary Scott Lau, and today we are going beyond empowering women. Hey, Mary, welcome to Beyond the Lines.
Good morning, Rusty. I am so excited to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
Mary, it's super incredible the impact that you and your team is making here in our Hawaii community. I mean, it's unbelievable, actually, and it's so great that you founded this incredible organization. But Mary, can I first ask you if you can share a little bit about your mom and the struggles that she had?
Absolutely. Growing up, I lived in a house with a mother that was an alcoholic. At that time, of course, many years ago, they didn't really know how to deal with that disease. You know, AA had just started. There was very limited resources, and it was really a struggle for her. And she also had mental health problems too. I'm sure today she'd be dual diagnosed, but that back then they didn't know what that was. So I watched her my whole life struggling just to maintain normality. And by the time I was 16, I went into foster care for 2 years till I turned 18. I was lucky enough to go in with a friend of mine and her mother, so that was great. But my poor mother continued to struggle. She was just an alcoholic and could not get out of it. And so I moved to Hawaii when I was 19, and at 21, she ended up committing suicide, which was not her first time. She had tried many times before. And, I realized right then, at a young age, I didn't even know it, that I was going to start something like this, that there has to be other people out there. I mean, I didn't know anybody who had a mother that was an alcoholic or anything like that. So I didn't realize that that was a problem all over the place. And as I got older, my younger brother was afflicted with the same alcoholism and started into drugs very young. In fact, when I was 21, I took custody of him, and he was 16. And so for 15. For 3 years, I struggled with having to raise him, and it was really hard because he had the same drug abuse tendencies and alcoholism, and he unfortunately ended up dying at 37 of a drug overdose. So I've been around it my whole life. I just didn't realize what an impact it made on me because I was strong enough to carry on in my life and go to many different careers and do many different things. But now I really have the opportunity to help people not have to struggle with it and get well and lead a normal life. And that's one of the biggest reasons why I started Women in Need.
Mary, thank you for sharing that about your mom and your brother. And you have 2 biological children. And tell me about the infant that you adopted on the day he was born.
Well, first of all, I have 3 wonderful sons. I include him as my son also. And I always wanted girls. So after my 2 biological sons, I was single raising them, and my older one was out of the house. He was 27. My youngest one was 14. And I decided I'm going to adopt a baby girl. So I put the word out to everybody that I knew, and I said, if anybody wants an open adoption, I am here. I want to make sure that the child is well loved, that knows his biological parents, has a relationship with them if he can or she can. And so, I was so excited to have a little baby girl that I could do her nails and do makeup. Now, I was always on a football field or a basketball court, and now I could get to do fun stuff. Well, I met a gal when I was doing a makeovers and a health fair at the women's prison who approached me, and she said that, I know you're interested in adopting. And I said, I am. And we talked a little bit, and she said, well, would it be all right if it was a boy? And I said, of course, God gives you what God gives you. And then she said, okay, would it be all right if he's half Black? And I'm like, sure. So on the day he was born, she was incarcerated, and she had had a few a few close calls that they had called me and said she's going into labor. And when I got there, she, is false. So she went back to the prison. So on the day she did go into labor was Thanksgiving Day. And I'll never forget, it was going to be 17 years this Thanksgiving. And it was that, if anybody remembers, that was the time we were having earthquakes. And we had 2 earthquakes right back to back. That's the last earthquake I ever remember. And it happened during that time. So I tell them all the time, you were born during an earthquake. Everything moved because you were born.
Man, that's amazing. You're such a incredible person, Mary.
So unfortunately,
I'm so happy to know you. I mean, it's the impact that you make with your family and everybody around you. And Mary, can you share about the reason, what really compelled you to start Women in Need?
Well, I was in actually radio and television for 15 years before I started this. And one day I was at a Seroptimus luncheon, and there was a gal there from the Mary Jane Center, a young gal. And she got up and she said, I really wish that someone would come in and teach us how to, talk and act like adults, because people look down on us because we're young and we're pregnant and we have babies. And I thought, well, geez, I could do that with my hands tied behind my back. I mean, I had modeled for several years. I had done modeling. I'm like, okay, I can go in and do that. And so I went into this, and at the same time, there was another person there from the Women's Spouse Abuse Shelter. And she said, Gal, we would like somebody like that too, come into our place. I'm like, well, okay. So anyway, I volunteered for both of them on my lunch hour. And I really realized when I went in, I'd never been in an abuse shelter before. I'd never been in a spouse abuse shelter before. I never knew what abuse was, never knew anybody that was abused. And I was just an eye-opener. So first I went to the Mary Jane Center with these cute little young girls giving birth with no family or support, except for the people at the organization. And I thought, there's got to be some more help for these girls. I mean, what happened to them that they started out like this and have no support and nobody to go to? So that was one of the first things I said, I've got to do something. And then I went to the spouse abuse shelter, and just the simple thing of teaching them how to apply makeup or skincare was just thrilling to them, because they'd never done anything for themselves. They were abused. And so from there, I got completely educated on abuse, on child abuse, on domestic violence. And I realized that all of these people had something in common. They were from dysfunctional families, they were from abusive families, or they were suffering abuse from a significant other. They were homeless, they had no place to go, or whatever, for various reasons. The majority of the older women had been incarcerated, which I had never even knew somebody incarcerated. And most all of them were suffering from some type of substance abuse or alcoholism. And so those 4 things seemed to be married to each other. And I thought, I'm going to get as educated as I can and try and help as many people gain the self-esteem, the tools that they need to go on and live great lives. I mean, this is horrible. These are intelligent, wonderful women. And so that's what started Women in Need. And that was, it'll be 27 years. It was 27 years in July that I started it. I had no idea what I was doing. I got together a board of directors, and we made up all our bylaws, and we started from there. And I remember the first grant that I wrote, because I didn't even know how to write a grant, was for Cooke Foundation. And I put in for $500. And they thought I had made a mistake and left off a 0. But when I got that $500, I could not believe it. I was like, oh my gosh, somebody really believes in what I'm doing. And so from there, I just started volunteering into different places and different organizations that needed my help. And it just boomeranged. It just grew and grew and grew.
Yeah, Mary, when you're with the children making a big positive impact, how does that make you feel?
Oh, it makes me feel like, everything goes full circle. And I'm so excited to help children, because that's where it starts. They're innocent, and they're so fresh, and they're so young, and they pick up everything. They learn everything from everyone, negative or positive. And I feel that we can make such a positive, great impact in their lives and help them to have that self-esteem and that positive feeling going forward so they can become young adults and safe and happy people.
And Mary, you also do women's painting classes to really help the women. Tell me about the painting classes that you offer.
You know, we have a wellness center here at Women in Need. And I think that's very important because there are so many creative outlets for people that really help them express themselves and grow and heal. And one of them is painting. I don't know how to paint, but we have a fabulous person that's in our organization that self-taught herself. She can paint and she can teach other people to paint. She even taught me, and I paint stick people. But we have beautiful paintings that they painted. I can show you one right now. It's stuck on. Well, no, here it goes. There's one right now that one of the girls painted for me. And it's wonderful, you know. They love it. They love to make it for us. They put it up on our walls. It's great. It's such a great outlet. And they never knew they had this kind of creativity. And it's wonderful. We do that. We do it at least twice a month.
Now, Mary, I know the title of your organization is Women in Need, but do you also help women, or do you also help men and boys?
You know, that's funny you asked, Rusty, because 10 years ago, everyone came to me and said, why don't you help men? Why can't there be a men in need? I'm like, well, listen, Women in Need was made all these many years ago, and it's got an acronym of WIN, and we can't change it now. So yes, we do help men and we do help boys, definitely. We're not just located here on Oahu, we're also on Kauai, which we have a very big population over there too. And we have men's classes and women's classes in substance abuse and domestic violence.
And Mary, tell me about your staff. It was so awesome when I was able to go to your Pearl City offices and really meet a lot of your staff. Tell me what makes them special.
Well, I'll tell you what makes them special, Rusty, is first of all, they love what they're doing. They're so passionate about helping other people, just like I am. And you know what? I don't care how good they are on computers. I don't care how educated they are, except a lot of them all have big degrees. And they care about people. That's the most important thing. They care about people. They help them. They walk with them. They help them with any way they can. I mean, our staff, I want to say, goes above and beyond. And they love it. They absolutely love it. They love to come to work. They have no problems working on the weekends. They're creative. They get time off when they need it. And, you know, of course, we all need self-care, which we're very big on that. But they're really a happy bunch of people. And that goes right down to the clients. You know, when they're in our office, they can feel that too. And when they're instructing a class, they can feel that warmth coming from them. And we have men on our staff also who are just as caring and just as loving. And they're wonderful, wonderful people. I'm really happy to be working with them.
Well, Mary, you are so right, because like you said, I mean, they're so caring, they're so genuine, they have empathy, I mean, and they have so much positive energy. And Mary, John Maurer, the CEO of Island Energy Services, did a big book donation to your organization to help inspire your staff and your clients. Can you tell me about how great that day was when John Maurer and I were with you and your staff?
Well, I will forever be grateful to John Maurer for that contribution. It was amazing because your books, Rusty, are so powerful. And why it was such a great day that day is one of our staff members was really having a struggle with her 20-year-old son. And she was really having a hard time reaching out to him and getting through to him. He was just going through some personal problems. And that book just really touched her and really helped her. And she had to read it to her son because he wouldn't read it. But she really, really was inspired by it, which I know many people are. I know that I love the books. I was most inspired by your chapter on when you find your true purpose, because I knew when I found my true purpose, and I had done many things before. And that is really something we all look forward to. We all want to have in life, to find our true purpose. What are we here for? What are we really here for? And I feel that you're not here to help another person. What are you here for? So I think that was a special day. that we'll always remember. Our whole staff will remember that. And mostly because now we have the chance to give those gifts and those wonderful things to our clients. So we're saving them for next month when we do our graduation. And you and John were so wonderful to sign all of them. And we're going to give each one a copy, and they're going to be so thrilled with it.
Oh, I absolutely love hearing that, Mary. And Mary, I want to ask you one more thing about the books. You know that I talk a lot about mindset and mental toughness. And, you know, what you guys are doing, you're trying to help your clients with their mindset. You're trying to build their self-confidence and their self-esteem. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, first of all, that is the most important thing in life, is to keep their self-confidence and self-esteem. And that's exactly what you talk about in your books, which is so powerful. It's retraining their thinking, basically. You are good, you are kind, you are wonderful, you are strong, you can do it. Because when they think they can, they will. If they think they can't, they won't. And every single person can. You know, I take women out of prison monthly, at least 3 to 4, that are walking out those gates with nothing. And I see the fear in their eyes and the look in their eyes of, where am I going to go? What am I going to do? Well, we have houses. We put them in our houses because they're homeless. We put them in our classes. We get them back on their feet. We help them with SSI or food stamps, whatever they need. And we get them moving in the right direction of having something to look forward to, of making themselves feel like they're worthy. They can do this. They don't have to go back to the streets. They don't have to go back to substance abuse. They don't have to go back to abusive relationships. But that's hard. It's hard to change that mentality. We have to really work with them day after day after day. It doesn't happen overnight. Many times it's generational. It can go on for years. I mean, their family was in it, their family before that, everybody around them is in it, and they're used to that. I mean, that is their way of life. And it almost becomes easier for them to live like that than to go be successful. So we find it a challenge just to change their mindset, to turn their mindset back to, look what you can accomplish day by day. So one of the things that we use is we use gratitude. We have gratitude journals, and we use them every day, and we work with them every day to be grateful for what you have. You're not incarcerated anymore. You're not homeless. You have a roof over your head. You have all the food you want to eat. You have great friends. You have tons of support, and that helps them. You know, we're not just a 9-to-5 business. I mean, many times people are afraid or alone or want to run in the evening or on the weekends. And one thing that we were told a long time ago is, don't give out your cell number. Well, everybody gives out their cell number. All of us do, because we want to connect with our clients. We don't want them to think that after 5 o'clock, we're not going to talk to them, because we are. We want to help them. We're here to help. When they're successful and they move on and we see everything they've done, we're so proud of them and we feel so happy for them. That's why we do it. That's exactly why we do it. Excuse me.
Mary, when, like you said, when, let's say some women are coming out of prison, they all want to have a second chance, right, in life?
Yes.
And do you feel like they learned from that mistake that they had committed, and then they just really want to improve themselves?
You know, I do not believe in women being incarcerated, first of all. I think it's really bad, because 95% of the women that are incarcerated are in there for nonviolent crimes. So when you have them in a non-gender specific program, which is what the women's prison really is, it's not very gender specific, it's very hard for them to grow or learn. They get really stagnant. But when they come out of prison, they want to learn. They want to be better. They don't want to go back there. So as long as their mentality is, I don't want to go back there, then we can help them. But if they do get, normalized in there, and they get like, okay, this is, easy, I can do this, then we have a problem. But, once they see where they can go and what they can do, it's wonderful. The light goes on. And yes, they all want second chances and third chances and fourth chances, because we all make mistakes. And a lot of theirs is not their fault. They have been, like I said, generational. They've been set up for failure, and we want to set them up for success.
Mary, I want to ask you about the services and how do you help people that are victims of domestic violence and sexual abuse? What do you guys actually do to help them?
You know, that's really hard because everybody's story is different. And everybody's story is exactly what they want to tell you, which is usually scratching the surface. So you have to really, first of all, they have to be able to trust you. They will talk to people that they trust, period. They will open up to people that they trust. You know, all domestic violence victims, which I found out very early on, and I couldn't believe it, was they all feel that somehow they deserved it. They did something wrong. And that is not the case. They don't realize they need to have therapy, especially the people that have been sexually abused. I mean, that sticks with you forever. And they need to get really deep therapy to let it go. And there is great therapists out there. We have 2 mental health counselors on our team already that are just wonderful. It's really a long journey. And another thing that I really feel strongly about that we don't have enough help for is mental health. Because a lot of our clients, and it's the thing nowadays, that everybody's dual diagnosed. One is a mental health problem, one is a substance abuse problem. Well, there is not enough mental health places for them to go. I mean, we take out some women that are severely mentally impaired, and there's no place for them to go. They can't go to the hospital because they're not crazy enough, and then they come to us and they can't really be self-sufficient because they're not. They can't take their medication on time. They don't know they don't have the boundaries that we have to provide them. I mean, our programs are very structured, but we can't administer, like, you know, anything with mental health when it comes to medication and things like that. So we need a lot more programs that deal with mental health and their challenges. I really believe that, you know, substance abuse now, they're all got mental health problems because there's so much stuff that the drugs do to you. It just completely, you know, screws you up. So I just feel that we really need to research that more, and we need to get into more services, and it needs to be easily, readily available to people that need it. That's my next passion.
Yeah, I'm sure, Mary. And Mary, tell me about how you're helping families and, you know, just parenting assistance. I mean, because they all have different issues, but you're helping just to help them move forward, right?
Yes, yes, we are. And, you know, because it affects the whole family. That's the thing. The whole family is involved in the whole they've all gone through the dredges together. Now they're all going to get well together, and all of them are affected. So yes, many of our women take back children that have been in foster care because they couldn't take care of them. Many of our women, you know, get pregnant and they don't know who the father is, and we have to help them learn how to be parents and what their options are. Some do give up for adoption. Most of them keep them. So when they do decide to keep their children and they are young children, we want to help them, give them the tools that they need to do positive things and to make their child's life better. Unfortunately, we become parents who parented us, of the same people that parented us. So if that was the right way, we have to learn all over again differently what the right way is. And a lot of us, you know, when we do outings and things with our women, because we do all the time, we bring our own children too, so they have a role model to watch after. They can see how we treat our children, so they will do that the same to theirs. And I think that's really important because I don't think people learn very much from just being told what to do or how to do it. You have to show them. You have to show them compassion. You have to show them love. You have to show them the way to discipline, the right way. So, you know, we're really fortunate to have that room to do that and that space to do that. You know, I'm just really thankful.
You're so right about showing them. I mean, when they see an example, I mean, that speaks more than what words can say, obviously. And Mary, you touched on it a little earlier about substance abuse. What do you do to really try to help your clients that are, really need help with substance abuse?
Well, there's so many different angles that people look at substance abuse at. They look at it as, okay, you get addicted. You try something, now you're heavily addicted to it. And then we have other ways of looking at it, saying, well, it's genetic. Your mother was, your father was, it was in your family, it's going to run in you. And then you have a third way of saying, people say, well, you don't care. You don't care about anything else but your stuff. You're just very, you don't care. You're very selfish. And then other people still look at it as, and this is what I look at it as that covering up substance abuse, that abuse that you do with drugs or alcohol comes from something that happened to you. You might not even know what it is, but it was something in your past, something that you haven't worked through, something that you have to work through and take care of and get rid of. The older we get, the more we realize how small things impacted us when we were young that we didn't even know. But now that we're looking back, we go, wow, that did impact us. That really did make a change. Why do I think that way? Why do I feel that way? And so what we do in our classes, of course, they're evidence-based programs that we use for substance abuse classes. But what we do with that is we do things that will take them back, like we do like a life chain of where they started and who was in their life and what they did and how that impacted them. We go back to people that they, really looked up to, and people that they admired, and people that they trusted, and people that they trusted and hurt them, and how it was not their fault. So we have to go through a lot of different layers to get to what really is going on for them to have enough courage and self-esteem to move away from that. Maybe to forgive somebody that they have left, they had held a grudge with for years. Or the number one thing, especially with addicts, is they like to blame everyone. And they through enough programming get over that. They stop blaming everyone and realize that this is their individual problem and they have to work on themselves. Because yes, you did have a bad family. Yes, you may have been in a bad relationship. Yes, you might have lost something very important to you, but that does not give you the right to now destroy your life and everybody else's. So they have to, it's a learning process, and they do learn it, and they do go on to become counselors. They become counselors and they become members of society that moves and shakes and changes the whole thing. And we love that.
Mary, I want everyone to really support your organization, Women in Need. What you're doing to help our Hawaii community is absolutely phenomenal. And I want to thank you for taking time to join me on my show today.
Thank you, Rusty. It's my pleasure. Anytime we can get the word out that there is help out there, we certainly want to. And it's been a wonderful experience meeting you, and I hope to become closer to you.
Definitely. Thank you, Mary. And thank you for watching Beyond the Lines on ThinkTech Hawaii. For more information, please visit rustykomori.com, and my books are available on Amazon and Barnes & Noble. I hope that Mary and I will inspire you to create your own superior culture of excellence and to find your greatness and help others find theirs. Aloha.
How has ThinkTech reached out? Chapter 2, Reaching Out. By 2015, ThinkTech was in place with its 3-room studio in Pioneer Plaza and the framework of its FileMaker database application, which enabled it to keep records on who was appearing and what they were discussing. It was time to reach out, in shows, in hosts, in guests and in locations around the world. The first thing to do was to expand and extend the FileMaker app to communicate with hosts, guests and contacts, so their shows could be set up, confirmed, and calendared on the push of a button. This meant making data tables of everyone who would be participating in the shows. And it meant populating email and cell phone data entries to reach them wherever they were. We called them our family. We knew there would be many thousands of entries. But we also had to keep track of the content they would be covering in their shows, including the titles and taglines of the episodes, the descriptions and takeaways of what they planned to discuss, and the keywords by which participants and viewers could later find the videos that would be produced. For this, we created an even more robust data table called Episodes, with a great number of fields and functions, and we made it the cornerstone of the app, which it still is today. With the benefit of this app, we were able to increase the number of shows, hosts, and guests in our lineup. With more shows, we could cover more subjects. We realized that we could also cover national and global issues and events, including stories relating to politics, business, science, technology, global affairs, and much more. Current news stories and coverage became more important for us. With more shows, we had to expand our staff, and over time we did exactly that. We doubled and diversified our part-time staff over the next 2 years. We engaged engineers, floor managers, a production manager, and an administration manager. For efficiency, the members of the staff took on specialties and became expert in those areas. Carol Mon Lee and I continued to manage the organization as volunteers. Meanwhile, we discovered a new broadcasting system called vMix. It was far better than what we were using before. It had a special module called vMix Call. This allowed us to connect with people virtually. We saw the potential of including hosts and guests from around the world. Soon enough, we learned about Skype, and then Zoom. This discovery was serendipitous. Zoom was very promising, so we integrated it with our vMix system. Our virtual connectivity could now reach participants anywhere, easily, and we wanted to make the most of it. To have shows that reach around the world, you've got to meet and recruit people from everywhere, so that's what we set out to do. We recruited hosts from a number of locations in the islands and on the mainland, Latin America and Asia, and we encouraged them to recruit guests from their areas and beyond. Over time, we increased our range of shows to include Europe, India and Africa, and covered stories from those places. We're still working on that all the time. It's all a matter of global networking. We were faced, of course, with challenges in connecting with these remote locations. We learned how to deal with global time zones far outside of Hawaii business hours. We learned how to solve broadband issues, as well as video artifacts and audio aberrations. We learned new troubleshooting techniques, new program controls and plugins in vMix and Zoom that helped us achieve acceptable production values, even in remote locations. It was a learning experience, but after a while our engineering staff became quite competent at it. At the end of 2019, to reduce costs, we decided to move to a smaller and more efficient studio space in the Finance Factors Center at 1164 Bishop Street. We found that the smaller space was actually much more appropriate to our operation, and a great benefit for our staff. We didn't realize exactly how advantageous it would be until a couple of months later. Then came COVID, and we found that the smaller space was a great blessing. Because of our experience with remote production, we were well prepared for the pandemic. In early 2020, we started doing all our shows on Zoom. This turned out to be much more convenient for our hosts and guests. They didn't have to come to the studio. It was also safer and more convenient for our staff. They could do their work with less interaction and more time to innovate. All things considered, our move was a very lucky break. The virtual geographical reach we have developed over the past few years gives us a great opportunity to cover more national and global issues. We have organized new talk shows and webinars on these issues with hosts and guests from around the world. And we have expanded our email advisories to promote these new productions. In short, we want to deliver content beyond just the things people would like to hear about. We want to deliver content about things they don't know about, but should. It's all part of our long-standing mission to raise public awareness in every way we can. That is the end of this chapter. Some of the dedications in this chapter are as follows. Cynthia Tai, Carlos Juarez, Nicholas Sussman, Carl Baker, Carl Ackerman, Peter Hoffenberg, Gilbert Nuagira, Rupmati Kandakar, Michael Davis, Mark Shklov, Joshua Cooper, Kartiki Mishra, Avi Soifer, Chang Wong, Tim Apicella, Marco Mangelsdorf, Ken Rogers, Shaklee Raffetto, Russell Liu, Andrew Zimmerman, and our Executive Vice President Carol Mon Lee. Thanks to them all and to so many others that helped us during this period of our development. More to come, of course, in the next segment. Stay tuned for our next exciting chapter, Achieving Impact. Thanks for watching. Aloha.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is called It's Not Just Trump, It's the Base. A lot of people blame Trump for our national divide. Yes, he continues to do his dog whistle-coded instructions to his acolytes and his base, and they continue to listen, echo, obey, and support him. Thomas Friedman's recent article in the Times points out that people are afraid to call him out, and that's what gives him his power, just as autocrats have come to power elsewhere over the last 100 years. Anne Applebaum tells us how the Russian communists took over Eastern Europe after the war. People who knew better were afraid to say anything. If they had only said something, history might have been different, and for that matter, perhaps we wouldn't have Trump now. Tens of millions of people in this country blindly accept what Trump has to say, never questioning or calling him out on his crimes and misdeeds, blind to his narcissism, arrogance, and incompetence. They have made themselves collaborators in his efforts to destroy our decency and our rule of law and civil society. They repeat his lies, insults, and threats. They give him their hard-earned money even when he is picking their pockets. They go along when he surrounds himself with yes-men whose only mission is to help him break the rules and the law. It doesn't bother the base that those acolytes are completely unsuited to be in or anywhere near government, even those that are lawyers from Harvard and Yale. Shouldn't their schools call them out? Has the ABA said anything? The base accepts Trump's every falsehood, and it has ignored and excused him for all the investigations, impeachments, and insurrections. When Trump says he is a victim, they cheer him on, not recognizing that it is they, not Trump, who are the victims. When he attacks and calls for violence against our law enforcement, intelligence, and national security agencies, the base joins in the disparagement and the threats. It's hard to understand this. What is the base thinking? Did they not go to school? Do they not know what is happening? Have they lost all concern for the country? Do they believe that Trump will somehow help them when it is so obvious that he will throw them under the bus, just as he has so many others? Do they not know that they're on the list too? Does it take a genius to see that a sworn misogynist and racist cannot and will not bring our country together? Does it take a genius to know that fomenting divisiveness, unrest, and violence can only break the country further apart and empower Trump and no one else? What we are seeing in the base is a strange wish for a kind of national suicide. Trump is their Jim Jones. Do his followers not see what is plainly written on everything he does? It is a national tragedy for so many people to be so confused, troubled, and disconnected, and it reveals profound sociological flaws in the country, if not also the species. Is it anything less than madness to repeal long-standing rights, Put guns in the hands of people who will shoot school children, take their books, and send their teachers away? Is it anything less than madness for the base to suppress their own votes, cut their own benefits, and allow criminals to run free in government? Do they think that will work in their favor? No, it won't. They and we will have to find out the hard way. As Thomas Friedman said at the end of his article, quote, "It is impossible to exaggerate what a dangerous moment this is for our country." End quote. We've been through inflection point after inflection point with Trump. Sadly, even with the current indictments and the other indictments that may be coming soon, he gets worse. Those who nevertheless continue to support him are helping him destroy our society. It's time to call them out. Maybe then they will reconsider. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Thank you so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please click the like and subscribe button on YouTube. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Check out our website, thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Hey guys, you guys want something to drink?
You know soda is too sugary for your child, but did you know sweetened fruit drinks are often just as bad? Companies use words like juice, natural, and vitamin C to hide the sugar that can lead to tooth decay, weight gain, and diabetes. Water or unflavored milk is the healthiest choice. Don't fall for the beverage industry's sweet lies. Learn more at sweetlies.hawaii.gov.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, Tommy Tuberville is out of his freaking mind. So who is Tommy Tuberville? Well, he is a Republican pro-life retired football coach. He has been in the U.S. Senate representing Alabama for not quite 2 years. He has never served in the military, but has somehow been appointed chair of the very powerful Armed Services Committee. He is completely unqualified for that position. For the past 6 months, as chair of that committee, he's been holding up confirmation of military promotions, holding some 300 of them hostage and in limbo. This is all on his demand and condition that the DoD change its policy on paying travel expenses for women service members who want to have an abortion. Although this issue is legally a matter of DoD policy, unless the Senate accommodates his demand, he will continue to stand in the way of all promotions. This includes the reappointment of Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who is scheduled to retire on October 1st. Tuberville's actions are unforgivably ignorant, destructive, and stupid. He has effectively paralyzed promotions in the United States military. With all that, he is still chair of the Armed Services Committee and still able to block these promotions. In a time when we rely so heavily on our military to do its job in dealing with so many threats in the world, this is sheer madness. Is Tuberville operating alone, or as a proxy for Trump and Trump's followers? We tend to think it's exactly that. It's a brand new politicization and only for political purposes. And although the GOP pretends to support the military, this is a huge swipe at the rank and file. In any event, it's an insult to the Senate and Congress, and the government in general, and the voters of all parties, and the country. It's certainly an insult to the military, not just the officers he is holding up, but all the officers and all the men and women in all the branches who serve the country. Where is the Senate leadership? Where is Mitch McConnell, assuming he's still capable? Really, can't Tuberville be removed from this committee or from the Senate in general? Where is the DoD and the Chiefs of Staff, and the White House? Where are the officers' associations? Where are the service academies and their graduates? Where are the military lawyers? Shouldn't they be screaming at the top of their lungs? Can they do nothing? And what do our American veterans think of what is happening here, the ones who have already served, and have risked their lives in years past? The adverse effect on our national security, and on our military morale, leadership, initiative, and readiness is unprecedented, profound, and obvious. We spend nearly $1 trillion a year on military and national defense. This kind of thing pulls the rug out from all of that. At the very least, it is a huge chink in our national armor. And what do patriotic Americans just like you think about what is happening here, those who care about the country, and who understand that we need to defend ourselves, and that we have an important role in global security? And what do our allies think of us? Perhaps again that we are a laughingstock, and not to be respected or trusted. And worse, how will our enemies, like Russia and China, capitalize on what Tuberville is doing, and how will they exploit this new weakness? They say the U.S. government is more and more non-functional, and that the country is falling apart. Sorry to say, but this is just one more indication that that is clearly so. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
Dear ThinkTech hosts, guests, viewers, and supporters, here are some unsolicited comments from recent donors. I love ThinkTech Hawaii's content. Now, more than ever, independent media outlets such as ThinkTech Hawaii are vital to the survival of our democracy. Thank you for fighting the good fight. I deeply appreciate the discourse and dialogue your team does, and keep us thinking and hopefully moving forward toward making our precious islands even better and better. Yes, we work hard 24/7 to achieve better content and production values with better and better video and audio quality. And of course, we greatly appreciate this kind of recognition. We also greatly appreciate your participation as host, guest, or viewer in helping us serve the community with this great daily content. But the fact is that we also need your financial support to stay on the air. In a word, we can't do it without you. At this point, we need your donation, however big or small, for our Spring 2023 fund drive. Please make a donation and also share our message with your friends and colleagues. Please make your tax-deductible donation to ThinkTech Hawaii. It is very important for us, and we believe it is also very important to raising public awareness for the community. You can make your donation by PayPal or with a credit card. To do so, please click on the Donate button on thinktechhawaii.com. You can also send us a check. Please send it to ThinkTech Hawaii, 1164 Bishop Street, Suite 603, Honolulu, Hawaii, 96813. As contributors, you are part of our family, and we are deeply grateful for your support. Thanks so much.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Trump has unloosed a torrent of destructive time bombs into our society, and has given us a legacy of chaos operating not for our interest or to improve our lives, but only his. Congress is dysfunctional, and will be a basket case after the midterms. The judiciary is a train wreck from the Supreme Court to the lower courts. How can we have confidence in these people and in our government? You don't have to be a genius to know that the system is disintegrating. The true administration of justice is the firmest pillar of good government. That's a quote from George Washington inscribed on the courthouse at Foley Square. It means we need to have public confidence in our government or it will surely fail. Trump has taken that confidence away from us. Ask anyone, and they will tell you that they are not confident. Trump has lied to the people thousands of times, he has enlisted acolytes to repeat his lies, he has demanded that public officials lie for him, and he has created a media that spreads his lies and propaganda. These are out of the autocratic playbook. He has done this not to serve the public good, but to dismember our democracy and representative government. More than anyone who has occupied the office, Trump has damaged the First Amendment, our right to the freedom of speech, religion, petition, and assembly. Step by step, Trump and his fanatics have been bent on reducing and terminating our personal, civil, human and political rights in this country. Clearly, there's more to come. When MAGA takes over both houses in November, we will see a further degradation of those rights. If you think a GOP win this year will not affect our rights and daily lives, think again. Remember Germany in 1933. Think about what the loss of the rule of law and the protections of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights will mean to you. What the loss of a moral, compassionate, responsive, representative government will mean to you. Think about what incompetence and corruption, indefensible pardons and a shameless wealth divide, will mean to you. The stakes are higher than we think. Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency carries out laws to ensure all Americans are protected from significant risks to human health and the environment.
The agency uses a balanced three-pronged strategy, combining science and regulatory enforcement while developing new solutions to environmental problems with stakeholders.
EPA doesn't create or enact environmental protection laws. That's done by Congress. The agency's role is to write regulations and carry out the laws passed by Congress to meet the goals laid out in the legislation.
EPA delegates some of the permit issuing and policy enforcement responsibilities to states and tribes.
EPA is led by an administrator who reports to the President of the United States.
The agency is divided into program offices that handle various environmental media, like air, water, and land, or other functions like homeland security, research and development, and emergency management.
With its headquarters in Washington, D.C., EPA relies on its 10 regional offices nationwide to ensure the agency's efforts to clean our air, water, and land is implemented at the local level.
In terms of restoration,
The regions help build partnerships and address the unique needs of individual communities.
Decisions made rely on the sound science conducted at EPA labs across the country.
The labs monitor pollution to help set national standards and keep track of progress to cut pollution. They also serve as a leading source of environmental data in the United States.
EPA accomplishes its mission in many ways. Nearly half of the agency's budget goes into grants for state environmental programs, nonprofits, educational institutions, and other organizations. They use the money for a wide variety of projects, from scientific studies to community cleanups.
During national disasters, on-scene coordinators partner with other federal agencies to provide assessment, monitoring, response assistance, and evaluation. EPA even has mobile laboratories and an air monitoring airplane that provides some of the critical scientific data necessary for informed policymaking.
From scientists and scuba divers to attorneys and enforcement agents, the agency employs a diverse workforce to carry out its mission. By using the breadth of these agency capabilities and resources, EPA is able to effectively protect human health and the environment.
Democracy. A form of government in which power is vested in the people and exercised by them through a system of representation involving periodic free elections.
Patriotism. Devotion and commitment to one's country. Identification with, and vigorous support and special concern for its well-being.
Freedom of speech. The right to express opinions without government restraint, as provided in the First Amendment.
Separation of church and state. The fundamental principle that religion and government are separate and do not mix or control each other, as set forth in the First Amendment.
The peaceful transfer of power. A concept important to democratic governments in which the leaders of a government peacefully hand over power to the newly elected leadership.
Disinformation. False information which is intended to mislead, especially propaganda issued by a government official or organization to a rival government or the media or the public.
Contempt. Willful disobedience or open disrespect to a court, judge, or legislative body.
Perjury. The crime of lying to a court or legislative or governmental body after having taken an oath or affirmation.
Subornation. The crime of persuasion.
Thanks for being back to this our show on ThinkTech Hawaii, a more humane built environment. That's what we're addressing here. This is the 303rd show, and you are the accumulated viewer that you see number-wise down there. And we're back to the three bald guys from the burning gas station with you met after having been in Italy, and you've been in Germany, and you have been in New York, and now you're back in your Boston Danish booster box office there. And thank you for seeing a ceiling fan up there. Welcome back, Matt.
Thank you.
And it's you, DeSoto, and me, Martin. You in almost, and I am at the foothills of our Leahi Diamond Head volcano.
Yes,
so,
we are here.
And you are in your lush, exotic, tropical Ossipoff designed home. So you have the most desirable location there with your doggy back there and the birds that we see who are cheerleading us here. And Matt and me, for different reasons, are more indoorsy. I have a fan here running too, and you have one up there. So let's get the first slide up because we're reflecting on Lahaina again. We're picking up from where we were, and a couple of additions to the last slide that we see show quoted at the top left here. By the way, to get our memory back to Soto, the guy who did the steel tube furniture, his name was Walter Lamb. I looked up the show. His place is on the way to Hawaii Kai, and almost at the end of the highway going there on the Makai side. They're easy to recognize because the fish pond people who are just behind it painted the wall kind of bluish and fish pondy with fish somewhere. So when you drive by, that's where the place is. And in both cases, you know, it's I was looking up the Hardoi chair. Ironically or telepathically or intuitively, I got an email from the equivalent to your gift shop, DeSoto, in your Bishop Museum. What the Dessau Bauhaus Museum has a gift shop, and what they had as their item of the week was, guess what, the Hardoi chair, and the ones on sale were like $1,000. So I think we can say this is where the Bauhaus, I mean, I throw this out, tragically failed in trying to do something for the people that's affordable and has, you know, a decent approach, and it ended up being exclusive and now, you know, out of reach for the masses. And this is certainly something, here comes the metaphor. This is what you want for Lahaina, because we're still hitting even the national news here, the New York Times, after the Maui fire, locals fear being shut out of recovery. And the other thing I want to say is about credibility, because you guys might think by now, well, who are these three kind of howly looking guys talking about us in Lahaina? Well, I'm speaking on, you know, maybe myself. I start out first. I used to live on 1,200 plus square feet owned, but for a while not anymore. I downsized, as I call it, to 200 plus rented here in the Waikiki Grand. And over the summer, which I yet have to report, I downsized to a quarter of that, of a little more than half of 100, like 60 something on two wheels. So, and you know, the 200 square feet, we even tested out, as you just had your family with you, met a little while ago, and you DeSoto hosted them in the Bishop Museum. We even tried the four of us on 200 square feet, and rightly so. It taught me a lot, mainly about the adolescent, you know, adult craving, you know, scenario or challenge, which also has to do with our Western mindset of thinking we have to kind of own things and we have to have bedrooms and rooms for ourselves. And we have seen your, Matt, your in-laws' house in Kailua, which unfortunately now through gentrification, it is likely $1 million home, but it wasn't like that to begin with. It was a very humble kind of American dream. You know, everyone deserves a house, a simple house that is also fairly down to earth. And you DeSoto, if I may, and you jump in if I go the wrong angle. But as we hear, your family, and especially your father, was very commercially successful. And you decided to not go into his footsteps and decided to stay on the cultural side. And basically, don't try to, be more famous as far as affluent, but, dedicate yourself to your culture versus the commercial part of it, right? And I want to also include now here the show quote at the top right. In the show quote at the top left is our friend Ron Lindgren. I'm so happy he has responded to us via email because we were worried because we haven't heard from him for too long. Thanks, Ron, for giving us that notice of that you're still with us and hanging in there. And Ron, you also, I just came from my morning Halekulani and I looked up a Flux magazine article that says the art of the first encounterment or something like that. So it's about the valet people. And we had the discussion that Ron was also, you have to be profitable, Matt, as an office to keep doing what you do. But I would say you guys do it not for profit primarily. And the Killingsworth office, they didn't even set up shop here, or they didn't get seduced to own a piece of your rock, DeSoto. They came here, blessed us with the best what they could, and they went away again. If they were wanted again, they came. And he lives very humbly in his, $500,000 home, which is rather cheap in California. And he is, quote on you, Ron, you're a house rich, but money poor. And hopefully you can change that. And your neighbor buys it and allows you to, stay living there for the rest of your life. But you can also visit us again. So I think, everything that being said, where we come from, literally and figuratively, gravitates around that beast of greediness and of capitalism, because that's where the fears basically circle around, right? DeSoto, and you had responded to what I was finding in the news, that some people, most absurd, are still burdened with mortgage rates for their houses that aren't anymore. I mean, how absurd, what an absurd beast is that, principle of capitalism, that yes, we haven't found a better one yet, at least not in practice, but it is really absurd. So all that being said, you guys chip in, but it made me all think about, it came to my mind, I was thinking about, is there any example that I remember of something that was created not with greediness in mind, but with collectiveness in mind? And that brought back Arco Santi by Paolo Soleri from the 70s. So what are your thoughts and memories of that in regards to Lahaina? I want to open this discussion.
No, it's an interesting corollary to make, simply because it was in a sense, a kind of collective or kind of almost commune kind of environment where people came there out of a desire to sort of cohabitate and kind of work together, making things, building things, creating art also. And it's a very almost innocent kind of notion of community that I think they established there. It's actually almost ironic that you put this up, because just a couple of weeks ago, my wife and I bought one of the bells that they still produce, which are very nice, and still in production at Arco Santi, and you can order them, and we have one hanging on our roof deck in Boston right now. But quite an interesting experiment in a different way of living than any of us have attempted.
Yeah, and myself, I had to refresh my memories because the small little show quote in the center there, I only saw it once, some 40 years ago almost, when I was making my childhood land yacht Straßenkreuzer dreams come true in my 72 Plymouth Fury for $600. I drove there, and I happened to see Soleri walking across the courtyard with his swim trunks on and going to the pool. And yes, the brass bell, cast production is the only sort of business they do, but it was almost supplementary, right? They came there all together, and they actually did workshops over the years, over the decades, where they who was interested. I mean, it was basically, designed for 5,000 people, but I think only a fraction, like 50, actually live there. But whoever wanted to come, they gave them sort of a briefing and an introduction and a training for basically continue to self-build and do it from scratch, from dirt in this case. This is in the desert. And so they basically did that. And their kind of wind chimes was not really, they didn't rely on, doing that, but it was more like, okay, this is a little thing on the side, because as here from Wikipedia, or actually from their website, not from Wikipedia, it's urban laboratory focused on innovative design, community, and environmental accountability. So how does that sound? It just came back to my mind that I thought this is actually something interesting, that if a community comes together and says, we do something for us and we do it ourselves, and if then people come and want to join, they're welcome, but we don't rely existentially on them. I have to also add about the hospitality. While again, thanks Ron having designed the Halekulani in a way that one of the valet people goes to see his daughter, which is a bittersweet thing because she lives on the 9th island in Vegas because she can't afford to be here anymore, but her dad can afford to still be here because he gets decently paid in the Halekulani. My Waikiki Grand isn't so grand because the Filipino people, I said, Ray of all trades, I see him having some time off, but the sweet maids, the ladies here to make the hotel beds, they always have a smile on their face and they're the sweetest. But when I ask them how they are, beyond their smile, I see them being totally exhausted. And I asked them, do you ever have off? And they said, no, we work 7 days a week. And then they say, we're happy to have a job. We're happy to have the money. But what kind of life is that? That's kind of plantation slavery, right? In a different way. And so if you can create a community that is not based on the slavery of capitalism, but on some kind of, and yes, it was a sort of silly, naive, romantic commune, idea, but in some sense, it has worked out. And architecturally also something, in many ways, you can actually say, we said this before, but reiterate it again. It seems like while, the desert in Arizona is climatically a desert, but architecturally, it seems an oasis. While we sometimes, and we save this for the next slide, so keep it with that, that also has to do with evolution, because over there, it was Frank Lloyd Wright who set shop there with his Telesin West, and Solari was actually, with him, and then split off. And when we had, this is the show quote at the very bottom there, when we had Will Bruder here, Will was part of Solari, and then started to be on his own. And then the next, well, there's a new generation now, but Rick Joy, Wendell Burnett, and all the other ones came out of Will's. So there is this evolution of tradition. And here, DeSoto, we bring in you, and we bring in you in again. It seems like when statehood, that you embraced it positively, but it seems that for the Hawaii architectural generation, it was almost overwhelming, and we didn't give them any time to catch up from the thatched hut to the multi-story high-rise. And the other guys stepped in, as your architect Osipov, being genetically Russian, grew up in Japan. You had the Howleys, Pete Wimberly, or Edwin Bauer. You had Alfred Kreis from Austria, and you had Takashi Anbi from Japan. They stepped in, and rightly so. They basically said, oh, well, it was mid-century, so we already do the best, but we do it better here because this is a more beautiful place. That was basically the attitude, right? Which, again, next slide, maybe jump to the next slide. In some way, it almost seems while we're climatically paradise, but architecturally, we seem to be a desert, because that tradition of these pioneers, of these heyday pioneers, as we see depicted here fairly well when I was on the way to the health center last week, because I picked up COVID again, I saw this one here, and I thought the combination of the Manoa by IMP and your previous car, the VW Bug, is a perfect depiction of the exotic. You know, you getting an architect who is Chinese American and cars from Germany. You adopted them well because they were embracing pretty much your culture. While unfortunately, the image to the left of it is what we have right now, where we have these invasive hermetic high-rises, alluding to the mobile and the immobilia, which is the French German way of calling real estate. You basically have this situation that you hermeticize, stacklanize, as Kurt calls it, because behind that is basically stacked floors that keep you cool, keep you dry primarily, but you throw this movie over. And from our, you see the end of the windshield of the open, easy breezy PIing mobile, but the cars in front you see is a Mustang, primarily convertible, and you see a Jeep Wrangler, primarily the car that we need you, Ron, to come back when we reconvene the cars and the architecture show, and you share with us your crazy story of you having been flying in what the Wrangler used to be, which was the Willys Jeep, right? The all-open Jeep. So this is absurd. Now these two cars, the Mustang convertible is the epitome of freedom, right? Cruising through with a convertible open. And this is the open Willys Jeep. And all of a sudden they have basically morphed into these convenient, commodified, enclosed convertibles. So you guys get pretty much the metaphor. And even more ironically, what this building here replaced is one of our favorites of similar to Arco Santi. I think, thinking about it again, DeSoto, don't you think that Ward Warehouse by our dear Steve Au was like the Arco Santi of Kaka'ako and of Hawaii?
Yeah, and it's from the same time period. So what we were just discussing about sort of a communal type of living is very much something that was going on in the 1960s and 70s. And I apologize, there is a loud machine going in the background, so I'll talk loud. There was this feeling of the changing going on in society at that time, and people were trying to break away from the capitalist accumulative lifestyle that was very so much a part of the United States as well as many other places. And so they were experimenting with this. We won't have private property. We will try to live more communally. Well, the Ward Warehouse was not literally a commune, but it was from that same time period. And it did aesthetically try to embrace some of the same concepts of natural surfaces. So it was wood and bare metal, and the wood was unpainted, and they didn't try to cover up all of the machinery. They made it right out there in front so that they were being honest about it. They weren't trying to gloss it over or cover it up. And it was a more, I'd say it was more true to what the materials were that it was made from. And again, the lack of ornamentation and the lack of pretension and the lack of covering up or decorating, but just to make it more honest. And that is an advantage economically when you're building it and designing it, as well as making a statement that was trendy at the time. And of course, many of the original tenants tended to be more artistic. They tended to be more creative. They tended to be places where people were selling creatively handmade things. So I'd say that yes, there was a parallel there. How does that go along with what we're looking towards the future of Lahaina? Obviously, it's going to be something that people in Lahaina have to come up with, not only what they want to do, but what they're willing to do and what they can afford to do. And again, we have to be aware that in Lahaina, we are dealing with many pieces of privately owned property. We're not going to be able to start from scratch with a commune because everybody already has his or her little piece of land. And they have to consider not only what they want, but can there be agreed upon standards that everybody will rebuild to, which will take care of things like not only the need to have places to sell things and the places to live in, but also to not have them burn down again, so that what they're built of is not as flammable, and also hopefully to be less carbon intensive so that people aren't using as much air conditioning. And how can we avoid that by building better and smarter? And also what's affordable when people are all going to be dealing with independently trying to get money from their insurance companies. And this is going back to what you just said, Martin, of the lenders of people's homes and properties still demanding their mortgage payments for buildings that no longer exist, which is insane. How much money is going to go to the mortgage holder and how much is going to be left to the homeowner to rebuild with? So there has to be creative thought going into this. And hopefully, again, people will break away a little bit from what they expect and what they already had to be taking into consideration living smarter, living less expensively, living non-flammably, and being someplace that also economically works, where if tourism is the lifeblood of the community, how do you deal with all the tourists who want to come there, who are going to pay you money to be able for you to live and get a wage? So all of those things are going on. I know lots and lots of other questions as well. So I'm kind of diverging here, but again, the whole point is to think creatively and think differently as this project goes forward, being aware of how many people have suffered emotionally, have been through the trauma too, that we have to be thoughtful about how they feel, those most directly impacted, as this project goes forward, as the whole situation goes forward.
Yeah, and expanding on that, get to the next slide, please. Here, again, warehouse is a good example because it is a for-profit project, right? It was a strip mall. I mean, that's like it was a row of shops, but as you said, DeSoto, it was shops for local businesses, the mom and pop owner operated, and it was buying things for little money versus all the malls we have. Ala Moana we always had, but also International Marketplace morphed into that. You did a great show about what it was, and now we all know what it is right now. So warehouse was that, where little people could buy little things from little people. So where is that? And this year is interesting because Steve is not with us anymore, but he lives on, and what warehouse greatly lives on, not just through here. We see Sammy here basically with Sella. They wanted to go to Patagonia, and Patagonia basically had reclaimed what you see in the back are logs from Ward Warehouse, and our dear friend Bundit says he's going to get us pictures from where someone he knows got some logs, and he makes sticky structures out of it. There are somewhere for you got us updated on your recent tiki bar in Boston, and there's one I think in Michigan somewhere where basically Bundit says that's where they have their afterlife. And this is because they're a solid timber. And you met, and we, as Despeng Architect, have both been building solid timber buildings that passed, pretty strict fire code, requirements. And it's possible because solid timber is different than light timber, that light frame timber. So we want to basically look into this. So I think that we got to ask the new generation of here, basically, Semi being 1.5 decades young, and then we have Joey being 3 decades young, and he currently is with IKEA. And IKEA and Patagonia, yes, they have to make a profit to keep their business running, but they're not stock market obsessed and registered. In fact, both their owners decided not to do that intentionally. So there's maybe not an altruist attitude there, but certainly some kind of philanthropist idea that drives it. So we also want to encourage that, because when you hear about insurance companies and banks, it's all about the greediness. So why can't there be something like this along these lines? And we only have 2 minutes left, so we want to tell you what's going to be next. Very spontaneously talking credibility. You, the audience, might also say, hey guys, do you even know what you're talking about? Because have you even been there? Yes, now we have, thanks to you, DeSoto. You went last week to see and eyewitness what's going on there. So we decided spontaneously with you, Jay, and you, DeSoto, doing that next week together and giving footage, giving us an impression, with you, Matt, and I stepping back, and then we step back in basically the week after that. I will then throw in because there's currently this in limbo. Okay, what do we do, right? We don't have time. We don't want to think about rebuilding so soon and so fast, and everything is confused because it's so complex from these different angles. On the other side, we get news about people get kicked out of the hotels. People, are afraid, can they even stay? Do they have to go on the 9th island and do what our Valet friend's, daughter has to do? So for that, we talked about, we had Martin, the other Martin, he's from Colombia, the country of Colombia, a fellow tropical climate. And he stepped in and did a very sort of quick proposal for what if could be as a suggestive proposition. So we want to share these two things. So selecting a couple of the images that captured our attention the most from what you will share next week, DeSoto, and then also from Martin. So that being said, we have a minute left. You guys, any your remaining thoughts? Maybe Matt, we didn't let you talk too much. Now we put you on the spot.
I know. I mean, I think probably we just want to end, continuing to express our concern and thoughts with the people of Lahaina, and that's always at the forefront of our discussions here, despite the fact that they might meander off into our professional and personal obsessions about things. At the end of the day, it really is about the people there and what's best for the community. So maybe that's the way to end.
Thank you. That is, and with us getting personal is just saying we care and we want you, the audience. Where do you come from? Where is your heart? And how can you, versus jumping on sort of often too surfacial solutions, having basically substantial suggestions. And that's what we encourage us all to do. Okay, that is it. DeSoto, much looking forward on your impressions from having gone there for us and for all of us next week. Thanks for that. Looking forward to. Bye-bye.
Ai sera nanni neva dai saliette, tu sai adò, tu sia ingrato più dispiette, farme non può, adò, lo poco cocce nassi fuie, te lascia sta, e non ni corre più presumiante, farme non può. Sempre qua.
Dear ThinkTech hosts, guests, viewers, and supporters, here are some unsolicited comments from recent donors. I love ThinkTech Hawaii's content. Now more than ever, independent media outlets such as ThinkTech Hawaii are vital to the survival of our democracy. Thank you for fighting the good fight. I deeply appreciate the discourse and dialogue your team does, and keep us thinking and hopefully moving forward toward making our precious islands even better and better. Yes, we work hard 24/7 to achieve better content and production values, with better and better video and audio quality. And of course, we greatly appreciate this kind of recognition. We also greatly appreciate your participation as host, guest, or viewer in helping us serve the community with this great daily content. But the fact is that we also need your financial support to stay on the air. In a word, we can't do it without you. At this point, we need your donation, however big or small, for our Spring 2023 fund drive. Please make a donation and also share our message with your friends and colleagues. Please make your tax-deductible donation to ThinkTech Hawaii. It is very important for us, and we believe it is also very important to raising public awareness for the community. You can make your donation by PayPal or with a credit card. To do so, please click on the donate button on thinktechhawaii.com. You can also send us a check. Please send it to ThinkTech Hawaii, 1164 Bishop Street, Suite 603, Honolulu, Hawaii 96813. As contributors, you are part of our family, and we are deeply grateful for your support. Thanks so much.
The Solar Energy Technologies Office, or SETO, as we often refer to ourselves, supports innovation across the solar energy spectrum to reach lower costs of electricity and to support the transition to a decarbonized economy. We release several funding opportunities each year, and these funding opportunities come with topic areas that are designed to address critical spaces where we really want to accelerate innovation. SETO has a long history of supporting innovation in solar energy technologies, And these innovations, coupled with other advancements in the industry, have enabled solar costs to drop dramatically over the past decade, 70 to 80%. This is making solar electricity one of the cheapest forms, and in many areas of the country, the cheapest form of new electricity generation today. It's critical that we continue to innovate and drive costs down further. Doing so will enable our electricity supply to be more affordable, and it will also accelerate solar deployment. The Biden administration has set a goal of 100% clean electricity supply by 2035. Solar is going to have a huge role to play in getting to that goal. Solar could provide as much as 40% of electricity in a clean grid. That's 10 times more than it's providing today. With the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, we see the industry poised for dramatic growth, both in deployment as well as in manufacturing, supporting good paying jobs and rapid growth toward our goal of having a clean electricity grid. It's a really exciting time for solar, and it's a really exciting time to be at the Department of Energy, to be working in solar technology.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling It's Our Flag, Too. By now, we should all be sick and tired of seeing Trump and the MAGAs draping themselves in the flag as if that somehow makes them patriots. When they do that, they are defacing the flag just as they deface our democracy, hoping to deceive us yet again. They are not patriots. They are shameless liars, abusing our democracy and our flag. This flag has guided us through the challenges of our storied history, and has seen us through the Civil War and 2 world wars over hundreds of years. More than any other American icon, it embodies our democracy and our principles. Trump and the MAGAs have no faith or interest in our democracy or our country. In fact, they are bent on its destruction. Yet, paradoxically, they brandish the flag, the same flag that thousands of us have worked and died for. They act as though they own it. And that's an incredible insult to the flag and to those who have given so much to protect it. For Trump and the MAGAs to take false ownership of the flag while they work so hard to destroy our country is just another inexcusable machination that we must identify and reject. We should do what we can to point this out and to reclaim the flag for those who deserve it. Our understanding of history, civics and law, and any military or government service we have had should give us a deep-seated conviction for the country, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the rule of law. Not so for them. We should be outraged that Trump and the MAGAs attempt to capitalize on our flag and to cast themselves as patriots when they are just the opposite. Have they no honor, no respect, no shame? Let's all resolve to take the flag back and urge all kindred spirits to do the same. Trump and the MAGAs wear flag pins. We should wear them too, and fly the flag every day in every way. Let's do this to show that we care for the country and that we do not accept the cynicism of those who would use this precious symbol of our democracy against it. Their misappropriation of our most beloved icon is reminiscent of the fake electoral ballot crimes for which they are now being prosecuted. Let's not fall for that. We must treat the flag as our flag, just as we did saluting in class when we were kids, and we must speak out against Trump and the MAGAs for their unbelievable hypocrisy. We may not be able to stop them from doing what they are doing, but we can demonstrate our love of country by taking the flag back, by displaying and standing with it, hand over heart, not as an endorsement of the divided world they hope to foist on us, but to show the truth of what they are trying to do. They are false patriots, and it is not their flag to use or abuse. It is rather our flag, and we must never let it go. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling It's Our Flag Too. Aloha.
I'm a public defender.
I am a public defender.
I'm proud to be a public defender.
80% of Americans accused of a crime will get appointed a public defender.
Everybody from a speeding ticket to capital murder.
For every dollar we spend on public defenders, we spend $3 on prosecutors.
Public defenders have to do pretty much everything on their own.
Social workers, counselors.
Investigating is another piece of it.
The average public defender holds 300 cases annually.
You never feel like there's enough time.
Public defenders have health issues all the time.
A lot of people give up and say, I can't do this work anymore.
Gideon's Promise trains, mentors, and supports public defenders.
There are a lot of people who say that they would not still be public defenders, but for Gideon's Promise.
It's fueled me to continue on in this fight.
Gideon's Promise has changed the face of public defense.
People see us as troublemakers.
Good trouble, Mon Lee.
We don't make it easy. It should not be easy to take away someone's liberty.
This ThinkTech commentary is dedicated to the Federal Trade Commission. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is entitled, Looking for Consumer Protection in America. Lord knows we have a myriad of serious issues to handle in Congress, but with the current GOP lockup in the House of Representatives, we won't be able to get anything done on any of those issues, or anything else, anytime soon. With all our other problems, consumer protection is undoubtedly low on the list of things we need to do for social or economic justice. But in fact, to raise public confidence in government, which is something we absolutely have to focus on, we need aggressive national measures that will achieve new vitality and sweeping reform on consumer protection. Let's look at the Federal Trade Commission. It's hard to know what they do, or that they do anything much to protect consumers. In these days of our new, upside-down federalism, the FTC is most likely to take a pass, or to deflect a consumer complaint back to the states, where it often winds up in bureaucratic oblivion. Much or most of American commerce is now directed to national markets. For the federal government to leave consumer protection to the individual states is leaving it to multiple systems which differ substantially from state to state. This in turn leaves the consumer in a quandary as to what law, what state agencies will help, and what relief might be available in each. Likewise, much of American commerce is on the web. But since the web, and social media in general, is really not regulated in this country, it has become a feeding ground for scams of every kind and nature, leaving consumers exposed to the worst attacks without the slightest protections. To simply advise consumers that it is their responsibility to be careful to avoid these scams, is really no protection at all. Sorry, but Better Business Bureau type organizations just take your complaint and listen patiently to both sides, but do not actually decide disputes or enforce the rights of the consumer. All you can do is put something on file against a scam or unfair practice. While the limited availability of that information may be a warning to other consumers, it doesn't help you recover what you have lost. And don't forget the adhesion contracts, which are ubiquitous in this country. They are the result of targeted efforts by corporate lawyers and lobbyists over the decades. They are in fine print, far too long, with far too many anti-consumer provisions. All the power is on the side of the business, and none of it is on the side of the consumer, making it all the more difficult, or impossible, for the consumer to recover. So you're on the West Coast, but the adhesion contract says that the dispute must be resolved by arbitration, where you have to pay your own legal fees plus part of the costs of arbitration, and that the arbitration must be conducted thousands of miles away in a state that favors the business. And those provisions are generally enforceable under state law, effectively leaving you at a tremendous disadvantage. What's wrong with this picture? Yes, there have been attempts to reform consumer protection laws in some states, but not in others. And there have been uniform laws that have been adopted, in varying forms, in some states but not in others. That leaves it to the consumer to research the laws of multiple states, and most consumers are not in a position to do that. At the end of the day, there is no uniformity, and the only thing predictable is that there are multiple obstacles to any kind of relief for the consumer. Yes, some states do have consumer protection offices, but it remains that these will differ in size and authority from state to state. And the competence, availability, and ardor of the people who staff them will likewise differ from state to state, as will their rules and attitudes about helping consumers from out of state. You really can't be sure about the politics, or the help you will get, from an office thousands of miles away. This is a national problem, and it's getting worse all the time. Leaving it to the private bar to represent disadvantaged consumers is not a realistic solution. Many consumers do not have the funds to pay for a lawyer, so they just take the loss. Consumer protection should be handled actively by the FTC or some other reinvigorated federal agency. Congress must act to make that happen, but these days, don't hold your breath. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha. Where did ThinkTech come from? Chapter 1, Origins. It all started as a Building Owners and Managers Association meeting in spring of 2000. But the Prince Hotel was not available that day. So we booked the brand new convention center instead, with a much more ambitious subject, a program to showcase technology in Hawaii. Lots of speakers, lots of attendees. Lori Akau and David Lassner were on our program committee. We called the program ThinkTech Hawaii. It was the beginning of what is ThinkTech today. From covering the Pearl Harbor Court of Inquiry that investigated the sinking of the Ehime Maru in spring of 2001, and then a meeting at the Sori Bowl Korean restaurant, we connected with Kayla Rosenfeld of Hawaii Public Radio to set up a talk show. After that meeting, writing down Kapiolani, Gordon Bruce said to Lori Akau and Don Mangiarelli and me, "You know this will change our lives." We agreed. He was right. The four of us began our talk shows on HPR in the fall of 2001. Kayla Rosenfeld was producer. Gordon brought glasses and wine, and the shows were great fun. Station manager Michael Titterton told us to cut out the wine. But even then, we had a ball doing these shows anyway. We built a website, and focused on tech. In one of our early shows, we were talking about a certain software program. A listener called to complain. He asked how could we possibly cover a software program without first explaining what electricity was. We were all unprepared for that question. I turned to the studio guest and said, "Hey, this one's for you." The poor guy then stammered for an answer. It was pretty funny, but also very memorable. One of many such things that went into our scrapbook in those days. The show on HPR continued every Wednesday for 7 years. We had some great guests and great shows. My all-time favorite was about fallen Russian nuclear scientists. We had former consular official Pamela Sprotlin in the studio. We had an NGO guest from Washington, D.C., who gave the Russian scientists money to keep them out of trouble. We had an official from the Russian Far East State Technical University in Vladivostok. And for color and culture, we had a Russian poet from the University of Washington, all on the phone at the same time. We were going way beyond tech, and there was friction with HPR about that. Finally, we left public radio. I started writing for the Honolulu Advertiser and doing a talk show on Salem, AM radio. We also started doing video. First in my office, then in a utility space Jay Scheidler let to us on the ground floor of the Davies Pacific Center. We produced talk show videos once or twice a week, uploaded them to Vimeo, and played them on our website. David Day and Bill Sharp were our principal hosts, and Nicole Horry was our cameraman. They were great. We installed a green screen and a talk show table. We went to 2 cameras, and a switcher. We learned a lot. We had gatherings and events. One big one was in an empty retail space Jay Scheidler let us use. Lots of people showed up, and it was an inflection point for us. We were able to enlist underwriters. The first ones were Jay Scheidler, Galen Ho, Harry Saunders and Connie Lau. We are very appreciative to them and all the underwriters that followed. They made it possible for us to develop and grow. Soon, however, we had to find another space. Luckily, we found a great studio space in Pioneer Plaza. We took on more volunteer hosts, a studio engineer and a floor manager. We did more shows. Carol Mon Lee, a retired attorney and businesswoman, joined us as vice president. Retired TV professional Michael Cooper helped us. We started live streaming and did some shows that streamed and played on Salem radio at the same time. Then came a big break. HPU wanted our space at Pioneer, so Steve Metter of Pioneer moved us to Suite 888, a lucky number, and built it out to our specifications. Now we had a separate studio space, a separate control room and a separate reception area, which we called the salon. We outfitted the place with more cameras, mics and studio lights, and a wrap-around green screen wall. We grew the number of hosts, guests and shows. We were almost ready for another even more creative phase in our developments. Then it happened. We were searching for a database program to manage and keep a record of our productions. With the advice and counsel of our old friend Malcolm Makaru, we found the FileMaker database program. Using FileMaker, we programmed a custom application that helped us manage and schedule all the shows and communicate with all the hosts and guests. It was a critical breakthrough, and has been central in our operations and development ever since. That is the end of this chapter. Some of the dedications in this chapter are as follows. Gordon Bruce, Laurie Akau, Don Mangiarelli, Kayla Rosenfeld, Michael Titterton, Jay Scheidler, Galen Ho, Harry Saunders, Connie Lau, David Day, Bill Sharp, Nicole Horry, Michael Cooper, Steve Metter, Malcolm Makaru. And Carol Mon Lee, who became our Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer and who has been instrumental from then till now. Thanks to them all and to so many others that helped us during this initial period of our development. More to come, of course, in the next segment. Stay tuned for our next exciting chapter, Outreach to the World. Thanks for watching. Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, Trump and Putin, Closer Than You Think. Referring to Trump's current campaign for president, Putin recently said, "We surely hear that Mr. Trump says he will resolve all burning issues within several days, including the Ukrainian crisis. We cannot help but feel happy about it." And in return, Trump said that he will end the war in a day if he's re-elected, and has called for withholding funds to Ukraine until the DOJ and the FBI investigate Joe Biden. This reflects the transactional relationship between Trump and Putin, and is terrifying. We should have known how close Trump is to Putin. That's what his attempts to manipulate James Comey and the FBI were all about. Trump was trying to avoid being investigated for his ties with Putin, and the help Putin gave him in the 2016 election. We've heard much more about it since, and it is now undeniable. Remember that Trump's first impeachment was based on his attempts to use a government appropriation to corrupt Volodymyr Zelensky to investigate Biden's son for Trump's political advantage. But Moscow Mitch McConnell blocked the impeachment trial in the Senate, and we never got to the bottom of it. Remember how Trump repeatedly complimented Putin for being so smart and clever. Remember how Trump had strange private meetings with Putin in Helsinki. Remember how he insulted the American intelligence agencies when he appeared there with Putin. Remember the dossier that British intelligence agent Christopher Steele gave us about the Golden Shower compromat that Putin had on Trump. Trump denied the contents of that dossier, of course, but there's much more reason to believe it now. Trump was reported to be trying to build a hotel with Putin's help in Moscow. Trump denied it, and lied about it again and again, but the fact is that it was true, and it was a major business transaction between Trump and Putin. It may still be. And how could we forget the report of the Mueller investigation, which Trump's lackey, Attorney General William Barr, misquoted and miscommunicated to the country? That investigation was all about Trump and Putin, and when Robert Mueller spoke at the end, he warned us that Putin was a serious threat to our country. Remember that Trump never tried to help Zelensky or Ukraine in any way during Trump's 4 years in office. Putin was already at war with Ukraine. Could it be that he asked Trump not to help Ukraine? And yes, Trump and his followers have more recently come out against Ukraine and in favor of Putin. Now it's completely out of the closet. Trump is openly supporting Russia against Ukraine, and asking his followers and the GOP to do the same. We need to examine why Trump has done this. It's not as simple as saying that Trump admires how clever Putin is, or that Trump thinks Putin is his ticket to the autocrats club. There's more.
Welcome back to ThinkTech. I'm Jay Fidell. This is Community Matters, and we are talking today about the community of Maui, which affects us all. And we have for this discussion our reporter on the ground in Maui, Hayley Stoops, who is a host of one of our shows, but who these days reports on the progress or lack of it in rebuilding Maui. Hi, Mahaila.
Thank you for having me, Jay. I appreciate it.
I want to start off a little backward here and ask you, in the process of taking care of people, restoring their lives so far, what particular agency or individual has distinguished itself or himself or herself to you? Who is at the top? I know there are many, but who is at the top of the heap? Who should we, compliment and extol?
Well, there have been many organizations that have helped us, and we're very grateful for their support. And there have been many private companies and individuals that have helped us throughout these past 5 weeks or 6 weeks almost. But the one nonprofit that really made an impression on me was World Central Kitchen. It's a nonprofit that showed up, I believe, on day 3, and they delivered chef-prepared meals, hot meals. There were several options to choose from. It was just wonderful. To me, that they were well organized. They were at the right place at the right time, and with plenty of food, cooked food that you just picked up and ate it and could go on with whatever else you needed to do that day. That's great.
That's great. I'm so glad you mentioned that. Mahaila, let's talk about the problem of rebuilding. One individual that I'm acquainted with, his house burned down completely, and he was lucky enough to have a responsive insurance company, but he hasn't been able to have the land cleared. Legally cleared by the county or whatever agencies are involved in giving him the go-ahead. And so he hasn't been able to develop plans for a new house. He hasn't been able to, without plans, he hasn't been able to have them approved or get a contractor or start. And it looks like a 5-year project, honestly, which is really not a good way to spend 5 years because you don't have a house in the meantime. So I wanted to ask you, ThinkTech, we are interested in the various tasks and challenges involved in rebuilding Maui. And one of the things, of course, right now is the kind of challenges that the person I'm talking about has had, will have, but also everyone else. And I'd like your thoughts, what you hear in the community from acquaintances and the like about their issues in rebuilding, because we really need to do that soon. What have you heard?
Well, so for Lahaina specifically, at this point in time, you have to keep in mind that we still do not have access to the properties. And that would accomplish 2 things. Would be an opportunity to collect information about the status of the property that the insurance companies are requiring. And secondly, it would, I think, help with the grieving process of this community. Seeing it and maybe being able to recover, and this is a real story, the wedding ring that somehow survived the fire, or a little piece of a ceramic that survived the fire. So first thing is access to the property. Second thing is the cleanup. The cleanup, it will take probably approximately 2 years.
What do you mean by cleanup, Mahaila?
Well, there's the debris or the toxic debris that the EPA and FEMA are going to remove in the first phase. And then there's the cleanup to prepare the parcel for building. And it gets complicated, and maybe foundations that have been affected and need to be dug out. There is discussions that about 4 to 6 inches of soil may need to be completely removed. And that opens another question, where do you take it, right?
And who removes it?
Yeah. So this needs to be done. It will take about 2 years. And then from there on, supposedly one would be able to start building. And one could say, okay, you have 2 years where you could design your house and apply for permitting. We all know how notoriously slow the building department is already. So we hope that there will be some sort of an expedited process to for permitting. And that's for properties that are not in a special management area, that are not dealing with erosion, or maybe properties like in Wahikuli where, you know, they're on cesspools, most of them, and an upgrade to septic or to public sewer is needed. So, you know, if you make it, the biggest question for me is how are we going to make it to year 3? Because there's no housing, there's not enough housing, literally. You do the math, you have thousands of units that have been affected, and you have to find thousands of units in the remaining part of the island, or, I mean, not just West Side, the entire island, and there's just not enough. There's, what sources of income are we going to have? You know, tourism is already taking a big hit. Many businesses have been destroyed, and they will have to go through the rebuilding process, not just rebuilding the storefront, but rebuilding their business. By the time they're done, their business has changed. We live in a very fast moving world, right? So you have to start designing how your business is going to operate in 4 years, not next month.
That's interesting because while you look down the pike at what's going to be in 4 years, everybody else is changing. So it's like change on steroids. And if in the ordinary course you want to account for change, this is not the ordinary course. And you have to account for changes that are very hard to anticipate.
Right. And you have to account for all of this while you're dealing with insurance, your mortgage, your housing situation, your source of income, and if you have a family, where are your kids going to school? You know, I can't imagine, I can't even begin to imagine how hard it is for a family, and there are many of them, with 2 toddlers at home, having to make numerous phone calls to all these entities to reconstruct their life at this point. Forget the house. It's just to put their life back together and have a semblance of a normal life. And, you know, there are so many resources available. It's a full-time job trying to go through the resources and apply and see what's coming through. And it's impossible to plan.
You talk about resources, you must mean money.
Yes.
So let's talk about money. Let's talk about money in terms of the insurance companies that have insured residences, and for that matter, businesses in West Maui and all over Maui, and whether they're paying off. What do you hear?
What I hear is difficulties, frustration. Essentially, most of the people that are dealing with insurance are facing a long learning curve, understanding the terms of the insurance, understanding what their rights are, and dealing with a feeling that somebody is taking advantage of them. Because, you know, the job of an insurance adjuster is to find a reason to not pay the insured amount. And the stories that I hear are just appalling, you know, trying to prove that rebuilding your house is not going to cost less than $360,000. Well, what can you build with $360,000 nowadays? But you have to explain this to somebody from Alabama that has no understanding of how the economy functions here. What is the price? What is the cost of labor? What is the price of materials? What it takes to build a house here? Even if you had all the money in the world, how long it takes. So there's a lot of frustration with the insurance companies. As a matter of fact, based on simply anecdotal evidence, my pulse on the community and those that I know that have been affected by the fire, there's maybe 2 in 10 people that are having smooth sailing with their insurance, meaning the insurance pay them the full amount of their coverage without any stress. The rest of them, it's like a full-time job providing information, being required to provide pictures of your burned property when you cannot access it. It's ridiculous. And it's also ridiculous when Google Maps already show the burnt area. You could just use satellite imagery. But, you know, somebody, I mean, I don't want to make the insurance companies the bad guys, because not everybody's bad and not everybody's good. It's just that probably the process involves, you know, clicking on the screen and moving to the next screen and filling in this form, and they can't move next if they haven't clicked that they have a picture of the house. Something of it's a process issue, I think. It's not necessarily a humanity issue.
Before the show began, you were telling me about this dichotomy between people who could commit to rebuild and they get a certain percent of the proceeds under the policy, and other people who could not commit to rebuild and they get it. How does that work?
Right. So apparently, and it varies from insurance company to insurance company and from contract to contract, right? But if there are situations where if one does not build a home, it doesn't have to be the exact home, but if they do not build a home, then the insurance payout is significantly less. It's about 50% of the insured amount. It's increasingly discouraging to plan to build at this point in time when we know the cleanup is going to take about 2 years. And then the question is, who is going to be here to build these homes? Because it's just financially difficult to be here.
Yeah, but let me add a point. If you are only going to get half of your insurance proceeds because you can't commit to rebuild, then you don't have enough money to rebuild, and therefore the property that existed before doesn't exist and won't exist, and your ownership of it will be worth a lot less, because when they only pay you half, and you have a property that is worth a lot less, and since for the lack of a house, you can't live there, this achieves exactly what we want to avoid. That is forcing people, right, to sell.
Correct.
Forcing them to sell and go. That must be happening, no?
Well, not quite yet. So, at this point in time, the people that we see that are leaving because they can't find housing, they can't find jobs, they can't find schools for their kids. So that's why they're leaving. But you're right, the people will have to sell, because I should also mention some insurance companies, when they finally issue a check to you, if you have a mortgage, the check is written to both the insured person and the mortgagee. So now it becomes an issue of, okay, do I take the insurance money and pay off the mortgage, which, might be at the 4.5% interest rate, or it might be at 7% interest rate if I bought in the past year.
Yeah, adjustable. Yeah.
Right. So it becomes a real financial conundrum for somebody trying to figure out, what am I going to do? How much money do I actually have? And what can I do with the money? And I don't have the money yet. I can't plan for it quite yet. I think the what's the most difficult for a lot of the victims of the fires is uncertainty, and it's an uncertainty that is not going to be solved tomorrow or the next month.
Yeah, that's very stressful, isn't it? Not only for, the wage earner or the parents, but the children. Everybody in the family is stressed out by having that uncertainty. What about the mortgagees? Are they giving people a pass, or are they insisting on payments?
My understanding is that, and as a matter of fact, I even received a letter from my bank saying, we're trying to work, and my house was not affected, but they were proactive in offering solutions. And it does say very clearly is like, we are trying to avoid foreclosure. So that's the ultimate, or the worst case scenario. So they're offering deferrals, they're offering forbearance, they're offering to refinance, but I don't know how refinancing is going to make any sense when, again, if you had a mortgage at 4.5%, to refinance would mean to now have a mortgage at 7%.
Mm-hmm.
So at least, so they are cooperating, but I think what needs to happen is, you may recall during the recession how there was a short sale process where you could sell the property for less than what you owe to the bank. So essentially, there was a forgiveness for what you owe to the bank. I think there should be some sort of program that would allow forgiving a portion of the mortgage or all of it in these situations. I think somebody needs to consider. I'm not smart enough to figure out the rest of it, but I'm thinking it's been done before, and why not do it again and give these people a better chance at rebuilding their life when they're not burdened financially.
Yeah, sure. And the banks may be forced to do that, because I think you're going to, see large numbers of people in Maui who can't pay the mortgage. Are they going to foreclose? That's going to be pretty mean. And it's going to be bad publicity for them if they foreclose on Maui. Everybody is sympathetic, so I don't think they'll have a choice. They'll have to make some accommodation. But I wanted to ask you about the businesses, okay? Because, without businesses, there are no jobs. And without jobs, nobody has an income to pay a mortgage or to pay anything. It's problematic in the sense that when the individual is able to rebuild the home and get a mortgage, the mortgagee is going to require insurance. Again, especially now. Some carriers have left town. They're not going to write any fire coverage or any coverage on properties in Maui, and others are going to increase their rates to cover this newly discovered risk. And so, it's a conundrum in the sense that the mortgagee wants to see insurance, but the insurance companies aren't going to be willing. And so no insurance, no mortgage, no insurance, no nothing. I can see that coming to a crunch, can't you?
Yes, which is going to put people again in a position of having to sell. And then the question that comes in is, particularly with the properties around Front Street, is who are we going to sell to? And that's a very, very touchy subject for the locals. And it's a problem that doesn't have, what we're dealing with is not one problem, it's multiple problems. And it's like, there's new angles that are surfacing every day, something that we haven't thought of it yet. And now I don't have all the answers, and I don't know how we're going and who is going to make decisions on how to rebuild.
Well, who is the default player here? Is it the county of Maui? Is it the state of Hawaii? Is it some federal agency that comes around and holds your hand and helps you? Is it the Small Business Administration for all those businesses that have been destroyed? and which we need. We can't rebuild Maui without businesses. We can't rebuild Lahaina without Front Street and all those, retail and other businesses there. So query who's there to help. It's one thing to have a food arrangement, a soup kitchen, and to help them with clothing and, a crisis shelter and all that, which I suppose is still going on. But it's another thing, to hold their hand and provide legal, accounting, general business consulting about how you start a business again. And I think a lot of people, who are maybe at the edge on this, who don't have those skills or resources, they're going to leave. They're not going to even try to start it up again. But what are the comfort points? Who cares? Who is involved? Who is coming around to help?
I have to say, if there's one thing that I felt throughout this tragedy is the support of the community in so many ways and shapes, and anything from individuals creating learning hubs because there's not enough schools, to I'm thinking probably the next step, there'll be programs where people can, I don't know, maybe learn how to be an electrician in 6 months. We're going to need a gazillion electricians. That seemed like a great career to me. I consider it too. So I think we're all going to, it's going to be hard. It's not going to be easy. And we're going to have to be flexible, and we're going to have to support each other in everywhere we can, maybe skip buying groceries at a big chain store today and go have a small meal at the restaurant instead. And you're supporting a business. You're just helping them go through this tough time. And so I really believe in supporting businesses. In everything helps. It might not be that they're going to have the same level of income as they had before the fire, but it might be just enough to keep them going for now until things get a little bit more established.
Mm-hmm.
So I can only speak for myself. I still have, if the fire didn't happen, I still would have spent money, right? And it's just trying to figure out how to spend it in a way that it could benefit somebody in my community. So,
Are you still volunteering?
Yeah, I am. I'm doing a couple of things, and one of them, last week, I went and helped with one of the learning hubs. That was very hard. And I want to mention this, there's a teacher from Kamehameha III, Mr. Livermore. He's been teaching at Napili Park for almost 3 weeks. He teaches math to elementary school kids. I was there for 2 hours and I was exhausted afterwards. I don't know how he does it, but he's my hero for sure. And you go to Napili Park and all of these centers, Honokwai Park, Esterns, and there's so much support in so many ways, and everybody's trying to figure out how to help each other. And then when you have some money, and there's still many people that have money, then you try to spend it in a way that will support somebody else. You hire the cleaner, you pay the cleaner to clean somebody else's house, you go have that dinner, you name it. You buy the dress that you didn't need to buy, but it's from a locally owned and operated store, and you gift it to someone else, So it's all of these acts that I think if we all could do a little bit, it's just going to get that engine going of the economy.
Exactly. So you talk about, education and retraining, and, I remember visiting the electrical, the IBEW, is it, in Kalihi here years ago, and they had a training facility, and they brought in journeymen, They wanted to make them members of the union, of course, and they taught them how to be electricians. Okay, it seems to me that the skill that the IBEW has here in Honolulu could be used on Maui, and you could train a whole generation of electrical workers using, the lessons that the union would teach. Same thing with the plumbers, and contractor work and so forth. I think we
Air
have
conditioning, yeah, and elevator technicians as well, very high demand. So
yeah.
there
So
are.
here's my question to you, and we only have a few minutes left, Mahaila, but I wanted to ask you this. You are observing, thinking, talking to the community, kind of wrapping yourself in all that is happening and trying to figure out what should happen. And my question to you is, Maui is going to be a new place. It isn't going to be the old Maui. The books have been written about, the old Maui. It had a local charm that was really fabulous. I remember a book called Lucky You Live Hawaii or something like that. It was about a pig farmer on Maui. All that's gone, okay? And we have a new society that will develop, and you've been talking about how we do that. But in your view, in your eyes, what does the new Maui look like? I know it's early to ask this, but at least the way you think about it now, what does the new Maui look like?
Well, it's as beautiful as ever. That hasn't changed. The beaches, the ocean, the Cooke pine trees, the West Maui Mountains, that hasn't changed. What has changed is, there's no more small businesses on Front Street, no more art galleries, no more funky paint, funky houses and quirky people. And so that's gone for now. I think it's an amazing opportunity to upgrade the infrastructure. We can finally, maybe we'll be getting, sewer in Wahikuli, which they haven't had all these years. We could upgrade electrical, we could upgrade plumbing, all these things that we needed to do in light of the fact that infrastructure was old, was threatened by shoreline erosion. So it's an amazing opportunity, as a matter of fact, to do things, to make things better. But of course, it's not going to happen in a minute. It's going to take years, and we're going to have to be patient and wise in the decisions that we make. So I'm optimistic. I'm here to stay. I'm not going anywhere. And I'm trying to convey that, or I'm hoping that feeling is contagious and other people feel like me.
Well, that takes me to my very last question to you, Mahaila, and that is this. The problem with the media and news covering tragedies like the fires in Maui, it passes off the screen. Talk about change, you and I talk about change, and the world will change. And the world will change, and people will be thinking about other places and other issues and other tragedies for that matter. And I'm concerned that the people in other places in the state will move on, will forget, will not be thinking about Maui the way they have been. So what is your advice to them? What is your advice to the people who are not on Maui, who don't, live on Maui, who don't necessarily think about Maui? What is your advice to them about this?
You come to the islands and Maui, and you either love it or you don't. And if you love it, it's not a minute. What we've seen is all this love from people that have been here once in their life, twice in their life, and you have that connection or you don't. And for those that have that connection, just remember the amazing things about this island. They're still here.
Thank you. Mahaila Stoops reporting to us on Maui on the condition of recovery. We'll circle back and find out more in a few weeks. Thank you so much, Mahaila.
Stronger searching can be the difference between planning a trip to Paris, France, or Paris, Texas. Here are 4 tips to take your Googling above and beyond. Catch the travel bug from your coworkers' vacay pics. Use reverse image search to find picture-perfect spots, even if you don't know the name. Do your research using credible sources. Searching Paris, France transportation will bring up results from travel agencies, bloggers, and anyone with internet. Adding a site search like site:.fr can help you restrict your search to info from local sources. You can also use site search with a specific domain or website to find artwork from your favorite painter for a trip to the museum. Pick a prime Parisian pâtissière with Boolean search. Find the best bakeries to get one of your favorite French treats by adding or between 2 queries. Then again, why not have both? Bon voyage!
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which deals with how COVID has changed us. There's no question that COVID has had a lasting impact on us individually and on society as a whole. We gave up our masks, perhaps too early, but in the pain of these last 3 years, we now seem to have given up our memory of how it has been, and what, if anything, we have learned from it. We have endured a fair amount of isolation, and our social connections have frayed in the process. The fear or guilt of failing health has dominated our lives. Worries about jobs and security have made us feel vulnerable in so many ways. The political climate, including the violent outrages of people like Trump, a rise in autocracy and global failure to deal with climate change, have made us wonder if the next generation has even a fighting chance. Many of us have largely spent our time indoors, experiencing job loss or terrifying transition into uncertainty. The activities we once actively enjoyed have taken a back seat. As time passes without the seasons of sustained effort and success, our dispositions may have declined while we weren't watching. And we have changed. Our communities have changed. The world has changed. The memories of life before are distant and fragmented. Actually, in the words of Thomas Wolfe, we can't go home again, and indeed the notion of home is likely to have changed for us over these past 3 years. When we wake up from this Rip Van Winkle sleep, the streets where we live may be the same, but we have all moved to other places. Some people have experienced dramatic transformation, while others have had more subtle changes. Whether we recognize it or not, the 3-year hiatus we have had is a major denominator for our collective worldview. Our perspectives on the country and the social fabric have been torn. National optimism is not so easy anymore, and we are left unprepared for a continuation or repetition of the trouble we have seen. Some people are energetic enough to see this as a time of opportunity and advantage, but frankly, most of us feel like victims. Our view of the future has been altered. We are less comfortable with our lives and the world we had 3 years ago. We live with the prospect of further deterioration, uncertain of what will happen to us and our kids. Yes, we could lose another 3 years to this or other pathogens, and that could have a huge effect on us and everything around us. So, what happens next? 3 years could turn into 6, and 6 into 9. We find ourselves trapped in this troubled discomfort, yearning for a return to normalcy, whatever that was and whenever we lost it, just as some other people less thoughtful yearn for a return to time when America was great, whatever that was, and whenever we lost it. The path to better times is elusive. We are not yet at the end of our discomfort, and we cannot yet see the end of the tunnel. We are rather living in a time that demands that we take inventory, that we acknowledge the realities and risks facing us, and that we find the moral strength to move on to better ways and days. This applies to us individually and collectively. Over these 3 years, we have lost something precious as a society. We can no longer claim to be the city on the hill or the greatest generation or most exceptional nation. Our concern for each other and our belief in the future simply isn't what it was, and what we have lost may not be recapturable. It's time to break from the emotional lockdown of the last 3 years and gather and connect again, perhaps in a more dedicated, motivated, and caring way than before. We know what we have to do, And after suffering the loss of these years from our lives, it's now time to do it. Or else. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Thank you so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please like us and click the subscribe button on YouTube and the follow button on Vimeo. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn, and donate to us at thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. It may seem early to think about the 2024 U.S. House and Senate races. Unfortunately, it is not. Political parties are drawing up lists of the most vulnerable seats right now. Whatever happens in the presidential race, control of the House and the Senate is essential to either stopping a president you don't like or advancing the agenda for one you prefer. Complaining is easy. Action is harder, especially when you feel alone, weak, and far from the action. The one thing we have right now that can make a difference is money. Even a small donation to a campaign right now can make a difference as potential challengers are deciding whether to run. Obviously, politicians prefer you donate more money than less, but the number of small donations, including from out of state, also helps them determine whether entering or staying in a race is viable. Many believe money is too powerful in politics, except for the very rich and those running corporations and organizations who spend freely to retain access and influence. They, of course, firmly believe in the power of money. It is a rotten way to run a country, but it is our way right now. And while some believe in studying a politician's positions and voting record, it remains that choice of political party is still the easiest and quickest guide to whom to support. So, pick a nonpartisan political news outlet like Roll Call, Cooke's Political Report, Politico, or The Hill. Search their site for most vulnerable House and Senate seats in 2024. You will find, for example, that 8 Democratic senators are vulnerable, but no Republicans are. Think what control of the Senate means right now, with 50 Republicans, 47 Democrats, and 3 independents who caucus with the Democrats, and what it will mean next term when at least one more Supreme Court seat becomes vacant. So, if you like the incumbents or their party, give them a few bucks. If you don't like the incumbents or their party and their likely presidential candidate, give to the challengers. Later, other activities and more money will help. Right now, for better or worse, it's about money. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Alelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. This commentary is entitled You Can't Go Home Again. Trump always talks about making America great again, assuring us it was great at some point before. Not so clear, See the Stefan Ehrenreich article in the Washington Post on July 29th. And lots of people talk about going back to the normal that was before, or maybe a new normal that will be reminiscent of the old normal but isn't. Again, not so clear exactly what was normal the last time we thought things were actually normal. Perhaps that means before Trump, and before COVID, and before the troubling deteriorations and threats we have in our world today. Some years ago, Jack Balkan, constitutional law professor in New Haven, appeared on ThinkTech. In a discussion of what could be done to reverse the things that George W. Bush had been doing, Balkan provided some guidance. He imparted that everything counts. You may want to go back home, but you can't go home again. It's not like a yo-yo forward and back, but rather a journey that always moves ahead, a journey where everything that has happened is built into the future. Trump is built into the future. So is COVID. And like it or not, all of their implications and legacies, and all of the hard lessons and landmines they left, are all built into the future. We've been waiting to return to normal for 6 years at least, but the prospects of going back to the way it was are not good. We know that many things will be permanently changed. Think of your own quality of life, and your daily and long-term priorities. We know that things will be different, but we don't know what the changes might be. In the complexity of what is happening in our world today, we can only make wild guesses. The quality of your family life and your local and national life has probably changed, and is likely to change a lot more, and maybe very soon, and these changes will take us in directions far away from what we have hoped to return to. So get used to it. Appreciate that it will never be the same as before, not better, and not as good as you may have wished, but if you can appreciate and examine this dynamic, you will recognize that you still have the benefit of being here on the planet, and that is a good thing. Even at a time where it is difficult or impossible to predict the future, we should be happy to be alive and have some possibility of improving things for ourselves and hopefully others. Cheer up, it could be worse, and maybe it will. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Mahalo.
An official message from Medicare. Unfortunately, scam artists are using the coronavirus pandemic to try to steal your Medicare number and other personal data. But you can protect yourself. If you get a call or email offering COVID-19 items like a test kit or a mask, and they ask for your Medicare number, hang up or delete the email. Guard your card. For more info, call Department of Health Senior Medicare Patrol Hawaii at 586-7281 or visit smphawaii.org.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, Ukraine is thanking us, we should also be thanking Ukraine. Timothy Snyder is a history professor at Yale. In view of Volodymyr Zelensky's trip to thank the United States, Snyder gave us 10 reasons why the United States should also be thanking Ukraine. This is a summary of those reasons. The first reason. Ukraine, the sole victim of Russia's aggression, is fulfilling NATO's mission, even though it is not a member of NATO, and for 3% of the U.S. defense budget, it is providing greater security for the West. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The second reason. Our defense budget has never been audited. The Ukrainians have helped us do an audit in practice, and have shown that with only a small part of our defense budget they could win the Battle of Kyiv, the Battle of Kharkiv, the Battle of Kherson, and half the territory that Russia invaded in February of 2022. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The third reason. Ukraine has also brought us greater security in the Pacific, by allowing us to reallocate our military power to Asia, and to show China that an aggressive attack against Taiwan will be much more difficult than they thought. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The fourth reason. Ukraine has been a huge source of food for the world, especially Africa and Asia. The Russians have weaponized this by mining the fields and bombing the dam and the ports. Ukraine is nevertheless trying hard to open the Black Sea and get the food out. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The fifth reason. Ukraine is making nuclear war less likely. They resist and ignore Russian propaganda and threats about nuclear weapons. Their refusal to capitulate diminishes the risk of global nuclear blackmail and proliferation. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The sixth reason. The Russian attack on Ukraine is a direct and violent attack on democracy. Ukraine is doing all it can to defend democracy, to give democracy a chance, and to show us that it can prevail. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The seventh reason. In Ukraine, people talk about freedom, not as a cliché, but as something to make sacrifices for, and as a way to realize their own possibilities. It's not the same in an autocracy. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The eighth reason. Ukraine has shown us courage. Zelensky stayed in Kyiv, even as the bombs and rockets were falling. Ukrainians take huge risks, and thousands have died. They demonstrate remarkable courage every day. For their courage and patriotism to their country, we should be admiring them and thanking them. The ninth reason. Even in the face of war, the Ukrainians exemplify a search for truth, history, culture, and creativity. They never stop doing that, and it replenishes their spirit and keeps them going. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The 10th reason. All that has happened since Russia's invasion has given the United States the clear opportunity to be on the right side, and to find our moral compass in these troubled times. We need to see and act on this. And for that also, we should be grateful to Ukraine. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, Ukraine is Thanking Us. We should also be thanking Ukraine. Aloha.
When to use a COVID-19 self-test kit. If you have had COVID-19 in the past 90 days, you do not need to be tested unless you have new symptoms. If you have symptoms of COVID-19, self-isolate away from others and get tested as soon as possible. If you've been in contact with someone with COVID-19, take your test at least 5 days after exposure. If you don't have symptoms and have not been exposed to someone with COVID-19, consider testing before attending an indoor event or gathering. What to do if you test positive for COVID-19? Self-isolate away from others for 5 days. Wear a mask when you need to be around people for 10 days. Inform those who need to know, including your employer or school, and any close contacts. Monitor your symptoms and contact your healthcare provider if necessary. What to do if you test negative for COVID-19? There is still a chance you could have COVID-19, especially if you have symptoms or have been exposed to someone with COVID-19. Consider repeating the self-test 1 to 2 days later, or seek PCR testing. Taking more than one test can help you be sure that you do not have COVID-19. Check out these additional resources to learn more about keeping yourself and your family safe. This message was brought to you by the Hawaii State Department of Health.
This is a ThinkTech commentary, dealing with the question of whether Putin can come back. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this commentary. Can Putin come back? For now, probably. But he'll have to work at it. He is clever and retributive enough to deal with the current loss of face, but it remains possible, if not likely, that what has happened will undermine his long-term ability to retain control, and will make him more vulnerable and more dangerous in dealing with other threats that will arise for him in the future. We don't know exactly how, but we do know that things in Russia have changed. Certainly, the insurrection has damaged Putin at home. His relationships with the generals, the oligarchs, and the bureaucracy, were profoundly affected as they watched the Prigozhin and Wagner Group march on Moscow. Although the Russians who have remained in Russia have been reluctant to speak against him, it is likely that many of them, especially those who have lost their children in his inexplicable war, now question him, damage control propaganda, or not. But what are his options? Will he be able to repair the damage? Should we be concerned?
Hello, and welcome to Connecting Hawaii Business on ThinkTech Hawaii. My name is Kathleen Lee, and I am your host for this program. Today, I am excited to have on the show my friend, Katie Kahanui of the Waikiki Business Improvement District. Katie, welcome to Connecting Hawaii Business.
Thank you for having me, Kathleen. It's so nice to see you again.
Thank you for being back on the show. But before we delve into that, tell our viewers about yourself.
Yeah, so my name is Katie Kahanui. I am new, about a month into my role at the Waikiki Business Improvement District, and I help to oversee the Waikiki Safe and Sound program. My background is in criminal justice and mental health, so I know we'll go into this a little bit later, but this was the perfect opportunity for me to dive into both of my professional sweet spots. So really excited to be here. Prior to this, and what our last show was about a couple years ago, I was with the Chamber working in workforce development. So I'm really excited for this new journey and look forward to this conversation with you.
Yeah, and thank you again for everything that you did in that capacity with helping out Hawaii at that time, especially during the pandemic when people were trying to figure out what to do, especially when it came to business and the economy and employment. So I know the community is grateful to you guys for that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So let's delve into the Waikiki Business Improvement District first before we go into Safe and Sound. Tell us a brief overview of what the organization is.
Yeah, so the Safe and Sound program is a part of the Waikiki Business Improvement District. And really, if you take a walk or take a drive through Waikiki, you'll see the people in the neon green shirts who are kind of keeping the area clean and talking to people and just being, hospitable and really kind. And we oversee that program, which is the Aloha Ambassadors program. But we also just do programming to make sure that Waikiki is a safe and a vibrant place to live, work, and do business. So we're involved in a bunch of different projects, and Safe and Sound is one of them. And we're really excited to jump into this project. We're about a year in and just launched year 2 of Safe and Sound.
That is fairly new, especially when it comes to the history of the organization as well as Waikiki. So let's go into Safe and Sound. What is the program and the vision for it, the partners? Tell us more about it.
Yeah, so Safe and Sound Waikiki is an initiative that was launched really, at its core to create a safer Waikiki community. And it was created in partnership with the prosecuting attorney's office, the police department, the mayor's office, ourselves, the business community, and very importantly, the residents. And so it was kind of everybody coming together, just saying that we need to come together and really make sure that the place is safe. And we do that in 2 ways. So the first way is to make sure that we are decreasing the levels of crime that we observe, as well as increasing the levels of mental health support that these people are receiving.
That is it is a large subject to tackle, and I you and the organization for that. So, and you kind of already mentioned it. So, what does the program and the association aim to achieve with Safe and Sound?
Right. So, a lot of the people that we work with, at least those who are cycling in and out of the criminal justice system, we notice that they're also suffering from any type of degree of mental illness. So, from moderate to severe, we recognize that many times that's the driver behind the types of behavior that we're observing. And so, while we know that it's still very important to address things at the level where we have to enforce and make sure that we're responding to incidents in live time, we also have to make sure that we're setting up the preventative measures to make sure that people in the future don't end up in these situations and the people who are right now get the help that they really need.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that your specific position is new and it was created, like newly created. So tell us why or what the need was for your role.
Yeah, so like I was mentioning before, there's a lot of big stakeholders involved in this project, and they were looking for someone really just one to make sure that everybody was on the same page and moving forward. But also, as we go into year two and really focus kind of on the sound piece of the work, to really lead the way as far as creating some kind of infrastructure or a systems building approach to making sure that people get the right mental health support. And so ideally, they were looking for somebody with both criminal justice and mental health experience. Oftentimes, I feel like you're either one or the other. But my passion is in both, and I pursued graduate degrees in both, hoping that one day I could bring the two together and, serve the community that way. So I feel like it's a perfect match for me at this point in my professional journey, and just super excited to continue.
And we're super excited as well to see, what you're going to do in this particular position. So you had sent us a graphic for Safe and Sound. So hopefully we can prop that up there. But while we're doing that, tell us more about what the program has been doing, especially when it comes to addressing crime in the Waikiki area.
Right. So a big part of Safe and Sound being created was because the community here noticed an uptick in crime post COVID when we opened up again. And so it was everybody coming together, trying to figure out a collective way for us to respond to that. And so you'll be able to see in the graphic, but year one was really focused on the safe piece. So a lot of it is just quick enforcement and making sure that we are responding to crime quickly, as well as doing what we can to deter crime and making sure that it doesn't occur in the first place. And so one thing that the city did was they went ahead and hired nighttime security guards for Waikiki. So they're going to be there from 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. So even in the nighttime hours, you'll see off-duty officers who are just working to deter crime and make sure that people aren't getting into trouble during those hours.
I think that is wonderful, and I like that you are focused on safety. What is the organization's connection or partnership with HPD, if any? Since you did talk about security in the evenings as well.
Yeah, so HPD is actually a really close partner of ours, and they've been wonderful in supporting the work that we do. And so, when it comes to specifically the Waikiki area, we work with our District 6 officers, and they are really on the ball in making sure that we're up to date with the cases that they're working on, as well as getting data from us about what we would like to see in the community and how we can address that together. We just had a meeting earlier this morning, so we're in frequent communication with them, and they've been wonderful as far as keeping us up to date with things.
That's awesome. So you already touched upon some of the initiatives that Safe and Sound is doing for this year. What are some other programs or initiatives that you're looking to do in year two?
Right. So, as I was mentioning before, year one was really focused on the safe piece of Safe and Sound. And in year two, we plan to continue that, but we also want to bring in more initiatives to focus on the sound piece of that work. And so, one thing that we're doing, which is really exciting, is we just launched a partnership with IHS, and that gives us the opportunity to have a dedicated caseworker to work with us specifically in the Waikiki area. So this will be a senior level clinical caseworker who I'll be working really closely with. So we can just have dedicated tracking. We have somebody out doing the street outreach work who gets to know these people, know their case histories and backgrounds. And also for the people who are severely mentally ill, this partnership allows us to jump into the ACT program or assisted community treatment, which I can go into shortly.
Let's go into that, Sadie. What is the ACT program?
Yeah, so ACT stands for Assisted Community Treatment, and it's not a brand new program. It's something that the state has already been doing here. And really, what it is, it's a court ordered program so people can get mandated to take the medications that they need to remain stabilized. So, for those who are severely mentally ill, they'll be able to take the medication to kind of stabilize out. And then from there, we can work with them to get treatment or housing or the types of support that they actually need that they may not have been able to make informed decisions about before that.
Okay. And let's talk about some of the, because you talked about the program. Let's go over some challenges that you may have ran into so far, if you were able to discuss them. What are some challenges that the Safe and Sound program has ran into?
Yeah, that's a great question. So there's two that I want to bring up. The first one is that we try and we do our best to offer these great services to people, but not everybody is open to it. So we do run into a lot of people who are service resistant. And from there, we try not to have to force it onto them, but we do have to think of innovative ways that we can continue to work with them on. So for people who might not be open to treatment or housing or any type of mental health support, we can think of other ways that we can work with them. But a new addition with the street outreach worker and having more time out on the streets with them is that hopefully they can create that bond of trust, so that hopefully they'll be more receptive to, getting the types of help that they need. And then another challenge that we have is, I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but a feature of the Safe and Sound program is geographic restrictions, and it's tied to somebody's probation. But pretty much while somebody in the Waikiki area is on probation, they're not allowed to come back into the community for either 6 months or a year. So it's temporary. But sometimes they come back, right as soon as they're let out, we notice them back into the community. But many times it's because they're going through a mental health condition and just don't understand. So I think the ECT program and our assisted or our enlarged capacity with our IHS partnership will be able to help with that.
Are there other organizations that you may want to mention aside from IHS and HPD that are part of this, this program to assist individuals that you're servicing?
Yeah, so we work deeply with the prosecuting attorney's office. So they're a big part of this person's journey as they go through the criminal justice system, and maybe from there get diverted to mental health treatment, jail time if needed, or just our goal is to get them the type of help that they actually need instead of jail time, ideally. But we also work with the business community here in Waikiki. So we have HLTA as an example, but a lot of our hotel owners are another one who just really show a vested interest in wanting to keep our communities safe. Waikiki, as we all know, is an economic hub for the state. And so we want to make sure that it's a place that even visitors and residents alike desire to come and visit, and they feel safe doing so. So we all share that common goal. And then lastly, I think one probably the most important part is that the people who live here are really invested in this work too. So we go to the neighborhood board meetings and we're in touch with a lot of the residents here who share their concerns with us. And they are very honest, which I appreciate. And that way we know how we can best help them, because at the end of the day, they're the ones living it. We are here trying to make sure that we can service them during our work hours, but this is life for them. So it really means a lot to me to be able to make sure that they're happy with the work we do.
I appreciate that. And again, it can be daunting. What you folks are doing right now can be daunting, right? How did you, well, let me backtrack. You've always been passionate about safety and that arena. Where does that passion come from?
That's a great question. So for as long as I can remember, I have always had an interest in pursuing criminal justice. And so I did my undergraduate studies in it, and I was doing my practicum at the public defender's office. And for a moment, that was my goal. I wanted to become an attorney and I wanted to be a criminal defense attorney. And so I spent a lot of time in our jails and in our prison systems. But it was there that I saw just this wide array of people who I felt are actually dealing with mental health issues. And it's not necessarily fixing the crime that they did, but it's fixing the driver behind what caused them to do it. And so that was a really big turning point for me as far as the type of career that I saw for myself. And so after I did my master's in criminal justice, I jumped into a master's in counseling, specializing in mental health. So I thought if I could just find a way to blend the two, then that is the work that I'm here on this earth to do. And right now I found that. So I think that's my driver.
I think that is absolutely wonderful. I have so many other questions for you right now. But I kind of want to. So, okay, so we've already talked about why you're passionate about it. As far as the businesses in the area go, businesses that you collaborate with, companies, what can they do to keep Waikiki a safer place? And what can they do to work with you and your organization to for this mission?
Right. So I think just open communication is a really big part of that. So we have, like I was mentioning in the beginning, our ambassador team, and they're out all hours of the day and they're wearing neon green shirts for a reason. So you can see them and reach out to them if there's anything that you need them for. So they are a great resource if there are any questions or concerns that you have. If there's somebody causing trouble outside of a business or a hotel, you can reach out to them as well as HPD, of course. But we want to make sure that there's various avenues of being able to get help quickly. And so you can, physically reach out to somebody in person. Our ambassadors also have a hotline that you can call, and that'll connect you to someone really quickly. But it's just open communication. So between us, ambassadors, HPD is in communication with us too. So we just don't want anybody to be left with questions on what they can do if they need help.
Tell us more about the ambassadors. I see them all the time, and I I love that they are also part of the initiative that keeps Waikiki safe. But I know off the bat, when I first started seeing them, I thought they were people that would just talk about Waikiki. So delve into that a little bit more.
Yeah, I would love to. They are a wonderful group of people. So, the ambassadors you'll see walking around just the Waikiki area. We have them in safety, custodial, and hospitality. So, you'll see them doing a wide variety of things. But really, these are people who just represent aloha. And, you're able to go up and talk to them and talk story, or if you need directions, or if you need them for a safety reason, they're there. But these are some of the most kind and compassionate people that I've ever met. And when I started, I did walk around Waikiki with them in the different areas of focus that they have. And these people are really, really passionate about what they do. And some work here until they retire, and they just love being in the area and love servicing people. But really, they work to keep the area clean and kind of looking pristine and making sure that areas are safe for people. But they also help with giving directions or if you need a tour somewhere, they're there to help with that. So they're a huge part of what we do. And we get frequent feedback about how much the visitors and the residents are impacted by their good work.
I appreciate that. And again, keeping Waikiki safe it's not just an issue in Waikiki. I know it's statewide as well, right? And then you also talked about the the people in particular, like homeless and house individuals in Waikiki that we want to take care of, but we also want to make sure that everyone feels safe. So as far as those discussions go, I can you delve more into why it's more complicated than just, hey, let's move this particular population out?
Yes, that is a good question, and you're right in its complexity. A lot of people, I want to say, are dealing with some type of mental health issues. So, for example, if we see somebody who's going through something and we try to give them housing, they're not in a space where they can really, keep that up and be able to maintain that housing on their own. So, first, we have to deal with whatever mental health issues and treatment issues that they're actually in need of. So, I think it's a level of priority of what kinds of help that they need first. And so we're trying to make sure, and a big part of my role will be to create that systems approach to, okay, we have this person that we're working with. Who are the people that they need to be working with at this stage now so we can get them up to be ready for the next thing? So that's something that means a lot to me. And I also recognize, a lot of the times with the geographic restrictions, for example, that getting someone out of Waikiki doesn't negate the issue itself, which is the fact that they're, in continuous cycles of crime. They might go into neighboring communities and try and do the same thing too. So that's why I'm a huge advocate for reaching the issue at as deep a level as we can and figure out those drivers behind it. Or else it doesn't matter where they go, they'll keep continuing that behavior. And a lot of times it's just to, meet an unmet need of theirs. So it's really working with them to figure out what that need is.
And thank you for going over that. I sincerely appreciate you for doing that. Is there anything else that we have not gone over that you would like to talk about regarding the Waikiki Business Improvement District and or the Safe and Sound program that you are spearheading?
Yeah, I think we covered the basics. The Waikiki Business Improvement District is involved in a lot of good work in the Waikiki area. We do have a new president and executive director, Trevor Abarzua, and he is leading the way as far as initiatives and leading change in this area too. So I'm really excited to be a part of this team. And as far as Safe and Sound, I think the new work that we'll be spearheading in the mental health space is going to be really good. So we're still in the early process of that IHS partnership, and we're still hiring out for that new caseworker. So hopefully soon we'll have that person in place. But as far as the ACT program, I'll, for example, be helping with building the cases to petition to the judges to be able to work with these people who need help really badly. So, and hopefully, in a year, when we look back at year 2, we can talk about all this good mental health work that we've been doing.
Yes, Katie, and we can have you back on the show.
Absolutely, I would love to.
Thanks. For individuals out there who may be interested in going into the line of work that you are currently in, what are some lessons or advice that you would like to share with them?
That's a great question. So I think, for myself personally, I just followed what I was really passionate about with the hopes that one day it would culminate into a career that offered me the chance to explore everything in real time. My advice would be just to follow your heart and to do what you're interested in anyway, and the position or the opportunity will come to you. But to also put yourself in that network, in that, in those environments before that, and just get yourself exposed to the type of work that you're interested in. So whether it's volunteering, in our community, for example, we have the community policing team who does walks around Waikiki every now and then. So something like that would be an example that you get involved in to meet the officers, to meet the outreach workers, and things like that. So put yourself in that arena, but also just trust that it's going to work out for you if you're following your heart.
I absolutely love that. If people want to learn more about the Waikiki Business Improvement District, or if they want to get a hold of you, where do they go?
Yeah, so we just launched a bunch of social media outlets. So we now have an Instagram under the Waikiki Business Improvement District, as well as a LinkedIn. And then you can always go on our website where we have the staff names and our contact information. So that's probably the best place where you can reach me. I believe my email is on there, but if not, we can make sure that our contact info is put up there.
And we have a few minutes left in the show, Katie. Is there anything else or, vision, aspirations that you would like to share before we conclude this wonderful conversation that we had today regarding what you do, what you're passionate about, and the Waikiki Business Improvement Association and the Safe and Sound program?
This work, like you mentioned, is really complex, and it can be a challenge when you're working with people sometimes who are not that receptive to help. But I don't see that as a sign to back away or to stop doing this work because we feel like it's too difficult. I know that we're laser focused on the Waikiki area, but I think long term, my vision would be to use this program and create some kind of infrastructure that we can utilize and grow to other communities. So just the power of a collective team. So the prosecuting office, HPD, all of our social service providers, everybody working together, maybe a designated person from each branch. But if that works here, it's worth a try to bring to other areas around the state. So I think that would be my biggest goal. And the Safe and Sound program is modeled after the existing Weed and Seed programs, which is around the island here. So it's a very similar infrastructure. But my goal would be to kind of have Waikiki be that pilot. And if we can create some success and refer people to the types of help that they need, and then see them off the streets thriving, that would be success for me.
Thank you, Katie, for being here and taking the time to talk to us today. We have been talking with Katie Kahanui of the Safe and Sound program through the Waikiki Business Improvement District. Thank you again for being on the show. And thank you for ThinkTech Hawaii and people like Jay Fidell who make shows like this happen. I also want to thank Hayley for helping us out with the back end of getting shows like this up and running. Until next time, aloha.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Wake-Up Calls Are Coming More Tragically Now. Maui didn't see it coming, although maybe it should have. After all that, and after all the wildfires, heat waves, droughts, rain, and floods on the mainland and around the world, and the damage and disruption that inevitably follows, we should appreciate that climate is really out of the bottle and very possibly out of control. Al Gore wasn't kidding, and it's coming home to roost, pretty much everywhere, including right here at home in Hawaii. And we find that it's not just another primetime news event from a faraway place. It's life and death right here on a huge scale, including the dead and wounded and missing and the wholesale destruction of our homes and buildings, and a considerable piece of our state economy. Maybe we thought that Hawaii, with its distance, was somehow exempt from these things. We have to admit that complacency on climate, and on so many other things, has ruled the day, here and elsewhere. No, we are not exempt, and now climate has clearly caught up with us. You can put solar on your roof and drive electric cars and be just as green as you want, but it would not have stopped what happened in Maui, because this is a global problem, isn't it? What happened there is not a question of living well and sustainably. It's more like a question of Herculean effort at resilience, to protect what we have, to prevent unknown levels of existential risk, and to clean up and fix up all the destruction that took place, largely beyond our expectation or imagination. No easy task, but maybe now we'll spend more time and lots more money in dealing with it. Of course, we all know that this will happen again. It's not necessarily limited to wildfires, although that is certainly possible. But other things like, for example, extreme weather, like Hurricane Iniki or worse, on any or all of our islands. What have we done to protect ourselves from that, and to recover from it? Look around and ask whether we are working on dealing with the next disaster, and the one after that. What happened on Maui should not be seen as a one-off, but as an alarm bell for many other threats to come. All these threats still exist, and they are being exacerbated every day by global climate change. So let's see all this as the canary in the coal mine, as a message for the future, as an alarm we really need to listen to, and a lesson we really need to learn, or else we'll be even more vulnerable the next time. It's really much more than playing the proverbial blame game, as human nature likes to do. More important, it's time to redouble our public awareness and our efforts to open our personal and legislative pocketbooks and develop an agenda and organize our resources, so we won't be caught so badly the next time. Face it, the world is different now. If you don't think so, consider what it will take to rebuild Maui and so many other places that have been damaged or destroyed, and ask yourself whether this fire is the last of it or just the beginning. We need to think and act on this every day, and the media needs to cover it every day, not just in the aftermath of the tragedy, but in the very real possibility that it will happen again, and possibly soon, and possibly worse. Tempus fugit. Are we ready? Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
At a time when misinformation is all too common on social media, we take great pride in bringing you the news that matters, that impacts your family, news you can trust. Local broadcast journalists bring you the facts, covering the stories breaking in our community and across the globe. Text TV to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on local journalism. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Feeding Hawaii is saving Hawaii. Hawaii has had a rich and diverse food culture and history. So many great foods. But we lost plantation agriculture, and never seriously built a diversified local agriculture industry. Remember that we're an isolated island state, and we now import nearly all of our food, and that's ironic and sad because we do have the land, the water, and the agricultural experience. We talk about building an agricultural industry, but we're way behind. We have CTAR to do R&D, but sorry, it hasn't made much of a difference. All in all, we've squandered these resources. If we get extreme weather, a drought on the West Coast, or a failure in the global food supply chain, we're in deep kimchi. We are at great risk for all of this, and we don't have a plan B. We have not followed through on a statewide agricultural co-op to help farmers sell and bring their produce to markets around the state. And even worse, we dropped the idea of an inter-island ferry which could help farmers transport their goods around the state. While some legislators are passionate on the subject, state government as a whole has not done nearly enough to incentivize agriculture in Hawaii. The coming legislative session might be a good time to take some long-awaited steps to do the work to develop agriculture in Hawaii. But what can we do? And what steps can we demand that our government take? How about some things like this? Incentivize farms and aquaculture, give them state land and ocean leases, long-term. Incentivize capital investment, give tax credits to investors, and guarantee loans. Incentivize farming entrepreneurship, give them free tuition at UH and tax holidays. Incentivize the marketing of local foods, create a ferry, a co-op, and storage and marketing facilities. Incentivize the sale of local foods, reward hotels, restaurants, and markets. These are just a few of the things the state can do. There are many other things too. We should do a broad array of these things, with political will and gusto, right away. Of course, all incentivizing an agricultural industry will involve money, lots of it. But it's well worth it, don't you think? We can make Hawaii the food capital of the Pacific. Although this has inexplicably remained at the bottom of the list, it is critically important, and we need to put it at the top of the list. Hopefully, the next administration can do this. The tragic ghost of Christmas future is that we continue to lose our workforce and therefore our tax base, and expose ourselves to the terrible risk, pain, and loss of going hungry. No, we don't want to go hungry. Neither do the tourists, the hotels, or the restaurants. Without food we can bid a fond and permanent farewell to the hospitality industry and our economy. Consider writing to all our legislators, all reps at capital.hawaii.gov and allsons at capital.hawaii.gov. Tell them to drop the secondary stuff and put local agriculture at the top of the list. Let's save Hawaii together. Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, We Only Have So Much Time. We have to spend it wisely. We must avoid frittering it away when so many things are threatening us. Let's consider the priorities we really need to attend to. Helping those in poverty, illness, and ignorance. Stopping those who lie and deceive us. Removing officials who violate their oaths. Recovering our precious democracy. Preserving our American moral principles. Supporting and saving Eastern Europe. Facing down aggressive autocracies. Reforming Latin American immigration. Protecting Africa from systemic violence. Preventing recurrent global pandemics. Preparing to deal with new climate tragedies. Saving our environment and our world. Everything on this list is high priority. We must think about each of these things every day and not forget any of them. On the other hand, some things are not a priority at all. Expanding gun rights is not a priority. Blocking abortions is not a priority. Reinforcing racism is not a priority. Curtailing voting rights is not a priority. Slashing the social safety net is not a priority. Cutting energy and infrastructure is not a priority. Of course, focusing on the priorities requires constant attention. Avoid distractions by Trump and his enablers. Deal harshly with those who spread misinformation. Vote every time and vote smart. Send money to worthy nonprofits and candidates. Do it now. Otherwise, we will all pay dearly later. Remember that this is a biblical test for all of us, as never before. The stakes, the preservation of our civil society, could not be higher. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, We Only Have So Much Time. Aloha.
Loneliness is far more than just a bad feeling. Being socially disconnected, which can range from feeling alone to being isolated, is bad both for individual and societal health. Research shows that loneliness and isolation are associated with a greater risk of heart disease, dementia, stroke, depression, anxiety, and premature death. In fact, lacking connection can increase the risk of premature death to levels comparable to smoking daily. Loneliness and social isolation are also far more common than we might realize. About 1 in 2 American adults report experiencing loneliness. Everyone can be impacted across all ages, socioeconomic conditions, and geographies. This widespread disconnection presents profound threats to our health and well-being. Social connection is as fundamental to our mental and physical health as food, water, and sleep, and it affects our performance and productivity at work, school, and in our communities. Now is the time to invest in building social connection. This first ever Surgeon General's advisory on our epidemic of loneliness and isolation shows us how. The keys to connection are simple. Answer a phone call from a friend. Invite someone over to share a meal. Listen and be present during conversation. Seek out opportunities to serve others. These steps may seem small, but they're extraordinarily powerful. By strengthening our relationships, we can improve our heart and brain health, reduce our risk of diabetes and high blood pressure, boost our immune systems, and lower our risk of depression. We can build lives and communities that are healthier and happier, and we can ensure our country and the world are better poised than ever to take on the challenges that lie ahead. Visit surgeongeneral.gov/connection to learn more.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
With more and more people working remotely these days, it's as important as ever to keep you and your company's data safe. Around 90% of data breaches are caused by human error. So with that said, here are some examples of the security risks that come with working from home and how to solve them. The most obvious risks are physical. It's much easier to have a laptop or phone stolen than a desktop computer that's permanently located in your office. When working from public places, never leave your devices unattended. Always keep your devices within reach. Put them away and take them with you even if you plan to only get up for a second. Be sure to also watch out for looky-loos peering at your screen. Avoid working in areas where people can look over your shoulder, such as in front of windows or in the middle of a cafe. Even when you're working from home, be vigilant about children and pets. They can easily delete work by accident or access files that shouldn't be tampered with. It's good practice to create separate accounts for work and personal use with different passwords for each, and to get in the habit of locking your screen when you walk away from your computer. You can even place your computer in a locked cabinet or room for extra safety when you aren't working. The less obvious risks are digital and can come in many forms. Many personal computers may not have the proper antivirus and anti-malware software installed. This can leave you wide open to phishing scams and hackers hijacking information. Whether you are using your personal computer or a work computer, the best method here is to never open emails from people you don't trust or click on links or open attachments that seem suspicious. You should also always use company-approved software for your work. Not all software is developed with the same security standards, and third-party software can easily compromise the security of your device. Password security is also extremely important. Leaving post-its with passwords attached to your monitor or reusing the same password for all of your accounts is like having no password at all. It's best practice to use a password manager, which makes it easy to create and update strong, individual passwords for all of your accounts. Just remember that the password manager software you use should be approved by your company ahead of time. Lastly, whether you're connecting to the internet through a private home network or a public shared network, VPNs are the best method to keep you as secure as possible. VPNs work by routing all of the data coming from your computer through a private server, essentially blocking any unwanted visitors that may be connected to the same network. Follow these guidelines while working remotely to ensure you work as securely as possible.
Aloha, everyone. We hope you will think about and learn from the story told in this ThinkTech commentary. Here's the story. After Kristallnacht in 1938, many Jews fled from Europe to the safety of Shanghai, in China, where thanks to the kindness of the Chinese, they could enter without a visa. But after a while, the Japanese invaded and took over Shanghai. A Japanese military commandant was appointed to be in charge. One day, a German ship appeared in the harbor. The captain visited the Japanese commandant and asked him to put all the Jews on the German ship to be returned to Germany. The Japanese commandant called a meeting with the rabbis of the Jewish community to have them make arrangements for all the Jews to board the ship the following morning to return to Germany. One of the rabbis said, "Commandant, you understand, don't you, that when they take us back to Germany, they will murder us in death camps? That is why they are here. It is the Holocaust." The commandant was surprised to hear this, and said to the rabbi, "For them to want to take you back to Germany and murder you that way, they must really hate you. Why do they hate you so much?" The rabbi gave this answer. "Commandant, we're really not sure why they hate us so much. But we think it has something to do with our origins, that we came from the Fertile Crescent between East and West, and along the Silk Road from the Orient. In short, we think they hate us so much because we are in part Asian." The Japanese commandant thought about that, and in the morning, he told the German commander that he was not going to order the Jews to board the ship. The German ship then went back to Germany, empty. This story was told to us by the daughter of that rabbi. It is a true story, as reflected in a movie that was later made about the Jewish community in Shanghai, called the Shanghai Ghetto. Thank you for your consideration of the story told and the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. No, the United States is not over. Contrary to the views of the depressed, our greatest strength, our greatest vitality, is our diversity. Diversity is not just people from faraway cultures that are arriving today. It's also people who have arrived before and who are making their way, finding what they and their families have longed for, realizing their destinies, becoming embedded sometimes painfully in our America. People who manage to go to school, even against the odds, who become teachers, scientists, professionals, and entrepreneurs, just as they had hoped in their American dream. People who are free to express themselves, to find expertise, to listen and speak up on social and political issues, who run for office and bring clear-eyed altruism to the national conversation, which we need so desperately. It's a new and promising generation. They were pubescent 10 years ago and are now ready to take the mantle of community awareness, people who care about others and have enough guts and vision to go around. We need to appreciate and encourage them. We need to help them. We need to let them have their way, to make their greatest contributions. And we must avoid the inexcusable sins of cynicism, racism, and bigotry. We must care for them as they care for us, not because of our respective agendas, but because of the highest common values of our democracy, and because we will all benefit if we build a kinder, gentler city on the hill for everyone. We must all be free and allow others to be free to live this American dream. From a world of threatening complexity, we must build a world of enlightened mutual respect, and thus a much more productive and perfect union. What have you done to build that world today? Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Thanks so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on YouTube. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. And please check out our website. That's thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Money laundering happens in TV, movies, crime novels, and here. Yep, money laundering can happen anywhere, including right under your nose.
In my sandwich?
No, not in your sandwich. That was a metaphor. In 2020, the United Nations estimated that $800 billion to $2 trillion disappeared through money laundering. Want to learn how to stop money laundering? First, you'll need to learn how it's done. Money laundering is the process of making dirty money clean. No, not like that. Money laundering is the process of making dirty money clean, so that criminals can actually use their ill-earned cash without getting tracked down. The first stage of money laundering is placement, when the dirty money is placed in a legitimate financial system like a bank or a business. Cash-intensive businesses where transactions aren't closely regulated, like bars and pawn shops, are especially vulnerable. So let's say you illegally got $10 million. Where would you put it?
In my sandwich?
Enough with the sandwich. To hide that kind of money, a fraudster might create a few cash-heavy legitimate businesses, like an antique shop or a hair salon. Once the money is placed in the salon, it's time to move to the second stage of money laundering, which is layering. Layering is the act of moving the money through complex transactions to make it virtually untraceable. So, at the salon, you might gradually slip the dirty money into the unregulated tip jar to commingle with the legitimate cash, so you can't tell the cash apart. The final stage of money laundering is integration, when you take that mixed up money to the bank. Once you've deposited the dirty money along with the tips into the salon's bank account, it becomes legitimate and untraceable, and spendable. Cash you could use to buy anything you want, including a sandwich. Understanding the basic mechanics of money laundering is key to knowing your customer and advancing the fight against real-life crime.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Wake-Up Calls Are Coming More Tragically Now. Maui didn't see it coming, although maybe it should have. After all that, and after all the wildfires, heat waves, droughts, rain, and floods on the mainland and around the world, and the damage and disruption that inevitably follows, we should appreciate that climate is really out of the bottle and very possibly out of control. Al Gore wasn't kidding, and it's coming home to roost, pretty much everywhere, including right here at home in Hawaii. And we find that it's not just another primetime news event from a faraway place. It's life and death right here on a huge scale, including the dead and wounded and missing and the wholesale destruction of our homes and buildings, and a considerable piece of our state economy. Maybe we thought that Hawaii, with its distance, was somehow exempt from these things. We have to admit that complacency on climate, and on so many other things, has ruled the day, here and elsewhere. No, we are not exempt, and now climate has clearly caught up with us. You can put solar on your roof and drive electric cars and be just as green as you want, but it would not have stopped what happened in Maui, because this is a global problem, isn't it? What happened there is not a question of living well and sustainably. It's more like a question of Herculean effort at resilience, to protect what we have, to prevent unknown levels of existential risk, and to clean up and fix up all the destruction that took place, largely beyond our expectation or imagination. No easy task, but maybe now we'll spend more time and lots more money in dealing with it. Of course, we all know that this will happen again. It's not necessarily limited to wildfires, although that is certainly possible. But other things like, for example, extreme weather, like Hurricane Iniki or worse, on any or all of our islands. What have we done to protect ourselves from that, and to recover from it? Look around and ask whether we are working on dealing with the next disaster, and the one after that. What happened on Maui should not be seen as a one-off, but as an alarm bell for many other threats to come. All these threats still exist, and they are being exacerbated every day by global climate change. So let's see all this as the canary in the coal mine, as a message for the future, as an alarm we really need to listen to, and a lesson we really need to learn, or else we'll be even more vulnerable the next time. It's really much more than playing the proverbial blame game, as human nature likes to do. More important, it's time to redouble our public awareness and our efforts to open our personal and legislative pocketbooks and develop an agenda and organize our resources, so we won't be caught so badly the next time. Face it, the world is different now. If you don't think so, consider what it will take to rebuild Maui and so many other places that have been damaged or destroyed, and ask yourself whether this fire is the last of it or just the beginning. We need to think and act on this every day, and the media needs to cover it every day, not just in the aftermath of the tragedy, but in the very real possibility that it will happen again, and possibly soon, and possibly worse. Tempus fugit. Are we ready? Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
At a time when misinformation is all too common on social media, we take great pride in bringing you the news that matters, that impacts your family, news you can trust. Local broadcast journalists bring you the facts, covering the stories breaking in our community and across the globe. Text TV to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on local journalism. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Hi, this is Carl Ackerman, host of Journeys of the Mind, and today we are welcoming Judy Kramer, who is someone who grew up, and her parents grew up in Lahaina, Maui, to get her reactions not only to the terrible fires, etc., but also to in our notion of our title, Journeys of the Mind. We want to ask her all about her experiences in Lahaina, Maui. So we'll have a collection of these memories, after we do several of these interviews. But the most important interview is with Judy Kramer, who was taught at Kamehameha for many years, started their coordinated service learning, and is now the educational director of Youth Service Hawaii, which is a nonprofit dedicated to service learning. I hope I got that all right, Judy. Did I get it all right?
Yes, you did. Thank you for a wonderful introduction.
Well, I'm going to start right away. So tell us about your growing up in Lahaina, Maui, and then eventually getting to going to Lahaina Luna as a high school student.
Oh, growing up in Lahaina, because it was, 68 years ago or so, Lahaina at that time was a very sleepy town. Not very, in fact, there wasn't any tourists at that time 68 years ago. I remember that the hotels at Kaanapali were just being built, and it was just one of those things that was just starting to become a tourist place. So it was mainly a sugarcane plantation town. Many or most of the people who lived there worked in the plantation. And it was a very slow moving and very sleepy town. Everybody knew everybody. In fact, when I lived downtown, we lived in these plantation homes downtown, right behind Front Street. And when I was 4 years old, I would go every Sunday morning, and I was given a quarter, 25 cents, and I would go to this bakery called Hupwo Bakery, and they made the best bread. So I would go in my nightgown, and I would walk down to this bakery by myself when I was 4, and I would buy a loaf of bread and bring it home, which is the reason why I think I just love the smell of baking bread, because it conjures up all these wonderful memories of Lahaina and the slow moving town that it was when I was growing up. Went to Kamehameha Third School, which is right next to the banyan tree. Played Chase Master, which is tag, on the banyan tree branches. We would not run. We'd walk fast on the banyan tree branches, and we would play tag on it. We would swing on the hanging roots that came down from the branches of the banyan tree. We'd have lots and lots of fun. Our May Day programs were held underneath the banyan tree. We had lots of good times. My brother learned how to swim in that right outside that harbor in Lahaina, and many of us learned how to swim right in front of the school, which was right up against the beach in Lahaina. It was a great time and lots of good memories with lots of good friends, and our slow moving. We could ride our bikes in town with not having any problems, and we didn't lock doors because we didn't need to. So that was a great thing. Then we moved up to Lahaina Luna Road. Our home was right on Lahaina Luna Road, and I moved there when I was 5, and we were there until August 8th, when the fire took the home. But that is where we grew up, and many, many, many memories of that in that home, and lots of good times. Yeah.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, Judy, also, you were born in 1955.
Yes.
And so you were born actually in the territory of Hawaii before Hawaii became a state.
Yes. Yes,
so that's absolutely wonderful, and that's something that many of us can say, including myself. Not because I'm older than you are, but of course I didn't move to Hawaii till later on in life. But so you mentioned, that you were able to walk, as a 4-year-old down and get a loaf of bread. So I have 2 questions. One is, what do you think inspired the safe conditions for you to do that? And number 2, I mean, everyone, was like, what Hillary Clinton said about a village and things like this. And the second question is, what type of people, that meaning ethnically, worked on the plantations and then made up the majority of people in Lahaina?
Okay, so what made it made me able to, at 4, when I was 4 to walk without having any worries about anybody jumping me or, stealing my quarter for the bread, was that it was a town in which everybody looked after each other. People knew when I would be going out, and they would kind of keep track of me. My brother, who is 6 years older than I, he would he has fond memories of when he was really young that he would my mom would go to work at a like a department. It was a department store, but not really a department store. It was more like a sundry and store that had all kinds of. It was like a plantation store that had all kinds of different things in it. And then my mom would go to work, and my brother, when he woke up, would just grab his pillow and his blanket, and he would just walk to my mom's store. So it was one of those things that everybody looked out for each other, and you could wander around because people knew who you were and you knew who people were. The people, and most of the people worked, as I said, in the plantation. And so many of the people were of Japanese, Filipino, Portuguese, some Chinese, some Hawaiian people of that ancestry. But yeah, people knew everyone, and we lived in a plantation camp. So again, in the plantation camp, because everybody worked on the plantation, we knew each other, and everybody knew each other. My dad worked in the plantation office as sort of like an accountant bookkeeper. My mom in the beginning worked, as I said, in that store, Lahaina store, and later worked for a dentist. So she, everybody knew her, and she knew everybody. It was very funny because people would come up to my mom because my mom was a dental assistant for first Dr. Uno, and then later a Dr. Keho, and people would come up to her and they would say, "Oh, this is Takatsuka." That's my maiden name. They would say, "This is Takatsuka. I have this thing in my tooth, and can you look at my tooth right here?" They would open up their mouths, and they would when she was like shopping at the grocery store, they would do those kind of things, and they would say, "Oh," and she would say, "Oh, just come to the dentist and we'll help you." So, yes, so I know that because I would be standing there waiting for her like this, and people would come up to her and talk to her about their dental problems. So it was one of those things, and people knew, everyone knew everyone. So that was what made it a safe place and a safe town to live in. And then when the hotels started to open up, people would then work in hotels. But the majority of the people still worked in the plantation. And then there were immigrants who came later on, and they started working in the hotels. My dad worked part-time. He worked full-time at the plantation, and then a few hours a night in the hotels as my brother got closer to going to college, and they needed more monies for that, monies for that. So, yeah, so that's how things were in those days, and very safe and very wonderful place to be living. Yeah.
Tell us a little bit more, Judy, about the plantations, because that is often referenced by people and politicians in Hawaii, but we rarely get a sense of what it was like living on a plantation and what you were growing and things like that. Not everyone knows about our major industry before tourism.
So yeah, people lived in the plant. So everybody worked, not everybody, but many people worked in plantation. My grandfather came over from Hiroshima, and he worked and came up specifically to work in the plantation with thoughts of moving his family back to Japan. But once his family got settled here, nobody wanted to move back to Japan. So he ended up staying here. So he and my grandmother both worked in the plantation. My dad worked in the plantation. and my brother worked in the plantation. My grandmother and grandfather lived in a plantation camp called Pump Camp, and it was called that because there was like a reservoir above the camp that would pump water down into the camp. My In the camp there were all different sections in which people lived. So there was a section that had mostly Japanese, and there was a section that had mostly Filipinos, and mostly Japanese and Filipinos in those at that time. And they and that was part of Pump Camp. It was a Wainea village, they called it, and it was right in the middle of the cane fields. So they lived there. We lived downtown. We lived in the town, but that still was a camp. And most of the people who lived there, I guess, were like office workers. But my brother and most of the people, boys especially, when they got to be high school age, and then went all the way to college during the summer, they would come back and they would work at the plantation. They would cut sugar cane. They would help harvest the sugar cane and stuff like that. That was one of the things that happened. We had, we knew that there was going to be harvesting of sugar cane because they would, actually burn. It would be a controlled burn of sugar cane, the leaves off, so that it would be easier to harvest the sugarcane stalks. And we would, when we were little, it was so much fun to catch the sugarcane ash that that would float down into your yard, and we would try to catch it without the ash disintegrated. And we had so much fun doing those kinds of things. It was lots and lots of fun. We did have a time in which every so often, because to keep the mosquitoes down, they would have these fogging. Nowadays, that would be awful. People would not be able to do any of that. But there was this, I don't know what it was, insecticide or something, that would just, with a truck, would just fog up our roads, come down the roads and just fog up the camps and stuff. And we just like, it was bad smelling, but it didn't last very long. So we just kind of let it go and just kind of breathe it in. But we're okay. People live, our people from plantations. My mom lived to be 95. My dad lived to be 90. And so, it seems like it didn't bother us, I guess. I don't know. But that's what kept the mosquitoes down, I guess. Yeah. Fogging, these foggers, they were called.
And I know the chemicals that were involved with that, and I think that we in Hawaii, as you well know, tent our houses by putting in poison in our houses and gassing our houses, and then coming back because we have so many bloody insects, including cockroaches that fly. Yeah, so that's just great. Judy, tell me about your experiences at Lahaina Luna High School, because that's such an unusual school, and I remember distinctly about 20 years ago or so. We were in this big conference, and the president of Punahou School on Oahu stood up and said, we're the oldest school west of the Mississippi. And you said, I'm afraid not. So tell us about, of course, because that is Lahaina Luna, not Punahou School. So tell us about your experience at Lahaina Luna, because it's such a wonderful, wonderful school.
Yes, Lahaina Luna is the oldest school west of the Rockies. It was established in 1831. By missionaries. They wanted to have people become educated so that they could actually, in the beginning, wanted to spread the gospel, but then it became one of those things that Kamehameha III said that he wanted to have his people be educated. So, people like Samuel Kamakau and David Malo, who are very well noted historians of the Hawaiian history, they were in the first graduating class at Lahaina Luna. And going there, so that was the first graduate class. And then later on, Lahaina Luna became like a industrial school in that we had a farm, we had a dairy, and there were boarders who lived on campus, and there were 122 boarders that lived on campus, and there were 2 dormitories, and they worked on the farm, and they did various chores. I just was at a reunion with some of the boarders, and we were talking about their memories as boarders at Lahaina Luna. And so because the school was a farm, the boarders would wake up early in the morning before 6 o'clock, and they would make their beds and fold their clothes, and it was very regimented. And they went down to punch their number in this huge, it looked like a clock with many numbers around it, and it was like a punch clock. And they would punch their number in, and then they would go working. My last year as a freshman in 1969, I think it was the year that it was the last year for the dairy. The boarders would milk the cows, and they would pasteurize the milk, and we would be able to drink the milk that the boarders got from milking those cows. And there was a piggery, there were chickens, there was a farm that grew all kinds of different vegetables. It was pretty self-sustaining for the boarders there, and we benefited at, even in our cafeteria, the kinds of foods that was being produced by the farm that was right there. The boarders also got to learn different skills. And I remember one time where on the intercom, we were in school, and on the intercom, I guess it was the principal said, "Will all boarders report down to the punch clock, because we're going to need to round up some cows," because they had round up some cows. So apparently these cows had gotten out of their pasture, and they were roaming around somewhere. And so these boarders had to go and round up these cows right during school time, because they needed them done right away. So my friend who I was talking with them just recently at my reunion, and they said that they went to the military right after high school, and many of them said military was a breeze for them compared to how regimented their school was like their life was like as a boarder in school. So they really had lots of good skills that they learned. In fact, one of the boarders who became a principal or vice principal of a school in San Jose, California, said that he still folds his clothes the way he was taught when he went to Lahaina Luna. So those kinds of skills are still there in him as he continued to grow older. Yeah. So it was a great school. Lahaina Luna is still continuing to be a great school. Yeah, we hope that, as the town continues to rebuild, that, the kids at Lahaina Luna will continue to carry on the legacy that is so important for Lahaina Luna High School.
Well, Judy, that notion of getting an announcement at any school asking people to go out and herd cattle, and in this case, dairy cows, that's just a crack up. I mean, it's just that doesn't happen anymore. Well, may happen in the Midwest, but having met a lot of the university students in Iowa and Nebraska when I've gone back for AP readings of history, as I'm a historian, as you know. It's just the salt of the earth. And I think that many of the things, let me go back to you. So, as part of your work now, you are, the ED of a organization that is, devoted to service learning. And it seems to me that when you talk about this, you grew up with service learning, and it was learning to produce the food on the tables. And so that's quite remarkable.
Yes, yes. I think it's part of who I am as in terms of a service learning and servant leader. So yes, part of Youth Service Hawaii, which is what I'm is executive director of, and you are treasurer of. We honor so much, and we think that that's the best way for people to learn, because, as I said, that person still to this day still incorporate some of the things they learned in high school in terms of the service that they did, and the kinds of skills they learned being of service to the school. And so service learning is such a wonderful way to learn and to have civic engagement, and to actually use whatever things you learned in school in a very meaningful way, because you're being of service to people or to the environment. So service learning is certainly, I'm very whatever the word is, but I very sold on the idea that is the way to go in terms of having kids, having the impact of education on kids is through service, using their knowledge that they learned in a meaningful way, being of service to their community.
And Judy, before I start to ask you about the fire, because you were in it and I know about your house, I just wanted to let our audience know that you after Lahaina Luna, you went to the University of Arizona in Tucson. You came back to Hawaii and served as a teacher for 4 decades, if I'm not mistaken, at Kamehameha schools, which, if for people on the continent, must realize that you have to be a part Hawaiian ancestry to go to those schools. And you served once again. And, when I was talking to you one day, I remember years ago, you were mentioning that, a certain, like a quarter of your class, came from really very poor in terms of economics, not necessarily poor in terms of culture or in wealth of family love. That always has to be a distinguished quality. But now let's return to recent events in Lahaina. And I'm just going to let you describe what happened in your own words. And we at ThinkTech Hawaii really like to develop ideas deeply, meaning we want to hear the full story. We don't want just a sound clip. And that's the legacy of the mensch Jay Fidell. But I'm going to stop talking about Jay and talk about you. So let us know what happened, Judy, because you were there that day and you were in your house.
Yes. So that morning, there were actually 2 fires. I don't know if people know that. There were 2 fires. The first fire was early in the morning. There was some electricity that went out, and it was about 8 o'clock when I think, lost electricity. My nephew and his family, so that means my nephew, his wife, and his 2 children, ages 7 and 3, were leaving to go back to Iowa. They were staying with us in my family home and on Lahaina Road, and they were leaving to go back to Iowa. They were leaving Maui at 12 o'clock, noon. But we wanted to make sure that they wanted to make sure that there were no glitches. So we left about 8 o'clock in the morning, and even then, the wind was very strong, and there were some downpoles. We had to do some detours, actually, to get out of Lahaina because of the downpoles that were already across. Well, it wasn't the poles, but it was the wires that were across the roads. I'm not sure if the wires were alive or not, but I'm sure that the police officers were directing us. And so we got out of Lahaina. There wasn't a problem getting out of Lahaina then. And dropped them off, had breakfast, came back around 12, 1 o'clock, came back to, and at that time, the bypass was still open, came back. No, I'm sorry, the bypass, we had to detour a little bit. And so the bypass, excuse me, when we got home, because of the wind, there were downed, there were shingles that were flying around that was blown off people's roofs. There was, when we got back to my family home, there was broken plumeria tree branches, leaves that were all gone off the branches. The netting that was on top of the greenhouse that was part of attached to our patio had blown off. So it was a fairly substantial wind. And I thought to myself, oh my gosh, we're going to have to clean this mess up. We're going to have to wait for the wind to die down so that, because no sense we clean it up then. Then at about 2:30, we heard fire engines racing up Lahaina Road, which is where we live on Lahaina Road. And then we saw some smoke coming down. But I thought, oh, good, that's okay because the fire engines were up there and they were going to take care of this fire. And it was a brush fire. Lahaina has had brush fires before. So it was a brush fire. They're going to take care of it. Fine. But then the smoke got to be really, really thick and it started to race down Lahaina Road because of the winds that was blowing. And then it became a little bit hard to breathe because of all the smoke that was coming down. I didn't see any flames. It was mostly smoke. And when I got into our patio, the smoke was so hot that we decided, okay, it's time for us to evacuate. We did not have, it was our decision. There was nobody was coming to say, evacuate your home. Nobody. There were people that was coming down Lahaina Road that was already evacuating. So we got into that line coming down Lahaina Road to evacuate. Got to the main intersection of Lahaina Road and Honoa'apilani Highway. The police officers, and those were the first police officers that we saw. There were two of them. Because there were downpoles on either side of the highway. And that's the reason why a lot of people got caught in that traffic and with all that lines of cars that you always see that were burnt because of the downpoles that were all over the place. So we had to go down Front Street, dodging poles. And we had to actually, when we got to Front Street, we were stuck because people who were turning north to go to the evacuation center, which was the civic center, that line of cars was not moving at all. And that was, I suspect that was a line of cars that were burnt that you see in many of the pictures. So we waited for about 10 minutes and we just didn't move. We couldn't even get into the line. We were trying to get into the line, but we couldn't. So my brother said, I'm going to turn around. And he said, and we looked towards Wailuku, and we saw that there was a little bit of movement of cars as well as blue sky way down, far down towards Wailuku. So we decided to turn around. And even then, as we went around, there were many, many, many downpoles. We'd go down, we'd head down a street and we saw downpoles. So we had to turn around. We had to go down another street to find another street that wouldn't have downpoles. One of the streets, Luakini Street, was a one-way street, but we went the opposite way because that was the only way to get out. And there were people, thank goodness for these people, because these were people, Lahaina town was not taken yet. So this was about 3:30, 4 o'clock. Lahaina town was not taken yet. And so there were people who were actually cleaning the roads to let us through. I hope to God that they got out because they were helping us get through. Didn't seem like they were getting into their cars to evacuate. And that was because the fire had not come down yet. So we finally got out to the highway, and there were HECO people, and these people were also helping us. There were at least 8 down poles down on the highway, and so we were trying to get out, and the HECO people, if they were helping or moving the poles and moving the lines, there were down lines all over the place, down cable lines all over the roads. And because we saw the HECO people, we thought, okay, these must be dead lines, the lines that didn't have any electricity in it. So we went over the lines. We just bulldozed over the cables, and there were quite a few of them that we had to go over. We finally got out of Lahaina, and it was a long ways. We were, after we got out of Lahaina, and we took many, many detours, but finally got on the highway to get to Wailuku, and even then the road was very slow moving because they were trying to. So people were coming into Lahaina because at that time, it was maybe 5 o'clock or so. People who were coming into Lahaina were workers that didn't know that there was a big fire, and tourists who didn't know there was a big fire, and they had reservations at the Kanapali hotels. But the police officers were turning them around at Ma'alaya, so that that was the road that we were on. So we were all trying to move on the same road, which was why it took us a long time. Usually it takes about 45 minutes to go from Lahaina to Wailuku. It took us from 3:30 to 7 o'clock that day to get to Wailuku. So we were trudging along, but I'm very, very grateful and very glad and very blessed that we did not turn right on that line of cars, because I'm sure we would have been one of those cars that would have been stuck and been burnt, and people had to jump in. That's where people had to jump into the ocean because their cars were on fire, so they had to jump into the ocean. We were very blessed and lucky that we did not take that route. We went to Wailuku, and we got out safely. There were quite a few. I mean, my cousin has another story, and that's for him. And I know, I'm not sure how much time we have, so I do want to wrap it up. But there's lots of, everyone in Lahaina has a story to tell, and so it's sad. My whole home is totally destroyed. There's nothing left. Nothing. No house, no structure. Our refrigerator looks like it was a piece of metal that had been crumpled up. Nothing standing at all. Well, I take that back. Our wash house, which was made out of concrete, is standing, but I'm not sure what it looks like inside because of the fire. So we haven't been back. We haven't because I'm very lucky and blessed that we have a home here, and my brother has a home in Iowa. But because I do not have a Lahaina address on my driver's license, I could not get back into Lahaina to check on my home. I've seen pictures of it, but I've not been able to go and actually on my own, or literally go and be there. And I'm not sure how soon we can do that. I heard that now there's some openings. There's some places that are open. The people who could go back were the people whose homes were standing, but my home was not standing, so we could not. I'm not able to get back there yet. So that's our status right now.
Well, Judy, the heartwarming part of your story was these people who were there, and much not caring about their own personal safety, were clearing the road.
Yes.
I mean, you eloquent. I haven't heard a better description of what happened that day than your description, and that's not hyperbole. That's truth. And I want to just tell our audience before we end today, we are running out of time. That I guess it was the 20th of September. Jay Fidell and Michaela Stoops really talked about what's happening in terms of insurance, things on the ground, how people are recovering. and it's one of the best reports that I've seen. And it's on ThinkTech Hawaii, and it's from the 20th of September, and that's a great interview. The other thing is I just wanted to share with you, Judy, being a local girl, me being a local guy here on Oahu, is that Brian Schatz gave a speech in the U.S. Senate on September 5th. And he outlined and gave pictures of many of the things that have happened. And, it was a heartfelt speech from a senator. And it was, there were Republicans and of course our president came and visited the site and things like this. So, the tragedy may and I hope will bring people together. And I'm going to leave you with all the last words on this, on your story, Judy. But I think the words that are a subtitle for this show is Maui Strong. But I'll leave the ending to you.
Yeah, so we are very blessed that, I have a home to come to. There's many people who have not. And so one of the things that I hope that people will have is continue to have hope and continue to be strong so that Lahaina can be rebuilt. And we can rebuild as long as we continue to have hope and faith in each other and continue to, and the wonderful thing is that there's so many people who have been so generous. And so I want to thank those people who have been so very generous, whether it be for goods or for monetary donations. We're going to need it for a long, long time. So we need to continue to have the fortitude and the perseverance so that we can continue to build and not give up hope, and to know that Lahaina can come back, but we must all stand together to do that and not give in to what people might think might be a quick buck. But if we really love Lahaina, we can do this. It's going to take time and perseverance and continue to move on. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Judy. And thank you for for this wonderful journey of the mind.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Alelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
America's power grid is under threat. A major hurricane, wildfire, or other natural disaster in one area could potentially take out power across an entire region. In fact, it's a scenario that could happen anywhere in the U.S., and climate change is only increasing the risk. You might wonder how this is possible. It's because what makes the grid so remarkable, its interconnectedness and vast reach, also makes it vulnerable to massive power outages that can cascade through the system. Fortunately, There's a solution to lessen the impact of these threats while supporting day-to-day reliability in times of calm. Microgrids. As the name implies, microgrids are small, localized, and self-sufficient. They can even help restore power to the main grid when it goes down. In the future, microgrids could seamlessly fit together as building blocks for the larger grid. It's something the Office of Electricity is working on. Our microgrid research and development program offers insights into increasing resilience and lowering costs, and decarbonization for the private sector, states, and utilities to deploy microgrids across the country. But we're not doing it alone. We're partnering with research institutions, including national labs, and industry to create trusted relationships across a diverse stakeholder group. So what exactly is a microgrid? A microgrid is a localized energy system using on-site energy sources to meet on-site energy demand. Traditional microgrids have been around for decades. Microgrids are a key solution for remote communities to use local energy resources without needing access to the main grid. They can also be found on hospital campuses, commercial and industrial sites, in communities, and on military bases. With the development of new advanced microgrid controllers, these systems will be able to further optimize on-site renewable generation and energy storage to support the larger grid, increasing resilience and lowering energy costs for everyone. While microgrids are an attractive solution, issues involving ownership and regulations, value, and security still need to be resolved. To address these challenges, the Office of Electricity has developed a microgrid program strategy with support from the Department of Energy's national laboratories, together with industry, universities, and the broader energy community. The strategy identifies 6 key areas of R&D. Reducing the time and cost it takes to deploy microgrids. Using microgrids to support grid reliability and resilience in the future through the integration of distributed energy resources and renewable generation. Developing microgrid controls to support real-time grid needs. Developing tools to design and operate microgrids that can fulfill unique requirements specific to where they are being deployed. Identifying and communicating the value of microgrids. Enabling regulatory frameworks and new business models that spur microgrid investment. Microgrids have the potential to become building blocks of our future electricity grid. These integrated systems would provide added reliability, local resilience, and affordability, all while contributing to decarbonization to help lessen the effects of climate change. Join us on our mission to support microgrids and learn more about the Office of Electricity at our website.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, Do We Want IT Billionaires Running the Country? Let's talk about Elon Musk. With his control of the Starlink satellite internet technology, he can and does upstage American foreign policy in Ukraine. He's ridiculously rich, despite his losses on Twitter. His net worth is more than $250 billion. He can do what he wants, and that includes ignoring government. He has Tesla, and X, formerly called Twitter, and also SpaceX and Starlink. We should have lost confidence in him when he made all those strange moves in acquiring Twitter, and when he then offered to have Trump resume his tweets. Yes, Musk is brilliant, but we should have seen that he is also unhinged and morally lost. His moves with Starlink are especially troubling. He intentionally cut Ukraine's internet connection and blocked an attack that Ukraine had planned in its counteroffensive against Russia. He did this because he decided, on his own, that he wanted to do something to help Russia. What Musk did was diametrically opposed to American foreign and military policy. How dare he support our enemies? What he was able to do shows flaws in our system, and the way our capitalism works for people like him. First, we should ask how Musk can be permitted to get rich and powerful enough to do this. If the Biden administration is going to tax the wealthy, how about starting with Musk? It's not healthy to have individuals in our society who are that rich and powerful, and unleashed. We should ask how Musk can be permitted to control strategic technology to advance his unhinged agenda. Is there no law, no authority, no branch of government that can stop him? His move has obstructed Ukraine's efforts, undermined American foreign and military policy, and has had a materially adverse effect on the course of the war. We know that it's against the law for an individual to engage in diplomacy. That's reserved for government. And it's also against the law to provide weapons or strategic technology to our enemies. Can we afford to allow Musk to turn strategic technology on and off in an ongoing war against one of our allies? Couldn't we invoke the Defense Production Act, as Trump was supposed to do to manufacture COVID respirators? Couldn't the government invoke the antitrust laws to break up Musk's monopoly and encourage competition? Even in the face of the recent Maui fires, the only satellite system available was his. There was no competition against his monopoly. Why hasn't the government built its own system, or taken control of the one that Musk built? We give nearly $1 trillion a year to the military, and billions more to science and space. Why were we caught short by this one wayward individual? Perhaps we expected that the government had its own satellites, but now we find it doesn't. Instead, we find that an IT magnate is running the show, and making big bucks in the process. Capitalism gone wild, even when we know that's not a good idea. And where are Musk's stockholders and lenders? Are they not interested or concerned about these irresponsible uses of their investments? They've allowed Musk to do this, and thus to create a precedent that he and other mega-capitalists can do it again. Musk is not the only one. In the old days, they said follow the money. Now we should follow the IT and the data they collect with it. Congress hasn't done anything to deal with these huge social media conglomerates, and has left them free to spread disinformation without any significant regulation. These organizations have shown that they cannot be trusted to monitor their content, and Congress has likewise shown that it cannot be trusted to monitor these organizations. X, formerly Twitter, won't do it. Musk terminated Twitter's in-house monitors. Mark Zuckerberg, who controls Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, and others, is much more interested in the bottom line. Their power is dangerous for our democracy. They have already badly damaged us by permitting the proliferation of lies around the country. Of course, they will continue to do that in the run-up to 2024. We need to rely on Congress to get a handle on this. But that's not likely any time soon. Just as these unregulated monoliths can control our foreign policy, they can control public opinion and thus our domestic politics and policies. With the power of their IT and the data they collect, they get to be bigger, richer, and harder to manage when it comes to lobbying and influencing our electorate and governmental institutions. These tech and social media organizations politicize this behind the First Amendment. To survive, we need to take a fresh look at this politicization. When the Biden administration tried to limit the disinformation that is being spread on social media, a Louisiana state court enjoined him. Watch out for what the Supreme Court will do. Don't call this a democracy. The power of these IT billionaires is more like the road to fascism, and a wrecking ball to our future. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. We are calling this commentary, Let's Send Our Guns to Ukraine. There are more than 400 million non-military guns in the U.S., way more than the population, and per capita, way more than anywhere else in the world. Do the math. While some people have no guns, others have well more than one. Why in the world do they want to have so many? Of those, a huge percentage are military-grade assault rifles, which are by far the most popular for those who would like to show others how powerful they are. And to make matters much worse, those gun owners can buy unlimited amounts of ammunition, and thus murder huge numbers of people. We know these guns are very efficient and deadly. They are state-of-the-art killing machines. Great on a battlefield, but not so great on your neighbors. You can shoot far more people with a high-capacity assault rifle. That's what they're built to do. They're the most dangerous, lethal products in the marketplace, and they're ridiculously easy to get. With these guns, misguided individuals can do some real damage, and in fact, they do some real damage. With these guns, we kill thousands of innocent people every year. Senseless, shameless murders on a national scale. No, there's no excuse or justification whatsoever. It's murder, and frankly, it's madness. Without getting to the insanity of the gun manufacturers, the gun lobby, the gun owners, and the not-so-esteemed members of our Supreme Court, we can only say that at this point we are really well prepared to kill each other, and we are getting better armed and better prepared every day. Does this make us safer? Are you kidding? No, it most certainly does not. Anyone who tells you otherwise is off his rocker. We would all be better off if all these guns were gone, wouldn't we? Honest answer, yes. We really don't need them, do we? Honest answer, no, we don't. At the same time, the courageous people of Ukraine who are doing our work for us to protect the free world don't have enough guns or ammunition. They could really use the huge surplus of weapons we have right here at home, and that we regularly use against each other for all the wrong reasons. Here's an idea. Please listen. Want to be a real patriot and not just a mindless acolyte who wraps himself in a bevy of false flags, which is not patriotism, courage, or character at all. Want to really help the country and the free world? How about using your guns to protect the survival of democracy in Eastern Europe? Yes. Then how about giving these deadly weapons to people who are being invaded, and who are at war, whose lives and families are threatened every day, and who really, really need them? The amazing people of Ukraine need you, and you can help them. The U.S. has not been able to keep up with their requests for weapons. Someone truly patriotic, truly idealistic, truly caring, in a world of hate and hostility, needs to step up and help them. How about you? Yes. Let's send these guns, which are so completely useless and destructive for us, to the Ukrainians, to help them defend their lives, their families, and their country, and send the Russians home. What do you think? What do you say? Now's the perfect time. Do the right thing. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Well, you know, my heart goes out to these people in terms of, you know, the social impact and their, you know, the issues they've had in their life. But what really goes through my mind is that we've created an entitled population of people that prefer to be camping along a shoreline or in the bushes versus get services, and it's become a lifestyle. But I think the thing that I find the most challenging and egregious to deal with is the amount of rubbish that's generated and that we have to keep cleaning up. I budgeted $200,000 this fiscal year to support the efforts to clean up homeless, and it's not even close to enough. And that money could be used for improvements or other positions and whatnot, but we have to keep cleaning this up. And it's really a shame that it happens in some of our most beautiful locations. Granted, Sand Island is urban, but it's still, with enough elbow grease and capital funds, could be a beautiful jewel of a park. I'm concerned about public safety. I mean, we have canoe clubs over on that side, and Keiki come down here and paddle canoe. We had the BMX bicycle course set up, and it used to thrive with Keiki on their BMX bikes. They've left because of the fear of safety and the issues associated with the homeless people moving in. One of the things that we are doing with the help of Representative Holt, who got us capital funds, we're going to do a major shoreline cleanup. The king tides and sea level rise has exposed a lot of the old military metal debris from that era, and we want to do a full-on shoreline remediation.
It's a bigger issue than I thought, all of these tents out here, I feel for the people who are struggling and have to live out here in these tents, but to see our beautiful natural resources be basically trashed and disrespected, it's very tough to see out here. They definitely need more efforts to clean this place up and keep it activated so that these types of situations can't happen in the future.
What we have to first start is clean up, and then we need the community to help us vision what really is the highest and best use of this space. Well, camping, legit camping, I think would be awesome, but not in this current environment. But we are screaming for more overnight camping experiences in the state on the shoreline. And with a cleaned up shoreline, elimination of the kiavi, maybe even some beach renourishment. I mean, look at this. This would be a phenomenal camping experience for visitors and our families. Again, the homeless situation is like dealing with a Rubik's Cube. To get all one color lined up, it's a monumental effort, and then have it stay put before the cubes start turning and it turns into chaos, once again.
Being the only park we have here in town.
Aloha and welcome to Holistic Wellness Revealed. I'm Letitia Sharp and I'm your host today as we welcome on Pavel Stuchlik. He's a transformational expert and really an alchemist, in my opinion. So welcome, Pavel.
Thank you so much. Super happy to be here.
So great to have you. So our discussion today is going to be about resets, system resets, and how you have found a way to be able to include movement, breath, dance, meditation, and sound in a way to be able to help us find that system reset button. And first of all, what I wanted to ask, because I'm really curious, I don't even know the answer to this question, is how did you come to this? Like, was there a catalyst that got you started on the journey to be able to find this whole system that you've created?
Yeah, so I guess it's a catalyst of a crazy story. I spent last 15 years traveling the world as an avid seeker of truth, asking, what is life? Who are we? What are we here for? And is this, 9 to 5 it? I had this deep calling inside of me that kept on questioning everything, that there must be a better way to life. And so I went on this quest. It started with, samurai camp in Japan. I spent some time with the psychics in Brazil. I spent now 40 days total in darkness. So each year I go 10 days for no food, no light, to basically put this reset into a perspective, as well as I've met some of the most incredible mystics and teachers in this search. And so I've been on this journey through self-transformation that led me to create this system reset toolbox. And so what it is, imagine basically all of these years of traveling and picking up on all of these different tools, from healthy diet, nutrition, sleep, mindset, emotional traumas, as well as, just a spiritual reconnection, and putting them into these events that we do now, whatever it's lectures, workshops, and retreats. And basically, these tools, they have a science to validate them, and they're also easy and fun to experience, so everybody can actually use them. And so that's part of this journey where it came about, and it really was from the dark room. That's when the tipping point for me to no longer just keep all of these tools for myself. I had to share it with others, and I made a whole life of it.
That's great. So I guess I'd really like to talk more about that dark room, because as I was sort of sitting and feeling into that, 10 days with no light and no food, and you do get water, is that correct?
Yeah,
So it's not a complete,
optional.
it's optional. So you could go complete breatharian, right?
Yes.
Super amazing. So, and so you've got 10 days, which may feel like 100, I imagine, especially the first time you do it. And so I do a lot of work with light and exposing light and also shadow and bringing light and love to our shadows. And it occurred to me that, wow, you're finding your shadow in the darkness and you're searching for your light within you. And you've got 10 whole days to be able to do that. Can you like talk to me or talk to our viewers a little bit about what that experience is like?
Yeah, it's the ultimate reset. So, it's funny. I'm going to quickly explain an analogy. So, if you have a computer, right, you can hold the turn off or on button for a few or more seconds, and it's going to reset, right? And if you think about computers, they're like an extension of us, right? So when you have an iPhone, for example, in order for you to download new information, new software, new apps, you have to be connected to the internet. Now, the same way is with us. You have to connect into the inner net in order for us to be able to have this real true look at like what is working and what is not. And the dark room is, I call it the process of unhooking, because we keep on living this life of what we think we want, of other people's ideas and concepts and societal norm. And yet, are we questioning, is this what serves us? Is this who we want to be? And so when you go into a dark room, it's exactly these type of questions that come and start arising. And essentially, it's funny, the first 3 or 4 days is always about going back in time for me. So I go back in time in the year. Well, the first time I went back all the way to what I could remember when I was born. And I start thinking about, what were the actions? What were my choices? What, brought me more abundance and happiness and joy? And what brought me more fear, pain, anxiety? And I had this deep look at myself, what have I done right? And who have I done wrong? Because I've also hurt so many people, and it hasn't been this, easy journey. It really was the pain that caused me to continue searching. And basically, the about fifth, sixth, and seventh day of the dark room, this is when you start seeing lights everywhere. It's crazy. The teacher thinks it's because of the DMT and because of our pineal gland, clearing out. Because think about it, we constantly are exposed by blue lights, everywhere around us. And so if you just detox from your dopamine, from Netflix, from social media, from emails, that alone can make a crazy shift in our lives. And it wasn't until day 7, then I just lost it. I start crying and I went into this beautiful place of peace. And for the first time in my life, I touched myself for who I was, not who I am not. Until then, I'm not good enough and I'm not worthy of this. And am I doing this? And all of the clutter, all of the thoughts were finally gone. And then I had a choice to basically the next 3 days of the dark room. How do I want to show up and who I want to be when I get out? And that's when I created a Noah Aeon. It was literally after the first dark room that I pretty much sold everything. I was this busy entrepreneur that was opening all these Orange Theory fitness locations, and I was burned out and I was happy, and even though I checklist, all of the American dream, so to speak, that anybody would think, I was unhappy and I wasn't living off of this beautiful place of service and passion that I'm living today. So is it transformational and resetful? Absolutely. But it's up to us to slow it down, to unhook from the daily life, from the daily busy mind, to actually ask ourselves, who are we? Who do we want to be?
Yeah. And I've even, I mean, I've been to a few of your resets and I've known you for years with these resets. And one of the things you do talk about and help people guide them to do is to reset from to take that break. Even if it's just from your phone and everything. So and I love the way will you explain to it because you talked to me about 1 hour, 1 day, 1 weekend, even a week.
Yes, absolutely. So I kind of broke it down. So I'll give you a quick kind of a reference point. So part of the journey through self-transformation that I've been on, I found that there's really a 4 steps of this way. So think about every single life situation that is brought to us. It's giving us the option and the choice, right, to learn from or to keep on repeating that cycle until we get it. And we can either be in the place of victimhood, where what is happening to me again, or we can be in a place of how did I create this? What thoughts, what words, what actions and choices have brought me into these consequences? And that's really what I, had to do in my life in this journey. Now, if you want to do the same, here's how you do it. So, step one is the wake up process, the awakening phase, where you got to have a true self assessment. What is working and what is not? And I like to imply it into the micro and micro cycles of your life. So the microcycle is your me, yourself, the body, so your physical health, your sleep, nutrition, your diet, your mind. Are you driven by constant thoughts that are just repeating the same cycle, drawing from the past, moving into the future? Or are you, having your mind working for you as this powerful tool for everyday life? Then it's your emotions, aka your traumas. I literally had to wake up from what have I done and what has been done to me to, open up that full potential of creativity. And then is also the spirit, the cliche. I mean, we are a spiritual beings living a physical experience. And it is how do we get in touch with the inner hearing, the inner seeing, the inner feeling, all of these gifts we all have, but we haven't been taught on how to use them. So that's the microcycle. So you got to wake up, and I'll give you an example. You go to get your blood drawn, and maybe you are high on environmental toxins and low on vitamin D, right? So you've got a self assessment. You're waking up that something in your physical body needs work. Then you move into the second phase, which is the cleanup phase. And this is when you would detox the environmental toxins. This is also, it can be applied to anything. You get rid of a relationship that doesn't work. You get rid of negative thoughts and emotions that are not of your greatest good. And so without you letting go of the old, there's no room for the new. Then you've got the third phase, which is the power up phase. And this is when you know you were low in vitamin D, you supplement vitamin D. This is when you bring a new tribe. You bring new thoughts such as, I am powerful, I can, I will. You have this mindset that you're going into offense, which is a great place to be. And then the fourth stage is the rest up. And this is the process of unhooking that you were asking for. And so essentially, if we don't unhook from our phones, from our friends, families, we're constantly living somebody else's life. And I like to break this down into a very simple, structure. So once a day, I spend 1 to 2 hours completely with myself. It's usually the first thing of the day where I don't touch the cell phone until I'm done with this hour. And what I do is I do my morning routine, breath work, meditation, sound healing, and also manifestation. This is when I look at the day, what is happening, how do I want to show up, who am I going to meet, and all of the most important things that mean the word to me, right? Then once a week, I take one full day off. This is the day completely digital, fast, no computer, no TV. This is time to create, to have fun, to have no agenda, and to restore. Now, once a month, I do 3 to 4 days. And I'll give you an example. If you've ever been to a vacation and, the first 3 days, you're kind of like, I don't know what to do with myself. You're on the phone, you just can't drop in. And in the last 2 days of the vacation, you're like, I don't want to leave. I'm finally, here. Like, I don't want to go back into the madness. And basically, it literally takes about 3 days to fully let go of your nervous system. So you can calm down and you can start hearing these thoughts and ideas that maybe we were too busy of overhearing those voices inside of our brain. And then once a year, it's a 10 to 15 days completely off. For me, it's the dark room, but you don't have to go to this extreme. This could be taking a vacation, go into a cabin, go into a nature as earthful as possible because you want to use the elements, you want to recharge because it helps your nervous system as well. But most importantly, I always realign my whole year. I plan the year around. I can look back and what is serving me, what is not. And each time that I've been living in these cycles, it just made this huge shift where now I'm living a life that I'm choosing to live. I'm no longer saying, I don't like this, I don't like that. Like I am choosing the life that I'm living and it's possible. And that's the beauty of when you take the charge into your own hands.
That's, I mean, that's a lot. It's a lot of information right there. And it's all so easy to ingest into my being. It feels like, oh, it's so natural and so simple, yet we don't take the time. And that's another, that brings me to another point. Like where there's so many of us just doing, we forget to be. And that is this reset. That's what it helps us do is find our being again. And that's why I just love it. I want to go back on something. So you said wake up, and that's the body, mind, and spirit. Clean up, and that's addressing what you find when you wake up. And then power up, and that is the cleanup is getting rid of everything, right? That didn't work. And then the power up is to reintroduce new things that are supportive to what you woke up to, what you want to be. So where does breath fit in with all? I mean, I know we are breath, we are love, we are time. I understand this about our beings. Where is and how did breath find its way into this reset for you?
Well, breath is what you're born with, and breath is what you die with. Now, what you do between the first breath and last breath is literally what determines the quality of your life. So I was fortunate enough to learn about breath with Wim Hof, with the Iceman. And about 7 years ago, I jumped into this cold retreat, which is like 7 days of hell. You're basically, completely exposed to some brutal cold. And for me before, I didn't like cold. Like I didn't come in there as like somebody that thrives in this, but I was intrigued by what the possibilities can be. And so that was my initial kind of besides me being born and starting to breathe, initial coming to the breathing. And basically what I have learned, it was so powerful. So I walked in there mildly sick, and I walked out of there healthy, even though I did everything against what society would tell you when you're not feeling well. And it was so profound that I went on a quest to learn about so many different breathwork techniques, just to really understand what is the power, what's in there for us. Because if there is one teacher, it is your breath. Literally, if you just quit everything today and you just start paying attention to your breathing, which by the way, right now, focus on a simple breath into your nose and out of your nose for about 5.5 seconds on inhale, 5.5 seconds on exhale. Then relax into your body. Ask yourself, where am I? Because we tend to be on our phones in the future, in the past. So you want to be inside of your body in a relaxed state. And then just pay attention to this as you're listening to us right now, or as you're speaking to someone. It brings the awareness back. It allows your body to calm down from this overly stressful fight or flight state. It brings us back into that peaceful rest and digest state, the parasympathetic nervous system. And breath is behind every control, behind every situation. So think about it. You can either drive your own vehicle or you can be in the passenger seat. So when you let go of your breath, you do this shallow breathing, you tense up, you get into this anxious state over nothing. Sometimes it's just an email notification, right? So no matter what you do in life, if you can just relax, let it go, breathe through the entirety of your body. And if it helps, you can even imagine these champagne-like bubbles bubbling around your body, and just breathe and draw through all of those bubbles, not just your nose. Then you can be one step of the way to have your own spiritual gifts to be relieving and releasing.
That's great. So I've also seen, so first of all, the breath is, so even just stepping into it with you, what that looks like to people who maybe haven't had as much experience with breath as, say, you or I have. What you can even hear it, right? You can hear it in people's voice. You can sense it in what they look like. You can feel it energetically. So having this breath throughout, I love what you said about the champagne bubbles. That's amazing. Bravo. So you can feel it outside of yourself, and it's almost like osmosis, right? You can feel the breath coming in through your skin, even, and into your bones. And that's just such a great tool. I love that you did that visualization for us. And I've seen you on videos with your on your Instagram and through different things, that you even get your kids in cold water with you, don't you? So you're starting them young, which is so great, because it won't be this thing that's so foreign to them when it's time to use it. How did they respond when you first started with that?
Yeah, so I mean, they're fully integrated. I mean, they tour with us. You know, we do about 100 to 150 events out of the year, across all of the major countries. And basically, they get hired. They have to clean and help us with building the experience, and that's their ways to creating their abundance. But also, my little daughter, she's 9 now, but since about I mean, she was like 4 or 5 years old when I have some of the first videos. I mean, she used to be the example in our workshops. So she would go into the ice first, and then everybody's, mouth would drop, and then everybody's like, well, I cannot not go into the cold now. And so it's amazing. And I also sometimes, if they can't sleep, I breathe them into sleep. So they follow the same rhythm, same things that we would do in our events. I just make it shorter, and they literally respond to it incredibly well.
Yeah, that's great. And I mean, we've even talked about having this for teens, for preteens, and who haven't been exposed to this. But I mean, it would be such an amazing tool to get them before they turn 13 or 14.
Well,
So that,
you
right?
know, yeah, so sorry. What's crazy in today's world is the anxiousness and the anxieties in young children. It's never been this bad, and I generally think it's because of the overall stimulation of iPads and iPhones. Because when you're looking at the phone, if you're not aware of your body, if you're not aware of your breath, just try that anytime. Your consciousness goes in front of you into the phone. It gets sucked by it, and you can get lost in it sometimes hours at a time without even noticing that you have a body, that you have a mind and emotions. And so again, the technology is great, but we got to know how to use it properly, so you still can be in that breath, in that aware state. And when you give this to children, they don't have these tools, right? And so they'll start feeling iffy, anxious, they start acting out. And this is something really important for all the parents listening, that we have this responsibility with technology.
Yeah. And I mean, even if you look at, I heard something funny from a German family of mine, and they said they call them the head down generation. And it's like this. And even if you do that, you notice there's no clear line for your breath. And you can't even breathe in properly because your chest is hunched, your shoulders are forward, your head's down, your throat isn't open. So, yeah, that's a really good point. Um, let's talk about how the events happen. I've seen different videos, and you're actually going to do an event on the Big Island coming up, and then we're doing an event here together too on Oahu. And what inspired you? Because when I first started seeing your videos of your events, I didn't realize the capacity for transformation because it looks like a big party, honestly. It looks like you're going to a rave and I'm like, wow, what are they doing? Are they are they like doing something extra? What's the are they on medicine? And really truly honestly, the medicine is breath. The medicine is meditation. The medicine is sound. The medicine is movement and getting people into their bodies completely. So, can you talk a little bit about how this all came up? Were you a professional DJ before? Is that also?
Yeah, so it does come from rave, to be fair. I was involved with the EDM scene for quite a few years until I burned out because I love music. I love producing music, but it can get really dark, and it was not really what I wanted to, be around. And that's really why we created our conscious raves. But I don't want to call it a conscious rave because that's just a portion of it. But basically, what I found is instead of EDM, we call it the BDM, breath dance meditation. And essentially, what happens is, spirituality can be this woo wow concept, but yet it's literally everything. That's our life. And so we're trying to bring the stigma away from any of the things that might be keeping people away from it. And we're trying to really bring it into as a way of alchemy. And what's amazing is your brain waves can be changed and triggered very quickly. And ultimately, it goes down to measurable things that happen in our events. So we've actually done a whole case study with scientists that had their EEG monitors while we were doing our session. And what's incredible is, first of all, the HRV, or heart rate variability, goes up off the rooftop. Your nervous system gets triggered and calm at the same time, as well as your brain waves hit more of that alpha and theta, which is that group flow slash subconscious mind. So this is how we actually open up this opportunity for people without any medicine, your own breath, to do the work very effectively and very quickly. And that's why, some people, they forgive their fathers, other people, they get divorced. We've seen this before after our events because they just needed that big shift, something that was really obvious, to be able to hear what are their highest, greatest good for their own, right? What is the path that they're choosing to, do? So, even though it looks like a rave, it does all of these amazing things. It's fun, right? It's exciting, but it's also very deep. And it's you who determines how deep you want to go when you attend.
Yeah, I'm really glad that I had no idea you did those studies. That's amazing. And it encompasses all parts of you. And really what we're all looking for, Pavel, isn't it just to get closer to our spirit and our purpose? And that's how we find our happiness, walking in these earthbound bodies with these heavenly energies coming in, and our essence, right? That was here with us when we were born, alongside our breath and alongside our love and our time and what we're made up of. I'm so thrilled to be able to share your events and to be able to participate in your events and also to be able to co-teach with you. It's a real honor, Pavel, and I can't wait for more experiences like this together. You just actually had a new member of your family born less than a week ago, just beautiful, precious baby girl. And yes, Ferry normally is able to be at the events with you. And that's actually how I was able to step in and be able to help you facilitate, was because she was tending to being a new mama, new goddess mama. And you're on the Big Island. So you have an event coming up on the Big Island on the 30th. Is that correct? Tell me more about that event.
Yeah, so September 30th is at the Kalani. We're going to be doing this beautiful experience with a whole bunch of local artists and tea ceremony, and we're really going to The next tour, basically, the whole theme is consciousness expansion. So we're going to be really expanding our horizons of what is possible. And then we're going to do the same with Together on Oahu on the 3rd of October, which will be using cacao ceremony and other beautiful medicinal tools to help us go deeper. And then we kind of go into the full West Coast tour. So I'll be going to LA, San Diego, Seattle, San Francisco, Vancouver, and then it just keeps on going.
And then beyond, right? And all of this with everyone in tow. I love how you integrate your family into this process. So many times there's a disconnect, and there isn't a disconnect with your family. And I just absolutely, that warms my heart. It makes it very full when I see that and witness that. So thank you for being a model also for others to be able to do this, to integrate their purpose with their family and with their ohana. So thank you so much for coming on. I look forward to seeing you in person next in 2 weeks, actually, at Magic Island. Anyone who is interested, please go ahead and look at noaheon.com, or you can also look at him up on Instagram. You can look me up on Instagram. We'll be able to point you guys in the right direction. So if everybody could come and join us, we would just be delighted. And also, if you're anywhere else in the world, keep an eye on this guy. I'm telling you, it's what's up. Thank you so much. No, Pavel, I almost called you Noah Aon. Thanks so much, Pavel. And I wish you blessed days in these first days of birth, and also of your new baby girl, and with your already established children.
Absolutely. So happy to be here. And thank you so much, Dave, for what you're doing for the world and how you're opening and showing up on behalf of all the listeners. You're an absolute ball of light.
Oh, and you're a joy. Mahalo. And thank you so much to also ThinkTech Hawaii for giving us a platform to be able to discuss all of these things that are so near and dear to our hearts and our mind and our spirit, and for all of our sponsors and donors for making this possible as well. Until we meet again, aloha.
Ransomware is a type of malicious software that encrypts files and data on a device, rendering the information unretrievable and unusable to the device owner. Organizations in every sector, from schools to colleges and universities to government agencies to private industry, have been affected by these attacks, with victims receiving demands of millions of dollars in exchange for the return of the stolen or encrypted data. The nation's education system has experienced service outages, canceled classes, lost learning time, and in some cases school closings as a result of these attacks. If your education agency, district, or school is the victim of a ransomware attack, preparation and a prompt response will be key in reducing the impact and duration of the incident. First, you must stop the attack from spreading. Immediately initiate the steps in your incident response plan. Assemble your incident response team and quickly disconnect all the infected computers or networks to keep the infection from spreading. The next step is to identify the impact. Investigate to determine the source and scope of the infection, the type of ransomware involved, and what data or credentials might have been compromised. Block known attacker IP addresses and review, and continuously monitor available logs for additional malicious behavior. The next step is to isolate and remediate the incident. Evaluate systems for infection before bringing them back online. Restore data from backups where available. Reset credentials for any accounts that might be compromised. Work with your cyber team to identify the best options to restore systems and data to a pre-event condition. Consult with counsel to ensure compliance with all applicable notification and reporting requirements. Report criminal activity to law enforcement and notify appropriate agencies in compliance with applicable state and federal laws. Remember that most colleges and universities must report incidents to the U.S. Department of Education. K-12 schools are not mandated to report ransomware incidents to the department. However, we recommend reporting so that you can receive technical assistance and resources. Finally, apply lessons learned. Implement technology and process enhancements to address the root cause. Correct any identified deficiencies or vulnerabilities. Educate users about steps to protect against further ransomware attacks and increase training. For more information and resources, please visit the Student Privacy Policy Office's website, studentprivacy.ed.gov.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, "At the end of the day, maybe they won't vote for him." We know Trump has been a gold-plated jerk, but do others see it too? After all, some of his followers may be aging out of his base, and a younger, more independent generation is emerging, and maybe they get it. They know he's been mean to women, mean to minorities, mean to children, mean to his adversaries, and also to his friends. Actually, to everyone. Why would anyone support him? By this time, don't they know he's ignorant, corrupt, bad-tempered, and completely unqualified to be in public office? If that hasn't sunk in yet, perhaps it will sink in over the next year and before the election. Yes, he's a liar who lies about everything, and who is not to be trusted in anything. One really big lie is that he won in 2020. That is a terrible and unforgivable lie, and it is truly amazing that he continues to repeat it. Another big lie is his claim that he is a patriot. That's not at all true. He's someone who organized a plot to bring the election, the government, and the country down by a violent coup. That's more traitor than patriot. His followers must know this in their hearts and minds, but they still support him. No one understands why they do this, but it appears he has found a way to reach them on some primeval level and make them a self-destructive cult. They reject the reality of his 2 impeachments, his 4 indictments, the many judicial determinations that have revealed his lies and conspiracies, and they accept his ridiculous claim of unprecedented national victimhood. They reject the reality that he doesn't care about them, or national security, or our allies overseas. In fact, he will never support the people he has recruited to support him. As a narcissist, he is unable to do so. At some cortical level, his followers know this. At some cortical level, they know he is pathologically primed at destroying us all. Yet they look the other way, playing the role of the inmates at the asylum. We can only hope that the remaining members of the base will see the light and drop out soon, and that the new, more thoughtful generations are emerging to put an end to Trump's dark madness. Hopefully, they'll vote in their own interest and follow the real American dream, a dream of kindness, care, and concern, of constructive collaboration, of loving community, of a moral, healthy, good, and equitable life for everyone. At the end of the day, we are hoping Trump's cult will wake up and realize that he can't and won't get us anywhere near that dream. If given a chance, he will act only in his own interest and destroy our society. But let's be optimistic about the possibility of a new generation. Staying on Trump's road to perdition is no more or less than a self-fulfilling prophecy that will lead to national destruction. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, At the End of the Day, Maybe They Won't Vote for Him. Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
Expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is entitled Looking for Optimism in All the Wrong Places. First, let's look for optimism in America. Joe Biden still wants to run in 2024, even though he should really give it up in favor of a younger, more vital Democratic ticket. His current troubles with classified documents give the Republicans plenty of ammunition to do a series of "what about" attacks. The GOP is determined to attack him at every turn for any reason whatsoever, or for no reason at all, and they will surely continue to do so through this year and next. Can Biden win? You can make the argument that there are points of light out there that might be grounds for optimism, but the fact remains that the country has visibly lost ground and vision on social justice and cohesive national policy, and we're going to have to live with those losses for a very long time. Thanks Mr. Trump for fomenting these changes and undermining our democracy, our representative government, in so many profound, destructive and long-lasting ways. History will not judge you kindly. But that's not the end of it. Now, let's look at optimism in Europe. Despite Joe Biden's efforts, Europe is not as unified in supporting Ukraine as it was before. Yes, Poland, Germany, the UK and the US are sending tanks to Ukraine, but is this enough? Is it soon enough? Putin is bombing Ukraine and its cities and its people into oblivion every single day. Erdogan, Putin's collaborator in Turkey, is still blocking Sweden and Finland from membership in NATO. Putin is as determined as he ever was, using the full strength of his autocracy and arrogance to obliterate Ukraine and propagate disinformation at home. The sanctions don't seem to affect him. The departure of his best and brightest don't seem to affect him either. He just continues his propaganda to people who don't know better. Putin is plainly playing the long game, a war of attrition against Ukraine and against his own people, that turns out to be a war of will. Will he prevail over the democracies in the West and the activists at home? It will soon be a full year since he began his unforgivable invasion, and we are no closer to throwing him out than we were before. There are those who tell us that there are points of light that might be cause for optimism, but the reality is that Putin has destroyed a good part of the country, and has brutally murdered so many people, that we now have to ask how long the Ukrainians will last. Can we be optimistic? Sadly, so many people in this country, especially including the lockstep isolationist GOP, don't understand how the events in Ukraine affect the liberal world order, and will ultimately campaign to cut funding for the defense of Ukraine. When they do that, it will be the end, the pennies on the eyes. We will learn how important a free, sovereign, democratic Ukraine is to us, Europe, and the world. But alas, that lesson may be too late. It will be a great and global tragedy, not only for them, but for us. We are making our bed, a bed of nails, and we will have to lie in it. Taking these two very real possibilities together, the loss of our democracy and the loss of Ukraine, is no cause for celebration or optimism of any kind. We are beginning the year in a world of existential risk, trouble, immorality, and some say, madness. We'll see what happens, but it does not portend well. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Thank for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is entitled Looking for Optimism in All the Wrong Places. First, let's look for optimism in America. Joe Biden still wants to run in 2024, even though he should really give it up in favor of a younger, more vital Democratic ticket. His current troubles with classified documents give the Republicans plenty of ammunition to do a series of, what about, attacks. The GOP is determined to attack him at every turn for any reason whatsoever, or for no reason at all, and they will surely continue to do that through this year and next. Can Biden win? You can make the argument that there are points of light out there that might be grounds for optimism, but the fact remains that the country has visibly lost ground, and vision, on social justice and cohesive national policy, and we're going to have to live with those losses for a very long time. Thanks Mr. Trump for fomenting these changes and undermining our democracy, our representative government, in so many profound, destructive and long-lasting ways. History will not judge you kindly. But that's not the end of it. Now, let's look at optimism in Europe. Despite Joe Biden's efforts, Europe is not as unified in supporting Ukraine as it was before. Yes, Poland, Germany, the UK and the US are sending tanks to Ukraine, but is this enough? Is it soon enough? Putin is bombing Ukraine and its cities and its people into oblivion every single day. Erdogan, Putin's collaborator in Turkey, is still blocking Sweden and Finland from membership in NATO. Putin is as determined as he ever was, using the full strength of his autocracy and arrogance to obliterate Ukraine and propagate disinformation at home. The sanctions don't seem to affect him. The departure of his best and brightest don't seem to affect him either. He just continues his propaganda to people who don't know better. Putin is plainly playing the long game, a war of attrition against Ukraine and against his own people, that turns out to be a war of will. Will he prevail over the democracies in the West and the activists at home? It will soon be a full year since he began his unforgivable invasion, and we are no closer to throwing him out than we were before. There are those who tell us that there are points of light that might be cause for optimism, but the reality is that Putin has destroyed a good part of the country, and has brutally murdered so many people, that we now have to ask how long the Ukrainians will last. Can we be optimistic? Sadly, so many people in this country, especially including the lockstep isolationist GOP, don't understand how the events in Ukraine affect the liberal world order, and will ultimately campaign to cut funding for the defense of Ukraine. When they do that, it will be the end, the pennies on the eyes. We will learn how important a free, sovereign, democratic Ukraine is to us, Europe, and the world. But alas, that lesson may be too late. It will be a great and global tragedy, not only for them, but for us. We are making our bed, a bed of nails, and we will have to lie in it. Taking these two very real possibilities together, the loss of our democracy and the loss of Ukraine, is no cause for celebration or optimism of any kind. We are beginning the year in a world of existential risk, trouble, immorality, and some say, madness. We'll see what happens, but it does not portend well. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary.
Avoid legal action?
We need to confirm your Medicare number.
Government assistance?
Wait. If you get a text, email, or phone call asking for personal information, it's likely a scam. There are all kinds of scams, and they can be very persuasive. If it happens to you, it's not your fault. It's nothing to be ashamed of. If you think you might have been targeted, please report it. Contact SMP Hawaii to report a possible scam or become a volunteer.
Good evening, Agent. Your mission is to take down the evil Dr. Ogma. Here's the rundown on tonight's cyber attack at Ogma HQ. It's simple. Gain access, spread the computer virus, destroy the data. Your destination is the application room, located at the core of the building. There is only one way in. First, climb through the Wi-Fi tunnel to the entry portal. Hide yourself in the incoming mail. There may be security guards on duty, but they seldom check. Once you're in the storeroom, wait until the right moment to attack. Your friendly disguise should protect you from being noticed. And the antivirus system is out of date, so you should slip past easily. Next, find the application center and do your work quickly. Install the virus. You may find the computer password protected, but you can usually see the password written down nearby or make an easy guess. Once installed, the virus will spread immediately. Get out before anyone notices. Good luck. I look forward to your update.
Ransomware is a type of malicious software that encrypts files and data on a device, rendering the information unretrievable and unusable to the device owner. Organizations in every sector, from schools to colleges and universities to government agencies to private industry, have been affected by these attacks, with victims receiving demands of millions of dollars in exchange for the return of the stolen or encrypted data. The nation's education system has experienced service outages, canceled classes, lost learning time, and in some cases school closings as a result of these attacks. If your education agency, district, or school is the victim of a ransomware attack, preparation and a prompt response will be key in reducing the impact and duration of the incident. First, you must stop the attack from spreading. Immediately initiate the steps in your incident response plan. Assemble your incident response team and quickly disconnect all the infected computers or networks to keep the infection from spreading. The next step is to identify the impact. Investigate to determine the source and scope of the infection, the type of ransomware involved, and what data or credentials might have been compromised. Block known attacker IP addresses and review, and continuously monitor available logs for additional malicious behavior. The next step is to isolate and remediate the incident. Evaluate systems for infection before bringing them back online. Restore data from backups where available. Reset credentials for any accounts that might be compromised. Work with your cyber team to identify the best options to restore systems and data to a
Aloha! This is Cheryl Matsuoka, the Executive Director of the Hawaii Restaurant Association and the Hawaii Restaurant Association Educational Foundation. Thank you for joining me here on Restaurants of Hawaii on the ThinkTech platform. Today, we're going to be talking all about the newest campaign of the Hawaii Restaurant Association, Kokua for Maui Restaurant Day. And I'm so blessed that I have three gentlemen who are all participating in this campaign to get more funds over to the Maui businesses and restaurants that really need it. So first, I'd like to have them introduce themselves. May I first start off with Don Murphy? Hey, Don.
Hi, Cheryl. How are you?
Great. Don, could you please introduce?
Murphy's Bar and Grill.
Yes, yes. And Don, you want to also share a little bit about how many years you've been a restaurateur, sir?
Will be 36 in November.
That is amazing, Don. Amazing. Tony.
Nice to meet you.
Tony, you want to introduce yourself and let our viewers know which restaurant eatery you're with?
Sure, yes, ma'am. Hi, my name is Tony Hernandez. I'm the general manager of Cinnamons at the Ilikai. We do have two locations, Kailua and the one over at Ilikai, but I run the one over at Ilikai for right now.
And it's a beautiful, beautiful venue, beautiful views. And, you know, my favorite is the red velvet pancakes. Awesome. I'm going to also, yeah, that's my favorite. Steve Mizuno. Hi, Steve.
Hi, Cheryl.
Hi, dear. You want to introduce yourself?
I'm Steve Matsuno. I'm the Vice President and General Manager of Dada Spa Salon Cafe. And I'm here kind of talk on behalf of Chef Cyrus Gu and Cafe Dada.
Thank you so much. When the wildfires hit, Don, it was like nothing I've ever experienced. And the day after the fires, Don Murphy calls me and he says to me, Cheryl, we have to do something. We got to support our fellow restaurateurs over there in Lahaina. As most of you know, the report that came out is we lost a little bit over 80 restaurants and eateries, and I do have the list that was distributed by DBED. And what Dr. Tien did was he did a search of all the restaurants and eateries in that zip code, and the areas he mapped out, the areas that were impacted. The good news is there's a few restaurants that did reopen, and they were impacted, but they were able to reopen. Many of them are still not open, of course, and they were burned to the ground. And so Don said, Cheryl, we got to do something. Don, do you remember that day you called me?
Sure, yeah, yeah. I
What did
just thought that we need to do something, and that's the right thing to do, I think.
Exactly. And Don started throwing ideas at me. And Don's like, Cheryl, what can we do? And Don, you want to kind of share with the viewers a little bit about the idea that you had?
Well, I just thought that we need to do something that we can sustain and keep going. So, just come up with a percentage of your sales for the day or of your profits for the day or whatever, and just pick one day a month and do it and advertise it. And, it's worked for us. We've had a lot of good input from people that know about it. And so it's working.
It's definitely working, Don. The community on every island, they want to know how they can support Maui. So people immediately, Don, when we sent out the call to action, I got hundreds that filled out our online form that said, I want to send over, food, clothes. There was pillows and blankets, people that needed just the daily essentials, hygiene items. And yet, the one thing that they do need is funds. And so I said, Don, we're going to stand up, the Kokua for Maui Restaurant Day. And immediately we got the feedback from the community that this is a way that they can participate in supporting Maui. They're going to go out and eat anyway. If they're going to select a day, may it be the first Tuesday of each month. May they all gather and go and either dine in or take out. And they know that a portion of their proceeds is going back to Maui. We also stood up because I got calls from restaurateurs that lost everything, and the person that I'm thinking about he lost 2 restaurants and his home. And he said, Cheryl, is there a way that you could just post our crowdfunding on your website? And I said, absolutely. So for members who have lost their restaurants in Lahaina, who want to put their crowdfunding campaigns on our website, I have it listed on our website along with Restaurant Day. The restaurants that are participating who said, I'm going to give back a portion of that day's sales back to Maui. So the next question is for Tony. So share with us, Cinnamons was the number 2 restaurant that signed up immediately. And Uncle Puna called me and said, what I got to do, Cheryl? How do I do this? So tell me, why is it so important for Cinnamons to participate in Kokua for Maui?
I think for Cinnamons, we've been such an established, an integral part of the community here in Oahu since 1985. And one of the focuses that we've always had is giving back to the community that supports us and being part of this Oahu community. And, since these recent fires happened, I remember texting with my ownership just immediately, okay, what can we do to help out? Because, to support the residents over in Maui and within our own restaurant, our coworkers have had friends and family that are also affected by this. And so, like you said, over 80 restaurants were burnt down and lost their way of doing any business. So, with us being so tourist focused out here in Hawaii, it's important that we all stick together and be there for each other through these times. And so immediately afterwards, our Kailua location was able to put together a fundraiser that was able to donate over 2 truckfuls of, blankets and supplies and, doing what we can. But as reports come in, they need less supplies and they need more funds. So this is huge for us to be able to support this. And, Mr. Murphy, thank you so much for conceptualizing this and putting action towards such a fundraising opportunity for us to be a part of and give back to our community. And, we can only imagine what would happen if it was to us, but, we want to be there as much as we can for those who need it. And whatever we can do, we're there for it.
Thank you so much, Tony.
Jumping on board.
Yes, and it's Don is always, that's Don. He calls me and he's like, Cheryl. And he always, right, Don? We're always talking and he's like, let's do this. And he is just all heart, all heart. everybody, Tony, as just you mentioned, has been impacted by this fire. And that's why I think it's even more important that we do this. I personally lost a loved one in the fire, and many of my restaurant members, they lost their businesses and, like you said, their source of income along with their whole home. And, you know, and everybody's been impacted. So we just thank, Cinnamons for also participating in this wonderful campaign. I'm gonna go to Steve now. Steve, I was at Dada the day before we launched Restaurant Day on that Monday before the first Tuesday of this month. So you give me some feedback because you were one of the ones that also signed up immediately.
Well, I mean, we couldn't sign up fast enough. Again, kudos to everyone who kind of participates, and especially the association and people like Don for coming up with this. Yeah, I have family, I guess, affiliated with the Salvation Army. And when she kind of, how can I reach out? And I said, try Cheryl, but the Salvation Army couldn't say enough good things about the Restaurant Association, the help they've been putting on, like at ground zero. It's been awesome. We couldn't wait to sign up. Chef Cyrus Gu, yeah, he and I have been around a long time, and he had so many people in Maui, and having I guess a reputable group behind the help is so comforting. And again, kudos to everyone who's been contributing on the ground, making the stuff actually happen. It's one thing to kind of donate time and money, but to actually kind of see it through is a whole nother challenge. And just hats off to everyone who's been putting up on that front. But as you came to us, we already started kind of a grassroots kind of campaign with the stylists we have here. Richie, our founder, Richie Meow, got a bunch of his stylists together, and they all pitched in their services for a day as well. So that, along with the cafe contributions, nothing but wholehearted enthusiasm and support for the idea. So we're going to keep this going.
That is so awesome to hear. You see, Don, from just restaurants participating, now they've got the stylists participating. And I also heard from Chef Cyrus that on Restaurant Day, the stylists all got together and decided they were going to all order from the cafe together so that they could all support Restaurant Day.
That's great. It's saying, like I said, I'm hearing a lot of the great. That's great. You guys are doing this. We'll go into the restaurants and support them.
Yes, and I'm hoping, Don, that more restaurants join Kokua for Maui Restaurant Day on all islands. I've been speaking to all islands, trying to get people from Kauai, because everyone's trying to figure out how do we support those people the impacted over on Maui. And each of the locations, each of the restaurants, let's say it's, whether it's Murphy's or Cinnamon's or Cafe Dada, they get to select which nonprofit, which fund, how they're going to get the monies over there. And when we were sitting there, Stephen, Cyrus already knew how he was going to, who he was going to support, because he said that person was actually delivering. I mean, that person was paying his employees to pick up things at the docks, was paying his employees to go ahead and transport items, paying for the gas, paying for the storage. And that company, right, is who Cyrus wanted to support because he knew the backstory.
I mean, the backstory is incredible. I mean, you just started to touch on it, but as far as the nuts and bolts, things like getting container for the food, you guys were just so instrumental in just getting that help to the people who were trying to help all the people out. And the sheer mechanics of just the help is so incredibly daunting. When it comes to just moving food, food has a shelf life, and it's got to be done quickly. It's got to just so many things from soup to nuts. It's just such a daunting task, and you just touched upon it. Just hearing the stories you were relaying, it was eye opening. So when I talked to the Salvation Army about it, the I guess the mechanics, it's just hard to even imagine. We kind of run our operations kind of day to day. It's a very small routine that we're very used to. But when something like this just kind of pops up, the sheer organization, the sheer execution of it is incredible. So any little bit just goes such a long way. And I mean, it was things like containers, chopsticks, utensils, napkins, the little things that's easy to take for granted that were just so instrumental in, helping people.
Yes, so Steve, you're right. The email came through on that Saturday at 4 a.m. saying we have no takeout containers, and they're trying to feed thousands of people that have been impacted. By 8 a.m., we had negotiated to get a truck full of takeout containers and all the utensils to the food distribution locations. Because as you said, all the food was just flowing in and all the people were there cooking and making the food. And then they realized there's no container. And so they ran out, because it had been a couple of days already, Dawn. So they ran out of containers. So how are they going to put all their food and now give it to all the people that were impacted? And all the people that were impacted were all sleeping on army cots and on the floor at the war memorial, at the churches. And we were trying to get them food because we are the Hawaii Restaurant Association and we can mobilize. And Dawn knows if anybody can mobilize, I can, right, Dawn?
You got it. That's right.
So Dawn knows, and Dawn knows who to call and say, we need to do this. And so all of a sudden, we were getting calls from people that say, hey, we have food that we want to donate. We have, things that we can give. So, and time, we have chefs that now aren't cooking in Lahaina. So now they can go and help at the different locations, the Maui Community College, where we had to make thousands of meals. They were all supporting so that we could just give the people in Maui at least a hot meal. So now, oh my gosh, I'm so embarrassed. So now what we're going to do now is, Dawn, let's talk about how you feel we can get more restaurants to participate in the Kukua for Maui Restaurant Day, this amazing campaign, and how we can get our community to dine out that day. Any suggestions?
I think that's something we've got to get a group together and just brainstorm it. And it should be easy enough to do. We just got to come up with the right ideas. We've got to get more publicity on it. Got to make them more aware. Things like this will help, certainly.
Thank you. Yes, let's do that, Dawn, because I do need to. Last night we had our Hall of Fame gala and we mentioned Restaurant Day, and we also mentioned the crowdfunding because restaurant owners are saying, right, Dawn, they lost all their income. On top of that, they lost their homes, and so we're supporting also their crowdfunding.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to tell a story about how this man is just amazing. I'm at Murphy's and I have KITV there, and we're talking about promoting Restaurant Day. So we promoted it on all the TV stations and we've been sending out the e-blast. And I tell a story about a restaurateur on Maui, Don. Do you remember how he home and his employees are all sleeping? Him and his employees are all sleeping on the floor of his restaurant, but he doesn't have the distribution because he's over closer to Ka'anapali, right, Don?
Right.
I told the story of how he's just saying, anybody impacted, anybody, just come on in and free food. And Jesse has been just a hero out there. And I saw this man, Don Murphy, write a check and say to the newscaster, "You're going over there. Can you please take this to him?" That is the generosity, and that is the community that we have here at the Hawaii Restaurant Association. And I just want to thank Don Murphy for doing that.
You're welcome. That was, you know, this is Hawaii. That's what we do. So that's what we've got to get everybody involved, get more people involved, and let them know that, you know, how important this is. And it's not just a quick fix. It's, you know, this thing's going to go on for a long time. They're not going to rebuild right away and get these people back on their feet right away. So we just all got to work together and do what we can to help them.
Exactly. And Don, you're so right. This Restaurant Day campaign is going to run till the end of 2023. And then we're going to kind of take a temperature check whether or not we got to still run it through 2024, because, you know, I'm going to ask Tony. Tony, how long do you think it's going to take to rebuild Front Street, Lahaina?
Oh, I mean, I feel like cases like this, you never know, depending on the dynamics of the rebuild, right? So, but we want to make sure that we're there as long as we can to support them and what they need. So, you know, as long as Restaurant Day keeps going on, if you visit our Kailua location, we're going to make sure that 30% of every Tuesday sales goes towards the Hawaiian Restaurant Association's funds. Every Saturday in Kailua, 30% of those profits will be going towards the Humane Society to help with any animals that were affected by it as well. And then over at the Ilikai side, if we're going to be on Waikiki, 20% of our sales for that day on Tuesdays will be going towards the Hawaiian Restaurant Association as well. So, you know, once again, whatever we can do to help support for however long we need to, we'll be there for them and for the community as well.
Tony, that is just awesome. Thank you so much. And please thank Uncle Puna, because Uncle Puna, I know he's the man behind it. When he calls me, every now and then he'll call, right? And he'll tell me something. And I was like, "Uncle, I need to come down again and see you someday." You know, come down anytime for breakfast, because he knows, you know, the red velvet pancakes.
Yes, absolutely. Anytime. You know, Puna and his son Alika, who have been running the show and the program over there, and Tasia as well, they've been phenomenal in making sure that we're doing everything we can to get there. And we'd love to have you guys all in for breakfast and just help support the cause.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, gentlemen, before we wrap up the show, I just want to give everybody an opportunity to say something because we're running out of time. So, Don, first you're the one who came to me and you're the one who said, "Cheryl, we got to do something." Do you have anything in closing remarks that you would like to say?
Oh, I just please get involved, help somebody out. Even if you adopt a certain restaurant, you know, over there that you knew, or you pick one out of the hat or whatever. But just get involved, thinking that it's happening to us. But we've got to help these people out.
So, Tony, any other closing statements that you would like to say before we close out the show?
Absolutely. Kind of to go along with what Don said, you know, as much as we're doing here at Cinnamons at the Ilikai and Cinnamons in Kailua, it's not just Tuesdays and Saturdays, but every single day we have a way that we're giving our profits or a portion of our proceeds to a fundraiser like the Hawaiian Way Fund. You know, every day we will have a specialty cocktail or specialty food. But even so, as we grow our list of restaurants that are supporting this restaurant day, you know, you can count on myself, and we'll be giving out to our staff what different restaurants they can also visit to help support this as well. And if we can kind of keep this as a community thing, keep this running, I think that would be great. So it doesn't have to be us. That can be any restaurant. Just make sure you're out there supporting, so that way we can do as much as we can to help out those Maui residents.
Thank you, Tony. And Steve, any closing remarks before we close the show?
No, well, whatever you need, Cheryl, we're here to help.
You're so awesome. Thank you. And please thank also Chef Cyrus Gu, because yes, you know, when we sat there that day, right, I just saw it in his eyes because he knew people. Also, we talked about people from Maui together because we have, right, that same common interest of the whole community. All right, gentlemen. So before I close the show, I just want to remind everyone who's watching this show that Restaurant Day is the first Tuesday of each month. If you're a restaurateur and you want to sign up, the sign up link is on our website. Also to the community, the list of restaurants who are participating is also on our website, hawaiirestaurant.org. All the restaurants will then select the percentage of their sales or the percentage of their profits that will go to a charity, a nonprofit, or an organization that they have in their heart, such as Cinnamons to the Humane Society. You know, everybody has their special place in their heart for the nonprofits. And the other campaign is the crowdfunding, that we have a list of all our members who have put their own crowdfunding campaigns together. And it's a GoFundMe or a Venmo account for the restaurants and businesses that were impacted in Maui that are HRA members. This program is going to be a way that the community can now support the Maui recovery efforts. And as again, I'm Cheryl Matsuoka, the Executive Director of the Hawaii Restaurant Association and the Hawaii Restaurant Association Educational Foundation. The Hawaii Restaurant Association is the organization unifying, representing, and supporting Hawaii's restaurant and food service industry. Everyone eat well and be well. Thank you.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
Well, you know, my heart goes out to these people in terms of, you know, the social impact and their, you know, the issues they've had in their life. But what really goes through my mind is that we've created an entitled population of people that prefer to be camping along a shoreline or in the bushes versus get services, and it's become a lifestyle. But I think the thing that I find the most challenging and egregious to deal with is the amount of rubbish that's generated and that we have to keep cleaning up. I budgeted $200,000 this fiscal year to support the efforts to clean up homeless, and it's not even close to enough. And that money could be used for improvements or other positions and whatnot, but we have to keep cleaning this up. And it's really a shame that it happens in some of our most beautiful locations. Granted, Sand Island is urban, but it's still, with enough elbow grease and capital funds, could be a beautiful jewel of a park. I'm concerned about public safety. I mean, we have canoe clubs over on that side, and Keiki come down here and paddle canoe. We had the BMX bicycle course set up, and it used to thrive with Keiki on their BMX bikes. They've left because of the fear of safety and the issues associated with the homeless people moving in. One of the things that we are doing with the help of Representative Holt, who got us capital funds, we're going to do a major shoreline cleanup. The king tides and sea level rise has exposed a lot of the old military metal debris from that era, and we want to do a full-on shoreline remediation.
It's a bigger issue than I thought, you know. All of these tents out here, you know, I feel for the people who are struggling and have to live out here in these tents, but to see our you know, beautiful natural resources be basically trashed and disrespected, it's very tough to see out here. They definitely need more efforts to clean this place up and keep it activated so that these types of situations can't happen in the future.
What we have to first start is clean up, and then we need the community to help us vision what really is the highest and best use of this space. Well, camping, legit camping, I think would be awesome, but not in this current environment. But we are screaming for more overnight camping experiences in the state on the shoreline. And with a cleaned up shoreline, elimination of the kiavi, maybe even some beach renourishment. I mean, look at this. This would be a phenomenal camping experience for visitors and our families. Again, the homeless situation is like dealing with a Rubik's Cube. You know, to get all one color lined up, it's a monumental effort, and then have it stay put before the cubes start turning and it turns into chaos, you know, once again.
Being the only park we have here in town, in downtown Honolulu, you know, I take very much pride in this place, and to see it being disregarded in such a manner is unfortunate. But you know, hopefully working together with DLNR and everybody, we can fix this place back up and get it back to a place where tourists want to come and want to visit. To see the state funds used to just clean up after these people is not the best use. You know, I think prevention would probably be a better use than coming in and cleaning up and just dumping all of this stuff into trash cans. So hopefully we can, like I said, do more prevention, get more security, maybe so these can't set up all these camps and tents around the park. But it's unfortunate, and we got to do what we can to keep it clean, but hopefully in the future we won't have the same situation.
promise of a reliable supply of clean, renewable energy is a very good target. However, wind and solar generation rely on the weather to move turbines or power panels, leading to a variability in the energy they produce. And these systems are also often built in remote locations far away from population centers. Distance and intermittency must be overcome to fully rely on these clean sources of energy. The solution is energy storage. Storage saves up extra energy for use when nature isn't cooperating. Improvements to today's storage technologies can be deployed everywhere and can benefit everyone. At the Office of Electricity's Energy Storage Program, we're doing something about that. We're partnering with national labs, a diverse set of universities, and the energy community to find ways to reduce costs and increase the safety and reliability of storage technology, so that a grid powered by nearly 100% renewable energy can become a practical reality in our country. So what are these energy storage systems? The one you're most familiar with is the battery. The first rechargeable batteries were created in the mid-19th century using lead-acid chemistry, the same type of batteries still found in gas-powered cars. Today's utility-scale batteries on the grid are most commonly made from lithium-ion. Mostly deployed in the mid-20th century, pumped hydro systems use water to store energy. Still the most commonly used type of energy storage on the grid. Today, we're on the brink of a new electric era thanks to advances in energy storage technologies. This new generation of storage has the potential to completely transform our current grid into the grid of the future. All storage systems help balance load and generation to ensure the stability, reliability, and resilience of our electricity grid at all times. System operators did not have this capability before, so the mass deployment of storage technologies creates new functionalities, including a pathway to a decarbonized grid. So what is it going to take to realize the future potential of energy storage systems? Most of today's energy storage technologies store energy for just a few hours. However, the clean grid of the future needs daily, weekly, and seasonal systems for a variety of grid needs. Currently, storage systems can be expensive due to high material costs and reliance on volatile supply chains for critical minerals. Newly developed systems need extensive validation so that they can operate reliably and safely before they are deployed to the grid. Storage technology must lead the way in providing underserved communities with reliable access to clean, affordable electricity. The Office of Electricity develops solutions for all of these challenges. We're funding R&D into affordable, abundant, and domestically manufacturable materials, components, and systems. We're advancing promising technologies that will deliver lower cost, longer duration energy storage. We're providing technical assistance and decision-making tools to utilities, state regulators, and communities on how to effectively deploy storage to meet their unique needs. We're investing in state-of-the-art facilities, developing novel testing and validation capabilities, and supporting at-scale deployments to boost industry support for new storage technologies. We're studying batteries under extreme operating conditions to gain a better understanding of why systems fail and how to predict failure before it occurs. Our breakthroughs in energy storage technology will ensure a safe, reliable, and affordable grid. Storage will play a key role in powering our country with clean, reliable energy. It's a big goal, and we're up for the challenge. Join us on our mission to support energy storage and learn more about the Office of Electricity at our website.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Trump has unloosed a torrent of destructive time bombs into our society, and has given us a legacy of chaos operating not for our interest or to improve our lives, but only his. Congress is dysfunctional, and will be a basket case after the midterms. The judiciary is a train wreck from the Supreme Court to the lower courts. How can we have confidence in these people and in our government? You don't have to be a genius to know that the system is disintegrating. The true administration of justice is the firmest pillar of good government. That's a quote from George Washington inscribed on the courthouse at Foley Square. It means we need to have public confidence in our government or it will surely fail. Trump has taken that confidence away from us. Ask anyone, and they will tell you that they are not confident. Trump has lied to the people thousands of times, he has enlisted acolytes to repeat his lies, he has demanded that public officials lie for him, and he has created a media that spreads his lies and propaganda. These are out of the autocratic playbook. He has done this not to serve the public good, but to dismember our democracy and representative government. More than anyone who has occupied the office, Trump has damaged the First Amendment, our right to the freedom of speech, religion, petition, and assembly. Step by step, Trump and his fanatics have been bent on reducing and terminating our personal, civil, human and political rights in this country. Clearly, there's more to come. When MAGA takes over both houses in November, we will see a further degradation of those rights. If you think a GOP win this year will not affect our rights and daily lives, think again. Remember Germany in 1933. Think about what the loss of the rule of law and the protections of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights will mean to you. What the loss of a moral, compassionate, responsive, representative government will mean to you. Think about what incompetence and corruption, indefensible pardons and a shameless wealth divide, will mean to you. The stakes are higher than we think. Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
The Solar Energy Technologies Office, or SETO as we often refer to ourselves, supports innovation across the solar energy spectrum to reach lower costs of electricity and to support the transition to a decarbonized economy. We release several funding opportunities each year, and these funding opportunities come with topic areas that are designed to address critical spaces where we really want to accelerate innovation. SETO has a long history of supporting innovation in solar energy technologies, and these innovations, coupled with other advancements in the industry, have enabled solar costs to drop dramatically over the past decade, 70 to 80%. This is making solar electricity one of the cheapest forms, and in many areas of the country, the cheapest form of new electricity generation today. It's critical that we continue to innovate and drive costs down further. Doing so will enable our electricity supply to be more affordable, and it will also accelerate solar deployment. The Biden administration has set a goal of 100% clean electricity supply by 2035. Solar is going to have a huge role to play in getting to that goal. Solar could provide as much as 40% of electricity in a clean grid. That's 10 times more than it's providing today. With the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, we see the industry poised for dramatic growth, both in deployment as well as in manufacturing, supporting good paying jobs and rapid growth toward our goal of having a clean electricity grid. It's a really exciting time for solar, and it's a really exciting time to be at the Department of Energy, to be working in solar technology.
Are masks over now? Like fidget spinners and the Macarena? Definitely not. You should still wear a mask if you're over 65, immunocompromised, unvaccinated, at high risk because of your health, or a caregiver. It also makes sense to mask up anytime you're indoors around lots of people, like concerts, stores, offices, restaurants, and medical facilities. To mask or not to mask, learn more at ourbestshothawaii.org.
Aloha. Thanks for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. This commentary is about politics. Politics are not all local anymore. If you hadn't noticed, elections have gone national, and most of us regularly get email from candidates who are running in other states asking for money or support. Indeed, these candidates and political organizations are asking strangers in distant states for help because they think we can help them. And yes, maybe we can. Sometimes they're in battleground states that have national importance and really need to hear from us. Sometimes they just need to get money from outside because they can't raise enough at home. The bottom line is that congressional elections, and even some state elections, have become national. You shouldn't just delete the email you get from candidates in other states. It's worthwhile to take a look at it and figure out who these candidates are and what they stand for. Reading the newspaper could help. Then maybe you can decide which ones are worthy of your support, and possibly even consider giving them some money. We need to refresh the composition of Congress. It's increasingly clear that there are some real bums in Congress, especially in the Senate. We need to throw them out, and the only way we can do that is by recognizing this reality and making contributions to worthy congressional candidates running in other states. Maybe this can ameliorate the problems with the Electoral College and the 2-senator per state rule. In a way, contributions are kind of like voting, aren't they? Voting is good, but remember there are a number of red states where the GOP has passed legislation to reverse the popular vote and turn the system upside down. Of course, you can only vote in your own state. If you want to have an effect on what happens in other states, the best way, the only way, is to give money to the candidates you like. Sure, you can travel to the mainland and walk door to door, or get on a phone bank from home. You can also send mass mail or mass email if you have the resources, but that could be expensive. It's much more efficient to do the research, get on the internet, and send a few bucks to the candidates of your choice, wherever they are. If they can do it on the mainland, we can do it from here. Thanks so much for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency carries out laws to ensure all Americans are protected from significant risks to human health and the environment.
The agency uses a balanced three-pronged strategy, combining science and regulatory enforcement while developing new solutions to environmental problems with stakeholders.
EPA doesn't create or enact environmental protection laws. That's done by Congress. The agency's role is to write regulations and carry out the laws passed by Congress to meet the goals laid out in the legislation.
EPA delegates some of the permit issuing and policy enforcement responsibilities to states and tribes.
EPA is led by an administrator who reports to the President of the United States.
The agency is divided into program offices that handle various environmental media, like air, water, and land, or other functions like homeland security, research and development, and emergency management.
With its headquarters in Washington, D.C., EPA relies on its 10 regional offices nationwide to ensure the agency's efforts to clean our air, water, and land is implemented at the local level.
In terms of restoration,
the regions help build partnerships and address the unique needs of individual communities.
Decisions made rely on the sound science conducted at EPA labs across the country.
The labs monitor pollution to help set national standards and keep track of progress to cut pollution. They also serve as a leading source of environmental data in the United States.
EPA accomplishes its mission in many ways. Nearly half of the agency's budget goes into grants for state environmental programs, nonprofits, educational institutions, and other organizations. They use the money for a wide variety of projects, from scientific studies to community cleanups.
During national disasters, on-scene coordinators partner with other federal agencies to provide assessment, monitoring, response assistance, and evaluation. EPA even has mobile laboratories and an air monitoring airplane that provides some of the critical scientific data necessary for informed policymaking.
From scientists and scuba divers to attorneys and enforcement agents, the agency employs a diverse workforce to carry out its mission. By using the breadth of these agency capabilities and resources, EPA is able to effectively protect human health and the environment.
Are masks over now? Like fidget spinners and the Macarena? Definitely not. You should still wear a mask if you're over 65, immunocompromised, unvaccinated, at high risk because of your health, or a caregiver. It also makes sense to mask up anytime you're indoors around lots of people, like concerts, stores, offices, restaurants, and medical facilities. To mask or not to mask, learn more at ourbestshothawaii.org.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
Well, you know, my heart goes out to these people in terms of, you know, there's the social impact and their, you know, the issues they've had in their life. But what really goes through my mind is that we've created an entitled population of people that prefer to be camping along a shoreline or in the bushes versus get services, and it's become a lifestyle. But I think the thing that I find the most challenging and egregious to deal with is the amount of rubbish that's generated and that we have to keep cleaning up. I budgeted $200,000 this fiscal year to support the efforts to clean up homeless, and it's not even close to enough. And that money could be used for improvements or other positions and whatnot, but we have to keep cleaning this up, and it's really a shame that it happens in some of our most beautiful locations. Granted, Sand Island is urban, but it's still, with enough elbow grease and capital funds, could be a beautiful jewel of a park. I'm concerned about public safety. I mean, we have canoe clubs over on that side, and Keiki come down here and paddle canoe. We had the BMX bicycle course set up, and it used to thrive with Keiki on their BMX bikes. They've left because of the fear of safety and the issues associated with the homeless people moving in. One of the things that we are doing with the help of Representative Holt, who got us capital funds, we're going to do a major shoreline cleanup. The king tides and sea level rise has exposed a lot of the old military metal debris from that era, and we want to do a full-on shoreline remediation.
It's a bigger issue than I thought, you know. All of these tents out here, you know, I feel for the people who are struggling and have to live out here in these tents, but to see our you know, beautiful natural resources be basically trashed and disrespected, it's very tough to see out here. We definitely need more efforts to clean this place up and keep it activated so that these types of situations can't happen in the future.
What we have to first start is clean up, and then we need the community to help us vision what really is the highest and best use of this space. Well, camping, legit camping, I think would be awesome, but not in this current environment. But we are screaming for more overnight camping experiences in the state on the shoreline, and with a cleaned up shoreline, elimination of the kiavi, maybe even some beach renourishment. I mean, look at this. This would be a phenomenal camping experience for visitors and our families. Again, the homeless situation is like dealing with a Rubik's Cube. You know, to get all one color lined up, it's a monumental effort, and then have it stay put before the cubes start turning and it turns into chaos, you know, once again.
Being the only park we have here in town, in downtown Honolulu, you know, I take very much pride in this place, and to see it being disregarded in such a manner is unfortunate. But you know, hopefully working together with DLNR and everybody, we can fix this place back up and get it back to a place where tourists want to come and want to visit. To see the state funds used to just clean up after these people is not the best use. You know, I think prevention would probably be a better use than coming in and cleaning up and just dumping all of this stuff into trash cans. So hopefully we can, like I said, do more prevention, get more security, maybe so these can't set up all these camps and tents around the park. But it's unfortunate, and we got to do what we can to keep it clean, but hopefully in the future we won't have the same situation.
Aloha, welcome to American Issues Take One. I'm Tim Appicelli, your host. And today's title is Mega GOP Set to Disrupt the Federal Government. Let's just go through some of the quick examples of what the Mega GOP is up to. Number one, we all know that they're trying to impeach President Biden. Doesn't seem to be a lot of evidence to back that up, but there they go. Number two, they're blocking all military promotions. That's Senator Tuberville. And that's been going on for some time. That is not helping the military one bit by leaving this void of promotions in place. They decry the law agencies, the FBI, the Department of Justice. Formerly, the GOP used to be very supportive of law enforcement. Not anymore, not with the GOP that's run by the megas. They're trying to shut down our current government right now in 4 days, trying to make sure that there's no passage of a continual budget. And we'll see what happens by Saturday. Last but not least, remember when they tried to stop the federal debt, the federal government from paying its debt obligations, the federal ceiling, they tried to stop that. These are just a few examples of what the Mega GOP is up to, the wrecking ball of the GOP, I call it. And with that, I have my co-host, Jay Fidell, and we're going to discuss this topic. Good morning, Jay.
Morning, Tim. It's a topic that should scare all of us because when you draw the line between all those things you mentioned, I mean, some of them have a little hope, most of them have no hope. When you draw the line between them, you connect the dots between all those things, what you get is a group of people who are kidding around. It's a disaster. They're like teenagers, adolescents, pubescents. And what they're doing, if you connect the dots, is they're trying to disrupt and destroy the federal government in some kind of bizarre, misguided attempt to advance some kind of ideology, although it's hard to say what that ideology is because a lot of the pieces you described are inconsistent with each other. The thing is, the bottom line is it's destructive. And, I'll tell you, when I think about that, I think that January 6th was not the last attempt by this bunch of clowns to, turn over the election, to destroy representative government and democracy in this country. And now what I see when I look at the Capitol building, as I see the same thing happening within the chambers by the people who were elected to, develop public policy and run the country. And what they're doing, Tim, is they're having another insurrection. Mm-hmm. It's a different kind of insurrection, but it's actually more dangerous because they've stopped everything. They're standing in the road on all public policy, and they are not to be forgiven for that, but that's what they're doing. I guess you could say that they're also trying to bring down Biden in the same way that the insurrection tried to bring down Biden. So what we have, in my view, is a continuing insurrection. This is a little different, but it's the same idea.
Well, I think that's a great point. And let's look at the driver of this clown car, since you referred to them as clowns, and you're not the only one who has done that lately. Let's look at the driver of the clown car and a willing participant in this, and that's the driver is also known as Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy. He's quoted to say this recently: "This is a new concept of individuals that just want to burn the whole place down." Wow, pretty forceful comment, I think. Very responsible to say something like that. Yet, today we know that the Senate has passed a continual resolution to keep the government open for the next few weeks till they work out all these differences. And what does Kevin McCarthy, the driver of the clown car, do? He's telling people he swiftly rejects the Senate budget proposal, and he won't even allow it to hit the floor for discussion or debate. Now, I don't know. Which Kevin McCarthy are we dealing with here today? The one that says this is a bunch of individuals trying to shut the government down and imply that they're irresponsible? Or for being the irresponsible clown car driver that says, let's shut down the government?
Well, you look at the effect of what he's doing, and he's trying to shut the government down. Now, the reason I think for Kevin McCarthy may not be the same as the reason for some of the others. Kevin wants to hold on to his job as the speaker. And his group, what do you call it, the Freedom Caucus, the really right-wing ultra-conservatives who are somehow running the House, are telling him to do that or he loses his job as Speaker. What I find interesting is his job is more important than the country. I guess he gets a lot of perks and benefits by being in that position. Maybe he enjoys the ostensible power, but in fact, he's only doing it for his own self-interest. And so that's why you get this inconsistency between what he says and what he does.
Well, it's interesting.
You have to
Go
look
ahead.
at the Freedom Caucus and who's there,
Mm-hmm.
and what the mechanics are in the Freedom Caucus. You also have to look at the other Republicans in the House who form the majority in the House. They're letting those guys do it. They're going along as they have in the past. And so you have the crazy clowns running the clown car, and then you have all the other clowns sitting on the sidelines letting him do it. And that points a huge accusatory finger at the Republican Party, at the GOP. It's not just the clowns. It's all.
True. Well, you mentioned the Freedom Caucus, and right now the Freedom Caucus consists of about 20 members of the House. And there's about 200 non-mega GOP representatives in the House. So you have 20 holding 200 hostage, but not just the 200. You have 20, and of that 20, about 5 of them, Matt Gaetz, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Boebert, and Andy Biggs, you have a few of them that are holding the entire nation hostage. I'm not talking about just Democrats or independents, but also other Republicans hostage by this insistence of shutting down the government, not because they're not getting what they want, is they just want to shut it down. They want, I think, in my opinion, they just want to be the wrecking ball of Congress. And the more they can destroy, the better for it. And part of that will be, Biden. That's part of the agenda. But I think it's democracy and the republic itself that they're aiming for. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I